Oh, that is loud. There we go. Good morning, everybody. That got everyone's attention. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. If we could please take our seats. The programme is very, very shortly about to begin. Thank you.
So what is the duty of a newspaper in those circumstances? Is it to keep up people's morale, or is it to do the much more difficult job going against the grain of popular opinion and looking for the truth?
It takes balls to sit in front of a world leader and just hold them accountable.
On that sign it read, "No war, don't believe the propaganda, they're lying to you."
I believe in disseminating the truth, and that is why, after this newscast, I'm resigning.
Without truth, you can't have trust.
Hi. Hi. Good morning, everybody. I'm Tina Brown, and I hope you can all hear me over the crashing masonry of media platforms and decimated newsrooms all around us. We are the counter-programming today. Please make raucous use of our social media handles, and we make a big noise. So welcome to an event that has been so long in the planning and enormously exciting to work on. Truth Tellers, the inaugural Sir Harry Evans Global Summit in Investigative Journalism, named for my late great husband, whose passion to get at the truth propelled his entire life, and whose work you'll get to know a little bit about today. First, the genesis of all this. When Harry died in 2020 at the age of 92, and I was pondering what to do to honor his legacy, my first call was from David Thomson, the chairman of Thomson Reuters and grandson of the great Roy Thomson, who owned the Sunday Times when Harry did some of his landmark investigations. David enthusiastically backed the idea of a legacy project, as did Stephen Hasker, the CEO of Thomson Reuters itself, where Harry spent 10 years in New York as editor-at-large. And then we partnered with another hugely important institution in Harry's life, Durham University, his beloved alma mater. And presto, with the additional support of friends like Sir Howard and Lady Stringer and Holly Peterson, the Sir Harry Evans Memorial Fund was born. It makes possible an annual fellowship in investigative journalism to give much-needed oxygen to the young Harrys of the future. And it supports today's phenomenal convening of mighty journalistic talents, both on stage and out there in the audience, too. So why did this Truth Tellers gathering feel imperative right now? The evidence is all around us, isn't it? Serious journalism is under threat from a perfect storm of competing forces. Misinformation, corporate timidity, legal bullying, escalating authoritarian suppression, the disruptions looming and ever closer of AI. We've all seen how the erosion of fact-based inquiry is a threat to functioning society. And more sinister still, the increasing disregard for the Geneva Conventions in multiple dark corners of the world makes the profession of journalism a mortal risk for those brave enough to pursue it. Today, we're pushing back, as Harry did to his last breath, whenever he was faced with unacceptable excuses for inaction against malfeasance. When he came to talk to the Guardian staff at the age of 81, Alan Rusbridger wrote that he was a picture of an editorial life force, still insatiably curious, still shaking an impatient fist at the world. I love that. One of the things that I most admired about Harry was his intense moral energy that never seemed to flag, and how inventive he was about making people pay attention. His great Sunday Times investigations were storytelling at its best. As an editor, he could do all of it: rewrite the copy, ferret out the falsity, choose and crop the pictures, outwit the lawyers, create the killer headlines, all in the service of one overarching goal: telling us what we should care about. And that's what this summit is all about. Delivery systems have changed from newspapers' heydays, but values haven't. We're here today, as Harry did, to defend and bolster the rigor of inquiry against the bullies and the distorters, and remind everyone why serious journalism is indispensable. Before we start with our program, let me turn it over to the first of my two esteemed summit partners, the fierce and fabulous first female editor-in-chief of Reuters, Alessandra Galloni. Here she is. Over to you, Alessandra.
Yeah, so great. Thank you, Tina. I'd like to begin with a story, a short one. 3 years ago, a correspondent of ours in Nigeria was speaking to a contact about military abuses against civilians in the country's northeast, where the Nigerian army was battling Boko Haram. Our reporter wondered out loud during this conversation about women who had been abducted, sexually enslaved by insurgents, and then freed. What did the army do with the freed women, he asked. Perform abortions? The contact looked shocked. How did you know? He replied. This question unleashed what would become a remarkable investigation that we published last year that uncovered some shocking truths: that the Nigerian army ran a mass secret abortion program, forcing at least 10,000 women who had been raped and impregnated by insurgents to undergo forced abortions. And this same military murdered children, shot, smothered, poisoned, sometimes in front of their mothers. The investigation took more than 2 years. Victims, witnesses, and sources were terrified of reprisals by the military. Our reporters were pretty terrified too. Hardest of all was gathering the evidence to quantify the atrocities beyond any shadow of a doubt. Now, I raise this work because I think it would have made Harry proud. Not just because of its revelatory power, not just because of its impact, and not just because it gave voice to those without one, as Harry always gave, but because it demonstrates one of Harry's most admirable traits: sticking to it. All of you know about Harry's landmark campaign in 1972 against the makers of thalidomide, but you may not know that in 2014, 4 decades later, Harry picked up his pen again to return to the story, revealing in a piece for Reuters that new documents raised startling questions about whether Germany's federal government had reached a backroom deal with both the makers of thalidomide and prosecutors in charge of the criminal case. We at Reuters strive every hour, every minute to cover the world in real time. But we also take time to dig deep, to dig long into the world's most important overlooked stories. Harry's example of sticking to it has been a North Star for us as we have built up our investigative journalism unit over the past decade. And that's why we're so thrilled to be co-hosts today of this summit, which will explore so many of the facets, the aspirations, the risks, the crackdowns on, the costs of investigative journalism. And it's an important time to be focusing on this kind of work, because journalists are putting their lives, their health, and their freedoms at risk every day to inform the world. Just yesterday, Arman Soldin of the AFP lost his life covering the war in Ukraine. Evan Gershkovich, you saw his photo before, of the Wall Street Journal, has been in a Russian jail for more than 40 days. 362 other journalists are currently in jail around the world, and this is the highest level in 30 years. And the intensifying crackdown on press freedom around the world has created a new breed of exiles, journalists who dared report dangerous truths. Throughout today's varied and rather intense program, we hope to channel the essence of Harry, his curiosity, his cunning, his courage, and above all, his stick-to-itiveness, which is a true word, because we plan to stick with investigative journalism, and I hope all of you will too. And now I'd like to pass it to our other partner in crime, Karen O'Brien, Vice Chancellor of Durham University.
Thank you. We are enormously proud at Durham University of our alumnus, Sir Harry Evans. Harry studied at the castle between 1949 and 1952, edited the student newspaper The Palatinate, and occasionally found himself talking in pubs to local miners. In his autobiography, My Paper Chase, he gives a vivid account of the magic and quirkiness of his alma mater, and also recounts how he found journalistic inspiration in the Northeast. He edited the regional newspaper, The Northern Echo, knowingly following in the footsteps of Northeasterner and father of British investigative journalism, W.T. Stead. Stead deployed the Echo to expose the hypocrisy and brutality of the Victorian prostitution of women and girls. Harry's Echo campaigned for cervical smear tests for women. Like Stead, he did not shy away from taboo or difficult subjects. My university today is similarly committed to the research and teaching of difficult, urgent issues ranging from gender-based violence to contemporary Russian politics. We are therefore so delighted to play a part in this global summit to affirm the special partnership between investigative journalism and universities and to celebrate our shared commitment to evidence gathering and free inquiry. For if great journalists are truth tellers, universities are surely truth keepers. Not only are we educators of students and safe guardians of the archive, not only do we maintain expertise in languages, security studies, and areas whose public use may only one day become clear in a crisis, and not only do we remind legacy-conscious tyrants and war criminals how the first journalistic draft of history will become the lasting record of all time, and how, as Tacitus wrote, truth is confirmed by inspection and delay. More than this, in our global era of digital noise, we give assurance to journalists in the field that there are observatories on truth, spaces where fake news and fake histories are contested, and where the insights of journalists can be verified. We sustain and connect insights over the long time, and we also evaluate and celebrate how journalists are themselves the makers of history. This was the case in 1971 with the atrocities in East Bengal, now Bangladesh, that Harry was bold enough to name as genocide, and which universities here and across the world continue to document more than 50 years on. The values that Sir Harry Evans embodied continue to inspire students and staff and are as urgently relevant as ever. Let us begin.
No commercial and no political interest should stand in the way of the truth. That would be the antithesis of all that I stood for in journalism.
you look back on that Sunday Times and you admire the courage of the man, and he blasted open some of the legal challenges to journalism in ways from which we've all benefited.
These children exist in the real world, and we mustn't be put off telling the public about the plight of the children.
What we all learnt from Harry is that a single investigation did not deliver.
That was Harry's greatest achievement, I think, to change British law in favour of press freedom, in favour, give more power to the powerless.
Task of editing is to be anything, it is to edit text. If it's to sign expense sheets, I don't want to do it.
And if you've got the pictures of the Queen,
Thank you.
they're very depressing pictures, I must say.
Morning, everyone. Very good to see you. If that doesn't stir you, nothing will. My name's Amol. I work at the BBC. I've got four giants of journalism here alongside me. Dean Baquet, who's just stepped down from running the New York Times. Dean still runs an investigative unit there. Roula, Khalaf, if I pronounce that, I've got that roughly right, Khalaf, who is the editor of the FT and has overseen some absolutely enormous investigations and scoops. Nick Davies, who led the charge on, if charge is the operative word, on phone hacking, which is very timely given events just down the road. And then James Harding, who was appointed editor of the Times at the age of, I think, 14, was it, James? And then director of BBC News, where made some excellent hires, if I may say, and then founded Tortoise Media. We've ludicrously only got 31 minutes, so I'm going to be very aggressive on time. None of your long-winded digressions, please, and no poetry, Dean. But let's start with Harry Evans, because the main thing about Harry Evans was his generosity of spirit, of intellect, of time. I remember when I met him and interviewed him about his book, Do I Make Myself Clear? He was very clear about the power of plain English. James, let me start with you. How did Harry Evans help you, particularly when you were having a spot of bother with your old friend Rupert?
Well, he made having a spot of bother with Rupert Murdoch look extremely glamorous, and so that no doubt helped a good bit. I think there are two ways of thinking about it. One was just, in the ways in which you saw in that film, there were two things that Harry did for all of us as journalists. One was to realise that the law needn't be an obstruction to great journalism, but could be marshalled to its aid. So in the way in which he did, obviously, around distillers and thalidomide, and pursued that story not just in the pages of the Sunday Times, but in the courts. We looked at the Times, the family courts, and thought that was actually something that we could see open up and change a level of secrecy. Camilla Cavendish, who worked with me there, was kind of instrumental in that. And then the second thing was he was really, really a man who understood the value of time. He would take time to pursue a case, and again, Andrew Norfolk, who was at the Times with me there, pursued this case of child sex grooming in Rotherham and Rochdale. But your point right at the beginning, Amal, about his generosity, that was the thing. That was the thing. And when Tina stood up just earlier on and talked about his capacity to ferret out falsity, she has this gift with these phrases, she once described him as a man that you shouldn't, I'm going to hope I get this right, you shouldn't mistake his geniality for pliability. And that was, I think, the essence of him. He was such a warm and enthusiastic and generous person, but he was unrelenting.
Roula, James talks about the generosity of his example. What do you think his influence has been on you? and on all of us?
The influence.
The influence of Harry Evans.
I think tenacity, I would say, perhaps more than anything else. I think he's been an inspiration to a whole generation of journalists. And when journalists come to you and say, this may not be quite an FT story, but it is in the tradition, and it happens quite a bit, but it is in the tradition of Harry Evans, you suddenly listen. Because whether it's on the social, healthcare, so stories that have nothing to do with finance, which is more of our specialty, and where young journalists today in particular draw inspiration from Harry, I think it does make you listen and think that this is really what investigative journalism should be about.
Absolutely. Dean, tell us about the time that he helped you.
So I was editor of the Los Angeles Times, this is more than 20 years ago, and I had a very bad owner.
Very bad?
Owner.
Right.
Who kept cutting the budget. And I was having trouble figuring out what my line should be. Where's the point where you say, this is too much, you're killing the place? If I leave, should I leave, which would then leave behind all of these editors I'd hired? And I'd never met Harry Evans, though I had read one of his books, and I called him out of the blue and said, I'm going to be in New York, can we talk? And we had a long lunch, and he just encouraged me to understand what my line was. He was generous in the sense that he didn't, show outrage and say you should walk out the door tomorrow, because he understood the point that if I walked out the door, I would be leaving some people behind. And he said, you're really going to have to work to understand what your line is and stick to that. It's got to be your own personal line. I just thought I was a very young editor. I thought he was just generous and warm, and his advice carried me through, to be honest.
Wonderful.
I was fired a few months later. But I lasted longer.
Yeah. It would have been a few weeks later.
Yeah,
not
that's
that
right.
lunch. Yeah, exactly. It was a great lunch. Nick, did he help you over hacking?
He did. He supported me, warm, kind. I think in the background there's another point, which is that you cannot do a story like the phone hacking or any of these things we're talking about unless you've got an organization and an editor behind you. And the organization and the editor need to be at the opposite end of the spectrum to where most of them are, i.e. not thinking commercially all the time, as Dean has just been talking about, and with a certain sort of moral obsession. So you've got to have somebody at the top of the hierarchy. I had Alan Rusbridger, but Harry's an example who won't let go of something because it's wrong, and that's why we're going to pursue it. And it doesn't matter if it costs. It doesn't matter if the readers aren't interested. We're going to do it. So one thing I took from Harry, in that first memoir, Good Times, Bad Times, which is just sensational about stories behind stories, he looked back on those big investigations at the Sunday Times, and he reckoned you could reduce each of them to one of three statements. We name the guilty man. 2, the arrow points to the defective part on the plane that's going to crash when it takes off, or the car that will explode when you turn the ignition key. And 3, stop these evil practices now. And with his tongue in his cheek, that's entirely moral. And so all of reporting, news and investigation, begins with selective judgments. Why are we doing that story instead of the million others over here? And if, instead of thinking commercially, you think morally, you begin to climb that slope at the top of which is Harry. You can't do these stories unless you've got a Harry.
You also can't do them unless you've got time, as Jay mentioned. This is a summit to celebrate investigative journalism, and Harry's most known for that work. I want to walk you guys through some of your biggest investigations, and just because of time, I'm going to do it in a very formatted way. So I'm going to ask you all 3 questions, which is, first of all, where do these investigations start? Secondly, what was the toughest moment? And third, do you have any evidence that it actually helps you, not just editorially, but with your business? So what I want to try to get to is some evidence that actually people say people won't pay for journalism, young people don't want to pay for journalism. Actually, that's complete bollocks. There is a lot of evidence that people will pay for this stuff. So let's start with you, Dean. Let's talk you through Harvey Weinstein. This was a huge cultural moment beyond America. Where did it start?
So about 25 years...
Can I just get some water as well? Sorry, while we're at it.
So about 25 years ago, Bill O'Reilly, on one of his rants, ranted about a woman who had made accusations against him. And nothing ever happened. Nobody paid attention to it. And I made a note to myself that that was worth pursuing at some point. So when I became editor of the New York Times, and after the publication of other stories about Fox, I decided I wanted to get to the bottom of this one woman who made an accusation against Bill O'Reilly. We ended up doing a series of stories about O'Reilly and how he had paid huge settlements. And it struck me that was a new device that I'd never thought of. That the way to make these assertions of actions by leaders against women was to actually show they'd made settlements. And suddenly that was something you could hang your hat on, something very specific. So after doing the Bill O'Reilly stories, which led to his firing, I called a group of reporters and editors in, and I said, let's look at these. There must be others like this. So a few weeks later, Jodi Kantor and Megan Twohey came in and said, we keep hearing the name Harvey Weinstein. So I said, well, dig into it. By the way, speaking of economics, at the time, Harvey Weinstein was one of our biggest advertisers, which I didn't know, nobody mentioned. I could see he had ads, but we didn't pay attention to it. And they just started coming back with these amazing stories about Weinstein. You asked the toughest moment, there were two. The first tough moment was realizing that The New Yorker was working on a similar story. And we always talk about it, the greatness of investigative reporting, but it's also a competitive sport. So that was upsetting. But the other one was Weinstein wanted to talk with me one-on-one, alone, without the reporters. And
How did that message reach you?
He started calling people who knew me. He started calling friends and mutual friends, people I'd worked with, journalists, people in the world of entertainment who I'd known in LA and New Orleans and my travels. He wanted a one-on-one meeting with him. And I have a hard and fast rule. If you are the subject of an investigative project, you do not get to meet alone with me, and you do not get to meet off the record with me, because I don't want to know anything the reporters can't know. It's like that, to me, that's like a mortal sin to pull out my old catechism. You can't, I don't want to know stuff that the reporters don't know. And he wanted to talk as like power guy to power guy, right? Well, I don't want to have that kind of relationship, frankly, with anybody. So finally, he kept calling, and I had two conversations with him through the story. One, I just picked up my phone one day, and it was him, and he asked to meet. And I said, nope, you have to meet with the reporters. And the second one was, I walked past the room the night before, 2 nights before we were to publish, and he was screaming at the two reporters and their editors, who happened to be women, and which is a dynamic with him, we now know. And it was, I was furious, because it was abusive. And I walked into the room, and I told him he had to shut up, give us his comment, or we were going to publish without it. Impact? I don't...
Just how did he take that?
How did he take it? He said, you're bullying me. And I said, and I do have a temper. One of the reporters wrote in the book that they were worried I would lose my temper because they've seen my temper, and I kept calm. And I said, I'm not bullying you. He said, well, I'm going to call the Washington Post. And I said, that's great, you should do that. But we're going to publish our story. Impact, it obviously had impact on the world, far more than I ever anticipated.
Do you have, I mean, the New York Times subscriptions grew sharply. I do editorship, and Mark Thomson, who was your CEO, deserves some credit for that as well, as do all the other journalists who worked on the paper. Do you have any evidence of a discernible, specific impact from the Weinstein investigation, i.e. people came to you saying, I like what you're doing on Weinstein type thing?
Yeah, I don't know if I can say that there was a specific increased result, but I do think that whenever we do big investigative stories, Weinstein, we did a series of drone strikes the year before getting Trump's taxes, I do think that over time, that tells people we're a certain kind of news organization. And while I can't make a direct link, I believe that there's a link.
Roula, tell us about the FT, because when you became editor in 2020, you said you wanted all your reporters to dig very deep into corporate stories, and you landed this almighty story over a long time around Wirecard. Again, where did that begin?
It starts in 2014 when Dan McCrum, who was not at the time part of the investigative team, he worked on the Alphaville blog, gets a call from a hedge fund guy he knows, and the guy says to him, do you fancy looking at some German gangsters? Dan fancied looking at some German gangsters and starts digging into Wirecard. Wirecard was the least sexy company you can imagine. It's a payments company. So quite difficult to write about in an engaging way. And this, at the end of the day, was an accounting fraud. He publishes the first story. The company reacts very, very badly. But he never gives up. The breakthrough, though, comes about 4 years later when a whistleblower comes along. The whistleblower is in Singapore, and Dan and his editor, Paul, and our correspondent in Singapore go to see the whistleblower. The whistleblower had documents that could prove that the company was making up its accounts. Essentially, half of the revenues were not there, and through a very, very elaborate fraud. The problem, of course, is that we are in Germany, and rather than investigating Wirecard, the German authorities and the courts turn against the journalists and personalize this to an unbelievable extent. So there's a criminal investigation of the reporters. There is a whole establishment, including some banks. I remember seeing a Commerzbank analyst report which directly attacks Dan Macron. I think, though, the toughest moment, and there were many tough moments, as the reporters would tell you, and our editor Lionel at the time, was when the FT was forced to bring in a law firm in order to investigate our own reporters, not because anyone had doubts in the reporters or in their reporting, but because Wirecard had gotten hold of a recording from I think it was the owner of a nightclub. I mean, some really strange stuff, saying that the FT would be publishing a story the next day. How he knew was literally by chance. So a company comes in. It was very tough on the reporters. It exonerates them. In the meantime, however, Wirecard manages to raise more money. It's a happy ending.
Not for them.
For us, at least. Wirecard does not exist anymore. Wirecard collapses. Not only does Wirecard collapse, but the FT is the hero of the story in Germany. The accountants are held to account. They're fined. They can't have any clients for a couple of years. There's a parliamentary investigation. Rules are changed. So this was a bombshell in Germany.
Did you get any uptick in subscribers from Germany?
Oh yeah, massively. It went up like that. And obviously, as with many investigations, a lot of our subscribers write in the comments that they're willing to pay for the FT just for that one story, and Wirecard was the best example of it.
Good for Dan McCrum. Nick, tell us about the origins of the phone hacking, scandal and story.
Easy peasy. A guy got in touch with me by email, said, I heard you on the radio this morning, the Today program, you may know it. You need to get in touch. I have something to tell you. Here's my number. Whatever you do, do not leave a voicemail message. So then you hit these moral judgments I was talking about. It's reporters from a tabloid newspaper behaving badly. It's not a story. But once I met this guy in a hotel room, very likable man, who gave me the outline of the story, you can see the moral judgments start to click into place. What this is actually about is abuse of power. You have the most powerful media mogul in this country, potentially in the world. The impact of him on the police is they're abusing their power, and on the press regulator abusing their power. And guess what? The newspaper itself is doing the same. And at the core of most of these stories we're talking about, abuse of power is the thing. And it's sort of massive artillery force lining up saying, we'll get you if you try and tell the truth about us. But apart from the fact that the beginning of the story is pretty easy, there's another point here, which is that although it can be stressful and scary things happen, on the whole, I'd pick up on a word that was used there about Harry. It's joyful. This is really exciting, and it's fun. And that's a lot of what keeps you going. And you can see the fox in the distance as you're chasing. I know it was artillery, now I'm mixing my metaphors, journalistic license. But you can see you're making progress. You're closing in on them. The bad guy, another metaphor. And that, it's so... I mean, I know there's young journalists in the audience, and you shouldn't be put off by the scale on which the thing finally erupts. Thalidomide. You think, how the hell could I do that? Actually, you start with simple stuff, and what's going on most of the time is pretty simple. I always say it's about your imagination, like car headlights in the dark. I know this much. I reckon that must be true. Who could possibly know? These people must know. And then the most important question, well, how could I get them to talk? Again, imagination, I'm going to get inside their world. If I turn up on their doorstep and say this. And it's quite simple in a way. And then when you get over that doorstep, the most exciting moment is 3 hours later, and you come out and your wrist is aching because you've filled a notebook full of notes. You think, yeah, now we're getting there.
There's some hairy moments along the way. What was the toughest moment with that?
There never were any. No, no, there was a terrible thing. You know, we were publishing stories, dozens and dozens of stories over a 2-year period, pushing them back. We're breaking through. They're starting to retreat. Andy Coulson has resigned as the Prime Minister's right-hand man. Scotland Yard has set up a straight press inquiry. Then we published this one story about the 12-year-old schoolgirl Millie Dowler, who'd been abducted and murdered 10 years earlier. And we discovered the News of the World had hacked her voicemail. That's got the emotional punch. It breaks through. Other news organizations which had been deliberately refusing to cover it, often because they themselves had been committing crimes, were pulled in. Okay. 4 months later, as a result of the impact of that story, which meant that the police had to dig deeper into their archives, new evidence emerged, which confirmed line after line after line of that story, but through really significant doubt on a key element. I could go into the detail, but I think you'll shout at me. But a key element of that story was suddenly in significant doubt. And to get to the end of the story, then at the end of the day, we still don't know the truth about that. On the balance of the evidence available, it's possible we were right, but I would say 70% it's more likely we were wrong. Now, no reporter wants to publish a story that turns out to be false. Well, maybe Fox News. Least of all do you want to do that when you're struggling against powerful people who are doing everything they can to conceal the truth. Least of all when those powerful people publish newspapers which specialize in falsehood and distortion. So it's bad enough. This is scary. But those newspapers are not just saying significant doubt over this part of the story. In the hands of somebody really mendacious like Paul Dacre at the Daily Mail, this becomes the false Millie Dowler story. The whole story is false in the hands of certain columnists on the Sunday Times whose copy reeks of alcohol. This becomes Nick Davis and Alan Rusbridger made it up. Alan sent me an email when that was published, said, you could earn a lot of money by suing this guy. But don't deal with drunks, I think, is a fool in life. But I mean, it's joyful, it's fun, it's exciting, but there are moments that are stressful, and it's scary, and you need friends.
Before we come on to James, just tell us how consequential do you think the trials that are starting today, just down the road from here? I mean, Tina's timing is impeccable because hacking is about to be, it was indeed on the news this morning.
So, you know, Prince Harry's got 3 pieces of litigation going on against the Mail, against the Murdoch Company, and today his case against the Daily Mirror starts. The significance of Harry is twofold. A, he's got enough money that he is saying, I don't care what you offer me, I don't care how much it costs if I lose, I'm going to have a hearing. Do you know there's nearly 2,000 phone hacking cases have been silenced, where the people suing have been paid off before they could get to court. The risks of going on were just too terrifying financially. Okay, so we are moving towards an evidentiary hearing. The other point of Harry is, if, as is expected, he turns up to give evidence, the newspapers who would like to ignore this story can't do that. They're going to have to cover it. It's beautiful. What's the ultimate significance of this? I want you to imagine a world in which we see a photograph one day of a man called Piers Morgan in handcuffs. You imagine a chorus of joy singing around this planet.
Well,
I don't want to prejudge the case. I mean,
don't prejudge the case. I mean, Piers Morgan does deny any knowledge of.
I was going to say this.
It's a wonderful invitation to plug the fact that I've done an interview with Piers Morgan, which is running on TV tomorrow night at 7 p.m. So he says at some length that he never hacked a phone, and he denies ever telling anyone else to hack a phone or any knowledge of phone hacking.
Sorry, you didn't need to. I was going to say, even Piers Morgan.
Going to say
he's innocent until he's proved guilty. So there's a great many steps before anything like that could conceivably happen. But the ultimate possible achievement is that, and that's not much. It might make us happy, but what isn't going to happen is that you're going to see structural reform of newspapers in this country so that they start telling the truth instead of dealing in falsehood and distortion. If we had succeeded, we would have that. This country would still be in the European Union if we'd achieved that. But you still have newspapers who abuse their power and using falsehood, distortion and spite damage this country over and over again.
I want to give James a chance to... James, tell us about Londongrad, because when you launched Tortoise Media, it was the idea was slow news, and then you had this podcast, which I think has been pretty transformative. And it now focuses, in its latest iteration, from your reporter Paul Caruana-Galizia on Iran. But before that, it focused on my former bosses, the Lebedevs. Tell us the origin of that story.
So the story, if you didn't see it, was an investigation in how did Evgeny Lebedev, at that stage a young man in his early 40s, son of a KGB, FSB agent in London, become a member of the House of Lords. And it's really a story, not so much about him, but about us, about the way in which power and the press was co-opted, not just by money, but mostly by parties, really good parties. He invited lots of people.
As opposed to political parties.
Yeah. He invited people to very, very glamorous, very fun parties. And along the way, some of the most powerful people, including our Prime Minister, were essentially brought into a relationship that just seemed bizarre, and then the closer you looked at it, wrong. And the answer to your question, Amor, is it started, I know that we talk about ChatGPT and AI, it started with a slightly older-fashioned journalistic technology, which is called lunch. I went for lunch, and I was asking a member of the House of Lords, as it happened, about Lebedev, because I think a lot of the stories that we talk about, some of the stories we talked about this morning, they're scandals in plain sight. They're things that you look at and you think, how's that possible? And the member of the House of Lords said something to me, which given his character seemed to say a lot, was it's not right. And I went back and I said to Paul Caruana-Galizia, who's a reporter at Tortoise, I said, listen, all I can tell you is that, so it's not much of a tip. But if this person says it's not right, it's probably not right. Can you go away and take a look at it? And what Paul did was spend the time really understanding the relationship between Evgeny Lebedev and Boris Johnson, the relationship between the papers and the party, and then the process. And the process is really interesting in terms of the extent to which the national security agencies raised a hand and said, we're worried about this. Significant members of the government and party said the same, and yet the coziness of that relationship won through, trumped everything.
And the toughest moment?
It's interesting, I was listening to Dean about that point around that moment when the subject of a story gets in touch and says, can we have a word? And I think it's really interesting the way Dean frames it. And I was tempted to say that, but actually, I think the thing that's can be really hard, for as much as we all talk about time and Harry's commitment to time, is the extent to which people in power play you for time. And so what you'll get is either someone like Evgeny Lebedev saying, sure, I'm happy to be in part of this, I'll give you an interview then. Or actually, I can't do it then, maybe in 2 weeks' time. Or actually, how about in a couple of months? And that was one side of it. And at the same time, the government kicks you into the long grass. They essentially said, look, we need to go to a proper process here to understand exactly how the House of Lords Appointment Commission made this decision, and months and less is revealed. And so strangely, time gets played against you. And that's as much as we talk about giving ourselves time to do the reporting, we're also, as Dean says, in a competitive business, and we're under pressure and probably temperamentally impatient.
And I think I heard you say on a podcast you did see an uptick in your subscriber numbers. Your membership actually grew because people loved that podcast.
Yes, the difficulty, I think, with the kind of point you're making, is it's not a straight line, and it doesn't always work. So what we saw, for example, was, London Grad in its first episode did double what we'd normally see, and as a result of that, there was a sort of uptick of probably about 20% just week on week from there on in. And so you do see more subscribers. The issue is that you don't have an obvious correlation between the time and resources you put into an investigation and what you get out commercially. And I think to Nick's point right at the beginning, you shouldn't think in that way. You've got to think overall, what are we here for? And then over time, believe that people will come and support it and engage in it. And a colleague of mine, Charles Patel, says, we also have to be careful. There are only three kinds of stories, right? Stories you should read, stories you want to read, and stories you do read. And we've got to make sure we land the third.
Roula.
I think James is absolutely right. That's not what you think about when you are working on a story. But good journalism is very expensive, and we have to be cognizant of that. The problem today is that we don't see a lot of local journalism anymore, because whether it is, especially in the UK, the lawyers can put you under incredible pressure. We can withstand it, Dean can withstand it, James can withstand it, but a lot of organizations cannot withstand it, and so they will not pursue investigations because of that. So I think the economics of journalism is actually very important today.
But trust in journalism and trust in news is falling off a cliff. And Dean, there was a bit of polling out from YouGov America just this week showing, actually weirdly showed the BBC, not weirdly, but showed the BBC was highly respected in America, but it showed, generally speaking, trust in news is falling off a cliff. And if you think about the 20th century and you think about figures like Harry Evans, like you guys, like Woodward and Bernstein who are at this event, there was a time when the newsman or newswoman was this archetype, this kind of cool figure, sometimes played by Humphrey Bogart, someone who is noble, someone who's fun, someone who's cool. That's kind of collapsing. How do we go about restoring it and make it cool to be a hack again? A journalist.
Some of it makes sense. Remember, we've just spent 4 years with the President of the United States relentlessly attacking news organizations that did tough reporting about him. That's contributed. But I actually think investigative reporting, when it's right, when it's true, when it has impact, will help to restore our reputations. I do. I think that I just think that stories, and going back to almost all of the stories we're talking about, they affected the world. They affected change, and I think that you should not let fear of trust or fear of how people will regard you keep you from doing that work. I think all of us are talking about the long game, right? Can I prove that the day after Harvey Weinstein's stories that suddenly our circulation went up? No. And I bet everybody else can say the same thing. Can I say that the institutions that do that kind of work relentlessly end up thriving? I suspect if we look down the line that's true.
Yeah, absolutely. James, final word to you. Can you give us let's go back to Harry to finish with. Is there a moment, is there a story, is there a brief anecdote? I said we can't have any long digressions, but is there something that you think, your experience of him, that captures the essence of the guy?
Well, fun fact, we were sitting here, I thought of a moment that we'd had in New York just when we launched Tortoise, and it was a bit like the beginnings of this conversation that we had this morning, where you introduce everyone warmly. So Harry's there. I introduced him. He was sitting, I think, in the second row, and obviously he's Harry Evans, right? I mean, you can pretend as much as you like that you're not starstruck, but you still are. And he's Harry Evans, and so I give him this kind of gushing introduction on what a wonderful person he is and what an inspiration he is and the greatest editor of the 20th century and the whole ruggedy-buggedy-boo. And we then get into a conversation about the regulation of the internet, and we're going through a conversation like this, and we're all congratulating ourselves on the important work that we're doing, and 20 minutes in, Harry's obviously bored. And he stands up, and he just goes at me and all the rest of us on the panel and just says, have any of you read Section 230? Who knows the words here to Section 230? Does anyone know what the rules are? Governing platforms, the reason we've got... And he absolutely tore a strip off us. And that was, to go back to that point about don't mistake geniality for pliability, that was the thing about him, that there was something relentless about him that even amongst his friends, What he cared about always was getting after the truth and making sure we went for the subject that mattered. And so that's why I'm inspired by him still, and I suspect we all are.
It's a wonderful note on which to end. Guys, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Stunning film, isn't it? Well done. Good round down the way. I'm Alex Crawford. I'm special correspondent for Sky News, and it is an absolute honour and pleasure to be sitting next to such a dogged and determined journalist, and probably one of the most brave in the world, if not the most brave. I've just returned from filming a documentary in Mexico and really witnessed how much of a stranglehold the drug cartels have on the country and the effect it's had on the whole of the society there, specifically against women. I've covered a few wars, too many wars, and it seems to me that there aren't bombs dropping in Mexico, there aren't shells landing, there aren't soldiers fighting in trenches or reporters alongside trenches, in trenches with them, but there's an ongoing war there. And the statistics are sort of eye-wateringly shocking, particularly about women. You know, women being tortured, killed, raped, disappeared, beaten, sold as sex slaves like commodities. And it's also probably the most dangerous place in the world for a journalist. Now, you're a woman and a journalist, so there's two strikes against you. I guess what I want to know is, I mean, in a room full of passionate, dedicated, fierce journalists, what is it that drives you to do it?
Well, first, thank you for the invitation to come here. For me, it's very important to talk to the international community of journalists, not to try to say that I am kind of a special person. We know we are not. We are just ordinary people that believe that can do little things to change all this mess, not just in Mexico. In all the world exists a big mess, and we journalists have a duty to do something about that. So in my case, I have been a journalist for the last 30 years. I mean, more of the half of my life. And was one moment in my life in 2000, I was already a journalist, but my father was kidnapped and murdered in Mexico City. He was a middle-class businessman, and he was kidnapped but because money. And when I saw his body, I really understand that this corruption in Mexico hurts, that exists many victims like my father that will never get justice until the society and ordinary people like me do something. So I really decide to confront all the organized crime in Mexico, and the worst part, the people in power, the businessmen, the artists, the nice people that protect these monsters. So I decide to do that, and this is my war, my personal war.
But you've had incredible success. Yeah. You've had incredible success, remarkably, in actually exploiting the links between the drug cartels and the politicians, the drug cartels, and almost every layer of society in Mexico and beyond, because it's not just Mexico, right? Give us an indication of just how layered I saw they seem to have a stranglehold on businesses, on politicians. They'd infiltrated the police.
The president.
The president goes right up to the president.
Not just in the past, right now.
Mm-hmm. So give us so those people who aren't so familiar with what's going on in Mexico, and also you feel really strongly about how it's not just Mexico, it's here on the streets of London as well.
So this is an important part because when I invited in this kind of conference, we are so focused always about what is happening in Mexico, poor Anabel, poor savage country. That is happening in the other part of the world. Yes, it's sad. I can cry sometimes, but that is not my life involved there. You are really very wrong. And I have been saying this since 2010 when I published my book, Narcoland, about the power of the Sinaloa cartel and how this power is growing in all the world. I mean, it's growing in Mexico. I mean, they buy just Mexico. They are the owners of Mexico, this huge cartel. And because corruption, yes, because in Mexico we have a lot of corruption, but one question, why this cartel has presence in the 70% of the world? How this is happening? Because the corruption is everywhere, because the consumers are everywhere. So all these ties that the Sinaloa cartel were able to do in Mexico, they are doing this in China, in UK, in France, in Italy, with all the biggest gangs in the world, Albania gangs, Romanian gangs, Chinese gangs, Russian gangs, local gangs, everywhere, because they understand that if they do a huge network, they can have a big business. So they have a war in Mexico with the little cartels just to have all the control in Mexico. But outside, they are a businessman. And they have clients. And these clients are you, modern and very democratic countries that pretend that this is not your problem, but it's your problem because you are the biggest consumers. Mm-hmm. So it's really insane that now new generations, just explain me this, new generations think, oh God, it's horrible, it's a biggest crime. Trash, throw a plastic bag in the ocean because poor turtles, poor little fishes, this is a mess. We cannot do that because we are killing a turtle. But you can get a line of cocaine, you can get some pills of methamphetamines, you can have some fentanyl. For new generations, that is not a crime. Maybe with a plastic bag, maybe one turtle could be died, could be killed. But it's certainly sure that if you buy a gram of cocaine, you are killing someone in Mexico, in my country. And this is not moral. This is immoral. Mm-hmm. Sorry, because, I mean, I have to take the chance to, I'm hungry. I'm hungry.
Even getting worked up.
It's not personal with you, but this is the truth.
Yeah. No, but you also think that people are kind of burying their heads in the sand, don't you, if they don't think it's going to affect them and other countries and other economies sooner or later. The focus is on Mexico. It's interesting, though, that it's taken you, an individual journalist, who doesn't even is not staff anywhere. You don't have to kowtow to any editor. You've done it on your own, exposing the very top links between the chief of police, the president. But it took 10 years. Give us an idea of why you think it took so long and why it was left to you to expose it.
So the story behind this is that on 2006, 2011, through some sources inside the government and some sources inside the cartels, I was able to get notice that the Secretary of Public Safety in Mexico, the federal, he was one of the most powerful policemen in Mexico. He paid a lot of money to the media to talk well about him, that he was the super policeman, that he was the hero that was combating against the cartels, and I was able to get and prove with documents. I do a very deep research about his money, his properties that doesn't correspond with his salary, and I was able to show, to prove, when he was in charge, not after, when he was in charge, that he was in the payroll of the Sinaloa cartel, that he wasn't working for the citizens. He was working for El Chapo Guzman, for all these powerful people in Sinaloa cartel. So when I published this, no one wanted to believe, no one wanted to hear. Even if I show documents, the properties, no one wanted to believe. But you know, this is our work. We have to keep doing. I really believe in long-term investigations. You want to get some justice, you want to get something through your work, you have to keep. Many people say, oh, Anabel, this is something personal from Anabel against poor Garcia Luna, poor guy. Anabel is the worst one. But I keep doing my job. This cost a lot for me and my family. He wanted to kill me.
He's tried to a couple of times,
yeah,
hasn't
he sent 11 gunmen to my house to try to kill me. And now he's in jail. He was sentenced just this year, guilty. Thank you, but sadly, was not in Mexico. Because in Mexico, the justice doesn't exist. This happened in the United States, and we know how is the justice in the United States, but at least we got this. The tragedy is all his people, all his right hands, all the people that operate for him now are in very high-level positions in the new government that pretend to be new government against corruption. You know, the government of this guy, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, the current president, that supposedly is from the left, but he just hired all these corrupted people. And you can understand why Mexico still be a big mess, because bad people is still in power. So, yes, I think I view the things in this way. I won a little battle, but the war, not yet.
Mm-hmm. It's difficult, I imagine, working in a country where almost everyone is tainted by corruption or coerced into it. How did you manage to withstand that? How did you manage to avoid being sucked into it? And also, how do you get your sources to talk? Because you haven't been able to protect all of them either, have you?
This is a very interesting question because, of course, to get there inside the cartels, as I was able to do, take me a lot of time. It's not just one day, yes, do you want to talk with me? And no. I have been investigating the Sinaloa cartel for the last 17 years, so it's a long, long time to working, digging. And so I have three strategies. First, I'm not crazy. I don't want to be a hero. I'm a mother of two. I have my husband, I have my family. I don't want to be a victim. Even if no one else remember my name, I don't care. I don't want to be a victim. I want to be alive and do my job. And so I have to do my job very carefully, smart. I will never accept to get silent, never. But I have to, be very careful. I know when investigation is very hot, and I just have to wait a little bit and then again start. And as the cartels, the Sinaloa cartel, have penetrated to the government and many levels of the society, I found one way to penetrate them. And now I'm really inside, because I am inside of their families, wives, lovers, mothers, daughters. Right now, there are very important sources of me. And now I'm trying to investigate. Okay, we are watching the violence. I understand that. Now I explored all the parts of the corruption, okay, but something is missing. Why these guys are doing what they are doing? It's just money? No, it's something else. So I'm trying to understand why. Who makes them powerful? Why they want that money? Why they want that Ferrari, that huge house, all this jewelry? They need people behind. They need people beside that said, oh, yes, you are a hero. Why you want a Ferrari if no one will be sitting beside you? You need public, isn't it? So the public are these women. If we, the governments in Mexico and different parts of the world, are able to understand that they have a weakness, and that weakness is the families, the top families in the organized crime organizations, there is the weakness, and we have to explore there. So I'm doing this, and so I manage all these steps to be able to keep my investigation. So right now I cannot live in Mexico because security issues. I have to live outside, but every time I go back to Mexico, once every 2 months, and keep doing my job and try to manage and create every time new ways, to understand.
I don't know about the drug cartels, but I'm scared. Tell me, you mentioned you have to live out of Mexico now. What was it that finally made you leave? Because your son was so used to and familiar with bodyguards even before he could walk. But what was the key thing that made you leave? Was it just you thought, right, now I'm a mother, I need to be looking after my family? Or did you think I need to be alive to be able to continue this investigation?
The part of my country had been one of the most difficult decisions in my life. And I have to confess that was not really my family, because, I don't know, it sounds crazy and I'm sorry, but when I was doing this, I really was very conscious that something bad can happen to my family. And I don't know why I took the risk. But when these 11 gunmen entered to my house, tried to kill me, I wasn't there. But they took some of my neighbors. The little daughter of my neighbor, she was just 6 years old, and one man put the gun in her head. So I understand that I became very dangerous for others. And this conscience that, okay, maybe I can't take my risk, but in my conscience, I cannot put in danger the people that is around me, these neighbors, innocent people, me too, but they didn't took the decision that I took. So I decided to live, to keep doing my job, to keep fighting.
You said once that sometimes you thought that journalism was even more important than being a mother. explain that? Because I find, as a mother myself,
There
get
are things that,
criticised a lot.
I don't know, guys. I mean, we are journalists. How can we explain this? It's when you really think that your work, your little work, I am an ordinary people, but I believe in the power of ordinary people. And I will not let to my country, to that cartels and to that corrupted government. So when I don't think just in myself, when I think about the tragedy that is in Mexico, that's why I said, okay, everyone could be my father. Mm-hmm. Everyone could be me. So for me, that is more important, sometimes more important than being a mother. And I have to try to live with this.
Anabel, you are remarkable. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done.
I'm Andrew Marr. I now do a daily news magazine program for LBC, and I am political editor of the New Statesman. And there are two, I think, existential threats to all of our futures, and they both provoke very, very different challenges to journalism. One is climate change, but we're going to talk about the second, which is Putin's Russia. Now, I'm here under false pretenses. I am not an investigative journalist, though I have interviewed Putin and Medvedev and a series of incredibly brave Russian opposition politicians and dissidents. But I'm very, very glad to say that we have the key people here. If there is a dark roll call of people who have bravely and consistently challenged Putin's narrative, they are sitting here on the stage today. You saw, I hope, a little bit of that Navalny documentary, which for me was the standout television moment of the last year. That extraordinary moment when Navalny phones the people who had tried to kill him and then reveals who he is. Now, we have, you saw both Maria Pevchikh and her collaborator who made these incredible films, and they're both on the stage with me now. Sorry, Christo Grauzev, I beg your pardon, Christo and Maria, and we're going to hear from them as well. Many of you know Bill Browder at the end there. He has gone from being the biggest portfolio investor in Russia to Putin's enemy number one, he's been called, which is quite a compliment, Bill. Great to have you here. And as well, we've got somebody, Mikhail Ziga, who is the former editor-in-chief of an independent TV channel, Rain, which was thrown out of Russia and had to keep trying to get messages and the truth back to the Russian population from outside. So 4 really important and different perspectives here today. Let me start with you, Maria. So you not only worked for Navalny, he's a friend of yours, Alexei Navalny. Can I just start by asking, because I'm sure we're all wondering this question, how he is right now, when you last heard from him, and how you think he's doing?
I wish we could start on a more cheerful note, really.
Well, we can't, yeah.
Well, he is not well. He's in prison. It's been more than 2 years. He has been kept in a solitary confinement for over 6 months. They are torturing him. They are underfeeding him. They are applying all the sorts of psychological pressure on him. He hasn't seen or spoken to his family in over a year. And it's a complete and total isolation that he is dealing with. His health is not great, but his spirits are high.
His spirits are high. It's quite extraordinary, Maria, that in this circumstance, he's able to get messages out. You know, you see Twitter messages from him and other messages on social media. It's as if Solzhenitsyn, back in the old days, was able to send letters to the West. How is that possible?
Well, I wouldn't want to go into very fine detail of that because we're very cautious that this channel might be interrupted. But in broad strokes, Navalny is allowed to see his lawyers, because he's constantly being sued by the Russian government for new things. Now, this time, they're about to start a new case against our organization for extremism and terrorism. So that means that Navalny is being brought to court regularly via video link. It means that his lawyers are allowed to see him and study the case materials together. So that allows for a little bit of communication to pass through the prison walls. And also, Russian prisons are weirdly digitally advanced, and there is like an online thing when you can actually send a letter to a prisoner. So we use that quite a bit as well.
How extraordinary. There's no doubt that Navalny, across the world, must be one of the bravest people in the world. Do you think it's because his name is spoken so constantly in the West that's kept him alive? Because Putin, I'm quite sure, would like to kill him.
He is definitely the bravest person I've ever met in my life. And I think that, well, what you mentioned, that's our plan. That's our calculation. We hope that we can support him in his decision by keeping his name in the spotlight as much as possible. This is why there is a film that just won a BAFTA and an Oscar. This is why we give interviews, do shows, run our YouTube channels, because we want to increase the value of Navalny's life. We want to increase the cost that Putin might pay if he decides to kill Navalny again, because let's face it, last time he tried it, he embarrassed himself quite a bit.
He certainly did, and we'll come on to that later on. But Maria, you've done, I think, 200 investigations so far, which is an extraordinary record. And one of the biggest was Putin's Palace, which was this film. I don't know if anyone here has seen it. I hope you have, which went absolutely viral across Russia, had an enormous impact. So just tell me, first of all, tell us all a little bit about the film and why you think it had the impact it did.
Well, the film is exactly what it says on the label. It is about Putin's palace. We were leaked floor plans and photographs of this place on the Black Sea shore near Sochi, a mysterious, ginormous palace, the size of Buckingham Palace perhaps, that had no owner, apparently. So we managed to prove that this very gigantic random house surrounded by vineyards and fields and gardens and all sorts of things. We managed to prove that it belongs to Putin. And the film was so successful, I think it acquired about 120 million views on YouTube. I think because it had a very good overview of where Putin started and where he ended, like for that day, for early 2021. It showed his entire past from a very small KGB man who wasn't any special, who hasn't had anything, going about him, and how he managed to acquire so much power and how he managed to become a dictator eventually. So I do recommend to watch this investigation for everybody. It's quite fun, and it is definitely a good watch.
It's a wonderful watch, and of course what it shows is even the most nationalist and patriotic Russians don't like the idea that the man who runs the country is a thief and a criminal. Let's turn to you, Christo, because you're the lead Russia investigator for Bellingcat, which has done, I think, more than any intelligence agency around the world to uncover what's really going on in Putin's Russia. Before we start, just explain to people who might not know a little bit about Bellingcat.
Bellingcat is an open source investigation collective or a platform. It was launched in 2014 by Elliot Higgins, UK citizen, who launched it with the idea to gather like-minded people who are not necessarily professional journalists, but who have a passion for open source investigations, looking for little clues in photographs that are posted on Twitter or on Facebook, and finding pieces of shrapnel that can prove the origin, the provenance of a particular weapon. In the Syrian war, that's how actually Elliot started working in this area, or photographs of soldiers, Russian soldiers, who happened to post selfies on the way to the Ukrainian border in 2014, which became the basis of the first major investigation of Bellingcat in 2014 that proved who shot down MH17, the Malaysian airliner shot down over eastern Ukraine. Who shot it is, the answer is soldiers from the Russian 53rd Brigade. So that's the first big investigation. Over the years, we've done a lot more.
The one that a lot of people here will know about, of course, is the Skripal investigation. Every single front page in the UK followed you. Just tell us again, because I think you guys are the future of investigative journalism in many ways, but how you started on that story.
Well, that story actually started with a previous story, because each of the investigations we've done builds on knowledge about how the Russian secret services operate that we've acquired from previous investigations. So in 2017, I investigated the attempted coup by Russia's military intelligence in Montenegro, a tiny republic. And I discovered a little bit of clues as to how they hide their identities, tradecraft, passport numbers. And that came very handy in 2018 when the Met Police announced that somebody poisoned Sergei Skripal and his daughter. And then we started looking to prove or disprove the hypothesis that it's the Russian military intelligence. And we found the same sequence of passports that had been used for the cover identities in Montenegro were used here for two travelers who came to the UK, the famous Salisbury spy chasers, the tourists. And that allowed us to look for other people who may have had passports from the same range. We found a third person who came here. And then we found out who they really were. It's a long investigation that, I mean, people have read, I guess, but it's one of the most fascinating ones for me.
They're an extraordinary outfit, Bellingcat. I interviewed Vladimir Kara-Murza, who's one of those very, very brave opposition politicians, now sentenced to 25 years in jail in Russia, and we'll talk a bit more about him in a moment. But I asked him about how he knew that it was the FSB who'd tried to poison him not once but twice. And Bellingcat had chased these people down using CCTV camera in Russian stations, accessing number plates of cars, using internal FSB sources. An absolutely extraordinary piece of work. Christo, very briefly, what are you working on now?
I would not exaggerate if I say that there's at least 100 open investigations at any given time. They're all in a folder on my computer that started with the name of one particular investigation, and now it has about 500 subfolders. So I can't tell you what will drop first, but something will drop in a week or so.
Very, very, okay. We're looking forward to that. Now, this is a well-organized event, as you can tell, because Maria and Christo are sitting next to each other, and they collaborated very closely on what I've said is, for me, the documentary of the year, and probably of many, many years, Navalny. It is, as I say, they follow Navalny going back to Russia because, like Kara-Murza, he says, I'm a Russian, I'm not going to let these sods take over my country, and therefore I go back and I fight. But of course, they tried to kill him, and there is a moment in the film when Navalny, posing as a Russian general, fools the attempted murderers into giving full access to what they were trying to do. It is an absolutely jaw-dropping moment. Let's watch it now.
Извините, заранее звонок. Мне нужно 10 минут вашего времени, очень сильно нужно. Мне нужно один абзац. Просто краткое понимание от членов команды, что у нас пошло не так, почему в Томске был установлен полный провал. Я с удовольствием помог, но я сейчас в ресторане коронавируса все это помню. Поэтому я вам звоню. Поэтому... Мушакову не позвоню тоже. сейчас простая процедура. Я буду звонить сейчас Александрову, Макшакову, Таякину. С каждого буду просить на 2 абзаца объяснения. Потому что мне нужно, почему у нас ничего не получилось, что нужно, почему было плохо, что нужно сделать, чтобы хорошо.
And they go on to describe how they put the poison on his underpants and all the rest of it. Maria, what was going through your head at that moment?
Well, to be honest, you can see quite a bit of that seems, and it probably is, the most surreal moment, the most surreal conversation that one can have.
Consider that Maria usually has a poker face, so that completely.
I do. It was complete. It took us a while to process it. And I think it went through stages. So first, the initial reaction was that there were obviously more moments where Christo is just essentially equally shocked as I am. He's holding his head. And it goes like this for the first 10 minutes, perhaps. We can't believe what's happening. It's the peak of our investigative careers, for sure. And then, another 10 minutes goes by. He keeps talking. And it's like 30 minutes into the call, and, Christo's already going to get a coffee, I'm doing something with my phone, doodling on a piece of paper. It's been 50 minutes. 50 minutes Navalny spoke to his very own murderer, to the guy who's part of that FSB poisoning kill team. And at the very end, we got bored.
I swear to God, we were telling Navalny to cut it short. We have other things to do.
It's like, it's getting repetitive. He just keeps saying and explaining how exactly they try to kill him. And obviously, it felt absolutely surreal when we hung up the phone. I was frozen for quite a while, and we had a conversation with Christo, a little bit of a depressing conversation, saying that, okay, life will never get as good again.
Well, I think...
So these are the guys who tell the rest of us what's going on in Russia and have found new and extraordinary ways to do that. But there's still the question of what the Russians themselves actually know, what they understand about this appalling aggressive war, what's really happening inside the Kremlin and the rest of it. And so I'm now going to turn to Mikhail, because Mikhail, he's an author, of course, and former editor-in-chief of a very important independent Russian TV company, Rain, which was forced out of Russia for obvious reasons, telling the truth, and had to work from outside. And Mikhail, my first question to you is, there are lots of journalistic sources starting to become stronger and stronger, giving us an insight into what's going on in Putin's Russia. How can you get the message through to ordinary Russians?
That's thank you, and that's a very good question. And actually, it consists of 2 parts. Because first, yes, we need to think about the methods, how Russian media in exile can get through, can find the audience, and can broadcast their message. And it's obvious. Yeah, we've got YouTube so far, and that's the most important platform for
YouTube
for
is the biggest one, is it?
Yeah, that's the most important platform for Anti-Corruption Foundation of Maria and Alexei Navalny. That's the most important platform for the TV channel I used to be founding editor-in-chief. That's the only platform for a lot of journalists abroad. Yes, there are Telegram channels, there are a lot of different important digital media platforms to try to get through. We are all waiting for YouTube to be blocked, and yes, it's going to happen. And that means that we need to invent new genres. We need to try to think how to repack all the long reads, all the traditional articles, all the pieces of investigative journalism to get through. At the same time, the second problem is that a lot of people in Russia are not ready to receive that message, are not reading, or at least they know. We know that 200 million viewers watched the YouTube documentary about Putin's palace. Are they uprising against the war? No, they know that Putin's regime is corrupted. At the same time, somehow they are brainwashed.
They're still inside the official narrative. I think almost as many people watch that documentary as live in Russia, so that's a lot of Russians. And yet the message isn't yet coming through. Can I ask, are you still in contact with a lot of people in Russia who are feeding back information about what's going on?
Yes, I am.
What's going on?
Several years ago, I wrote a book called All the Kremlin's Men. That is a history of what went wrong and how Putin's inner circle has been transforming him and his policy, including his policy towards Ukraine. And it's very interesting that this year, this book has become a bestseller again. And it was sold in all the Russian, in most of Russian bookstores, like a #1 bestseller. After 7 years after it was published for the first time, that means that a lot of people are interested. And it's very interesting that a lot of my sources I haven't been in touch with for several years. They are back to me. They want to talk. They are ready to talk. Because they hate the situation. They are very sorry about what is happening to them. They are very open in complaining about, for example, they are complaining about Putin. They are complaining about the West that is so unjust for them. Mm-hmm. A lot of people wanted. I'm speaking not about bureaucrats, but mostly about businessmen, for example. A lot of people wanted to leave Russia, to start a new life, maybe to sponsor some anti-Putin projects, but they were facing, if not sanctions, but their bank accounts were blocked. So now we have very strange situation when a lot of people are coming back to a lot of people who were opposing the war from the beginning. And who wanted to fight the regime are coming back, and they are taking their money from the bank accounts in the West back to Putin's hands, and they have to, or at least that's the way how they describe it. They are forced to go back, and they are forced to make business in Russia. They are forced to live there and be silent and, if not support the war, but tolerate the war.
Mikhail, can I ask you, we saw yesterday that rather extraordinary Victory Day parade in Moscow, much thinner than usual. There were great big lumbering ballistic missiles, but a strange shortage of modern tanks, which I think the Ukrainians might have had something to do with. But it was a very strange thing, but we got a familiar anti-Western rant. Russia is now at war, not with Ukraine, but with the entire West. And perhaps worryingly, there are Western voices saying exactly the same thing in reverse. How fragile do you think the Putin regime is now?
I'll try to disillusion you. I think that it's not really fragile. To my mind, it's more or less stable. To my mind, it's Putin's regime can collapse within weeks, but more likely it's going to collapse within years. Because for many years, Putin has been picking the least brave and the least ambitious people. And his inner circle is a mixture of the most loyal and the most mediocre people. And yes, the brainwashing machine was very effective. They brought Russia to the moment when a lot of people know about the corruption, but they are brainwashed about Russian history, and his obsession about Russian history and the way how Russian history was forged and was falsified by him impressed a lot of people. That's, by the way, I've just finished my new book that is called War and Punishment. That's an investigation how Russian history was manipulated by Putin and his people. It's going to be published in July, and it tells the story how a lot of people became zombified, and they are not willing to perceive the fact that Putin's war is the war against themselves, against Russian people.
Prepare for a long war, Mikhail. I look forward to that very much. Do come on to LPC and talk about it when you publish. Now then, a lot of people here will know Bill Browder, famous guy around the world. Bill, you are public enemy number one as far as Putin is concerned. Just give us an insight into how you achieved that remarkable position.
Well, I should clarify that at one time I was Putin's enemy number one, but I think we can all agree that Zelensky is his enemy number one. And,
okay, right.
And I think that Alexei Navalny and Vladimir Kara-Murza are probably in the number 2 slot right now, but I'm somewhere in the sort of top 10. So,
well, congratulations on that anyway.
And what was the second part of you?
How did you get there?
How did I get there? So the thing that the unforgivable thing that I did was my lawyer Sergei Magnitsky uncovered a $230 million Russian government corruption scheme in 2008, testified against the people involved, and was subsequently arrested, tortured for 358 days, and murdered. And since his murder in 2009, I've given up my life as a businessman, and I've spent the last 13 years now going after the people who killed him to make sure they face justice. And that's led to the Magnitsky Act, named after Sergei, which freezes the assets and bans the visas of human rights violators and kleptocrats in Russia and around the world. And Putin is a human rights violator, he's a kleptocrat, and he has a lot of money, as our colleagues have exposed around the world. And so for him, and I should say he values money more than human life, and so for him, the idea that his money could be frozen is an existential threat. And so since that has happened, he's come after me as I got this Magnitsky Act. 35 of them passed around the world. He's also gone after my good friend Vladimir Kara-Murza, who accompanied me at parliaments and governments around the world. I've been sentenced to 18 years in absentia in a Russian prison. They've come after me with 8 Interpol arrest warrants, death threats, kidnapping threats, all sorts of nastiness. My friend Vladimir, they poisoned him twice in 2015 and 2017. Christo discovered the people who poisoned him, which were the same people who poisoned Alexei Navalny. And then Vladimir went back to Moscow at the beginning of the war last year, in the same way as Alexei Navalny went back, and knowing that something terrible could happen to him. I was having dinner with him 3 nights before he went back, and I said, please, please, please don't go back. He said, how can I not go back and ask people to stand up to this terrible, murderous war if I'm afraid to go back to my own country? He went back. He was arrested after giving an interview to CNN calling Putin a war criminal and a murderer. And then they filed charges after charges after charges, and he was sentenced a couple weeks ago to 25 years in prison. He's the longest serving, at the moment, political prisoner in Russia.
I can remember vividly interviewing him about those poisonings, and at the end of the interview saying to him when it was all over, so what are you going to do now, Vladimir? He said, oh, I'm on my way to Heathrow. And I said, why are you going to Heathrow? He said, because I'm flying back to Russia. And I said, you must be insane. They'll throw you into jail. And he said, yes, probably. And I said, so why are you going back? And if you forgive the word, he said, because I'm not going to let these fuckers take over my country. Yeah. A really, really brave guy. Bill, we're already running out of time, and as a broadcast journalist, I understand what that means. So briefly, if you don't mind, how effective have sanctions been? We know that Magnitsky Act has infuriated Putin, but overall, have they been in any way effective?
Yes, very effective, very effective. And don't believe all the hype that comes out of Russia. They're saying, doesn't touch us, our economy is great, don't even worry about it. Every oligarch who's been sanctioned is squirming right now. And one of the big problems with Russia is that the money is so concentrated in such a few people's hands that if you go after those people, it really affects Putin and it affects those people. They're squirming. The central bank reserves, $350 billion of central bank reserves are frozen. They can't get ball bearings to make tanks. It's devastating in every possible way, the Russian economy. There's one huge, huge gaping hole, though, that still exists, which is as long as Russia can sell oil and gas and aluminum to the West and get hard currency, they can pay for bombs and fund their military to kill Ukrainians. And we have to, that's the final missing link is how do you prevent Russia from selling oil anywhere in the world?
Very important question. We are out of time. I'm going to ask, so I'm not going to ask for any more words, but one simple question at the end. Put up your hand, you four, if you think you will ever go back to Russia. Huzzah. Very, very good. Okay. A 20-minute coffee break now. Thank you to four very, very brave and extraordinary individuals for sharing their time with you. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your little break there. So the programme is about to begin. So if you could very quickly settle and take your seats, please. So please settle down and take your seats. The programme is about to begin. Thank you.
There's no monopolist who's a kind monopolist. The concept work from home is kind of stupid.
I love that.
Oh, that's a nice obituary.
So, welcome Barry, media maestro, you know, Lord of all you survey. I just love that whole reprise of your career. And as we sit here in this moment of sort of catastrophe in the media, I just love your sense of like, why have we, in journalism, because there's a whole other, you know, sort of landscape of chaos out there, but we're really talking about sort of the destruction of so much in media, the platforms crashing and things closing, etc. How do you see this reckoning, and why has it happened?
Oh, such a small little question. Thank you so much. Well, obviously, I mean, it's been growing for a while. We just have so much noise. We have so many people communicating in so many ways because this miracle of technology where you literally push a button and publish to the world has had the effects that it has had enormous both value destruction and the opposite of it. As far as journalism, I mean, I read more than I ever have, and I'm confused more than I ever have been. And I don't think fake news doesn't really bother me. I think there's been hardly real truth in journalism and certain sectors of it back to, I don't know, back to The Simpsons. So I'm not really concerned with that. I'm not also concerned with the dangers of generative artificial intelligence as it relates to actually journalism. I don't like it, and I think it's a terrible mistake for publishers to allow it to suck up every known piece of work that has ever been done, including every brand that anybody here, or certainly my company, has lots of them. And I reckon that to back 20 years ago when everything was free on the internet. The internet began as a concept of free media.
Yeah, and you've said that you think it was a giant mistake.
It's idiotic.
That so-called mainstream media allowed that to happen.
Well, what publishers did is they said, well, it's free, okay, we'll put it up and take ads. Of course, advertising was not enough to support it, and you saw over the last certainly 15 of those years, you saw enormous destruction. I mean, it truly brought the New York Times to the hour of bankruptcy. Mm-hmm. What saved it was the group, basically, journalist group, said, it ain't free. We'll put a paywall up and you will pay for it. Mm-hmm. And year by year by year, that built itself up and saved, basically, mainstream journalism that the bar was high enough in desire that it would get you through those paywalls rather than simply toss it and go on to the next, so to speak, free thing. Right now, the same thing is happening, which is unless publishers say, you cannot do that until there is a structure in place for publishers to get paid, you'll see another wave and an even more divisive, an even more destructive one.
But of course, on AI, the claim will be fair usage, you know, that you can't legally stop that happening.
Well, I'm sure why would you all know of the US copyright law? But there is part of it which is called fair use, transformative, and the basis of what must happen is fair use has to be redefined. Mm-hmm. You can't have fair use when there is an unfair machine that knows no bounds.
Mm-hmm. So how are you going to stop that? What are you going to do about it?
Our company, we're actually, with Dotdash Meredith, we're the largest, for my sins at this moment in time, print and digital publisher. So we, together with News Corp and Robert Thomson and Matthias Daphner at Axel, and we'll have others join us, but we're leading a group really that's going to say, we're going to work to change the copyright law, which is necessary. We're going to work to say to publishers, you cannot take our material or we will litigate. So we're going to be very active. You can't, it's incredibly dim to think you can put your hand up and stop technology. But what you can do is say, what you own, what you publish, you have a right to control.
Well, I mean, I think it's great that you are going to stand up, because
we'll
nobody
see.
did 20 years ago.
We'll see.
So you've successfully stayed ahead of the curve, Barry, such a long time. I mean, what makes your antenna sort of ping when about a new opportunity? Because you clearly have that great sense of when to move on, when to discard, when to, grab, or swoop, perhaps is a more elegant word.
Well, you mean, what is it?
Yeah, what is it you listen to?
I'm curious. It's the only thing. I got two things going. I'm curious, and I don't want to know too much. Because most of, not mistakes, most of the things that I've missed are because I've been bombarded by dim, very educated business school folk with PowerPoints that are PowerPoints truly, if you really want something abolished that is utterly non-productive, abandon PowerPoint forever. Because it destroys discussion. It is all designed in the proliferation of slides to get you to a point that someone else has directed via PowerPoint. And that's an insidious, I meander around, sorry.
No, I'm
that's an insidious
thrilled
process.
that we're going to headline abolish PowerPoint.
The truth is, if you know, as I say, I'm lucky because I'm curious, and I'm also lucky because I'm a little dim, which is, I believe these decisions are mostly instinctive. Is it a good idea? And you can scratch around, is it a good idea, an awful lot. But if you actually start doing projections and do all sorts of math stuff and define what the size, there's the word TAM, which it took me many years to even understand because I was not paying enough attention, which is the total market size. And then your position in it and all this drivel. You really do get misled. So I think, and I've always thought, as you know, that editorial choices between A and B are binary and instinctive. Is it a good idea? And if you think it is, despite the odds, which by the way, the more in a way the odds are against you, the better chances you have, because it means less people will try and do it.
And what have you missed that you feel
you
look for the wrong advice?
The list is endless. I've just gotten a few, but they've been good.
Yeah, they have. So, of course, you're also very famous for discovering and sort of growing talent. I mean, people don't seem to realize that Michael Eisner and Jeffrey Katzenberg, those legendary Hollywood names, were actually your sort of kid hires, right? It blows my mind that you were chairman of Paramount Pictures at 32. I mean, how could that even happen? But how do you go after that talent? How do you hang on to it? It's very hard to hang on to talent, as we know, in this extremely competitive world. Even harder than spotting it is hanging on to it, actually.
Well, I don't know. I don't really care. I mean, I've been very lucky. A lot of people that have been in my life have been around it for a long time. But I have a big bias about hiring for senior positions outside of your own company. I think it's a true failure. The best thing you can do is find people who have some spark and savvy and some energy and hopefully a little edge at the earliest part when they really have almost no experience, and drop them in over their head in the water, and they'll struggle. You can help them a little bit, but you don't really need to help them that much. Yes, you can course correct some. And they will often, surprisingly often, they'll learn to navigate, swim, get to the other side, and grow in your organization, in the sensibility of the company that you want to have. That is how you get people to grow, and that's how you tighten the sieve for talent. And experience is, look, yes, I think I do want a doctor who's got some experience, but in the narrative world, experience is worth nothing. I'm not saying it's worth nothing at a certain point in life. If you're 58 years old and you've had no experience doing anything, I suggest I wouldn't.
It may be too late.
If I dropped you in the water, there'd be a lot of floating on the bottom, or not floating on the bottom. So, but at an early stage, it's the best way to find people. And then the only way that you can keep people around you is you keep, if they're not chugging for opportunity, you're not throwing it at them, it's your fault, and they will leave.
Yeah. Well, of course, you worked very closely with Rupert Murdoch.
I did.
Right, at Fox Broadcasting, and...
But it must be very quickly said.
Not
I left
the news
Fox
side.
Broadcasting 2 years before he founded Fox News.
Yes, we have to definitely
in a full disclosure, I did introduce him to Roger Ailes. I have that on my, list of sins.
We'll pass lightly over that, but I know that you have always had actually a very good relationship with Rupert, a very cordial relationship. And yet he's also the man, of course, who happily presided over Fox News as a palace of absolutely premeditated lies. So, how do you square those two things in this man? I mean, you know him very well, but...
Look, but what, Tina?
Well, but there is this very dark thing he's presided over and has done it a lot.
He's responsible for it to the point, and I think it's terribly sad for somebody who has been one of the greatest risk takers, the shrewdest of risk takers, who enjoyed actually betting his company to create something that didn't exist. And the number of, in Britain, Sky News, and Sky, not News, which I participate in, this is in the 80s, where, as you probably know, there was a government-sanctioned service, and Rupert, with a literally tin can satellite from, I think it was Liechtenstein, just put billions of dollars with not a single dollar of revenue. He bought up because it was perceived at the time, and correctly so, that movies would drive subscriptions on original satellite television. He spent truly, I think, $3 or $4 billion, and I helped him buy these movies. And I said to him, Rupert, there is no market. And he said, we'll create a market. And he simply brazened forth and did it. Look, when he did Fox News, no one wanted that. They said, who needs another news service? And originally, I totally supported. I thought, okay, conservatives, the center, right, whatever you want to call it, good on Rupert. The tragedy of Rupert is that he is going to be known for what is a hideous service in Fox News. Allowing those commentators, which they did with their eyes open, to do what they did, to pour that kind of divisiveness consistently, is a poison that, which I think is truly unfortunate, is going to stain him and his reputation forever.
There was also the phone hacking cases 10 years before, which was another shocking display of absolute sort of immoral recklessness, frankly. So again, back to the question, how do you square it with the man that you just painted as this massively interesting?
I don't know that you can square it. I think you can round it. How's that?
Yeah. Good.
No, I don't think it's squareable. As I say, I think the sadness is he will be remembered for, his reputation, unfortunately, and I do say it because it's hard for me because I'm fond of Rupert as a person, and I'm certainly aware, and I just said earlier that I think he and his son, maybe more than Rupert, have poisoned the atmosphere, and that's a bad legacy. There's no doing anything with it other than that. And the hope maybe in their recent firing of Tucker Carlson, though I think that might have been, I'm not so sure that was done for saying, oh, let's turn our corner. I would not really imagine that. I'd hope for it. But so I think we're stuck with what we're stuck with.
And in your time working with Rupert, what were your most challenging exchanges? I mean, how did you negotiate that relationship? How did you find him as your overlord?
Look, I worked there for 8 years. I kind of brought Rupert into Fox in a long tale I won't bore anybody with. 1 month after I started at Fox, having left Paramount, Rupert came in. In 8 years, we had one disagreement, literally. And you couldn't have, you can't, first of all, he is the sun, he's the Sun King. And when the Sun shines from the Sun King, it's a wonder. You can't have
a warmer day.
You can't have a better atmosphere because, listen, the wonderful parts of Rupert, the gambler in him, the joyousness with which he fights establishments, or he fights to establish new things, many of them very good things. And when I said, I've been working on, I thought Fourth Network, there were only 3 at the time, was a good idea, and had started work on it when I was at Paramount. When I got to Fox, there was an opportunity to do it. And he was just like, he slaps his hand on his thigh, meaty big hand. Let's go. And I said, well, we got to buy these stations. This is in 1985. They'll cost $1.1 billion. He said, great, go do it. I was like, okay, well, that sounds odd, but all right, I'll go try. And a week later, we had a deal to buy the backbone of original Fox. And I went downtown to pick up Rupert at the old New York Post building, and as we're in the car going up, he again slapped his head and says, well, we're betting the company, but with such enthusiasm.
Yeah, with a raw vigor to it, yes.
You can't do anything but, be lucky enough to be in that atmosphere. And I really was responsible for the company. I talked to Rupert frequently. As I say, establishing Fox Broadcasting was no easy trick. And it turns out we invested $137 million. Sounds like truly nothing today, but at the time it was real dollars, before we broke even. And Rupert, among other things, and I kind of like that, is impatient. And we had our one disagreement 3 months before Fox basically turned the corner, when he says you're going too slow and whatever, and I basically tried to blow him out of the car that we were riding in.
Yeah, you left. Whole other story. But anyway, so we've mentioned the fact that you were only 32 when you went to Paramount, and we could be looking at a US election between a man of 78 and one of 81. So, speaking as a woman who's getting up there a little bit to a man who's getting up there a little bit.
Thank you.
A
reminder of every day.
I mean,
yes, Tina, what?
Well, how old is too old to be sharp?
Oh.
I mean, really. I mean, here's Rupert.
You may be looking at the very definition thereof, but I don't, honestly, I know many people older than me who are just fine sharp. I don't think it's actually age. I think, unfortunately, we do have a president who presents shakily. When he walks, you're a bit worried. Next step, because he's worried about the next step, and you can feel it. And I'm not saying he's quote unfit, but it presents, it doesn't, it puts the question mark in your head. Actually, the horrid Trump, I mean, you know, I do think you'll have to kill him with a cross.
Yes, well, Jean Carroll has certainly tried.
To the heart, but, you know, so I don't think it's, look, what's terrible is we don't have many young people any place. Well, that's not true. You got one in Britain, but we don't have many young people who are in local, much less national politics.
Right.
And that's a terrible shame.
Yeah, well, to your point earlier about, you know, the energy of the young being the best for the jobs. Let's quickly, just in our last few minutes here, speed date a couple of titans in your world.
God.
Yeah. Give us your current readout on Elon Musk and Twitter.
Oh, okay, quickly. Elon Musk is, you don't have a better definition of an all-out, all-on-the-table entrepreneur, a true, actually person who says, there is something there, and I'm going to go after it. It sounds impossible, but I'm going to Mars, or I'm doing this. All of that, there are two things I have great respect for. One is the ability to do it and the ability to be a much better manager than anyone thought. He's he's a good engineer. He's a great manager to have pulled off what he has pulled off, both with the rocket company as well as, of course, the car company. And that, I mean, that's great. The other thing about him is he's willing to be human, meaning very few people who do that kind of stuff, usually they're caged, they're careful, cautious about what they say, they don't reveal much about themselves. He's absolutely thrilled to be human, meaning say things that are not only provocative, but across the spectrum. And then there's the result of it, which I think is, if ever at a moment he needs somebody to tape his mouth, it is recently and certainly now, because a lot of what he says, it's not that it's crazy talk, and that doesn't bother me, but it's really rough stuff. And the thing, it epitomized me, the thing he did about Bill Gates. Do you remember that when he did a tweet basically saying Bill Gates is too fat and
I forgot that.
unattractive and whatever, and I thought, oh, you really are going off that rail. I think what he's done, I think we are yet to see. People criticize what he's done with Twitter. What I think is extraordinary, most extraordinary fact is he's literally cut 75% of the workers at Twitter, and it still works. What does that say? I mean, that is remarkable. What he will make of it, I don't know. But again, people discount him as a manager. All right, so that's
interesting. Okay, counterintuitive. Sam Altman, co-founder and CEO of OpenAI, he's on your board.
He's my friend.
And he's your friend. So how did he get there first, and did you see him as the next unicorn?
I adore him. If you spend 10 minutes, and I was lucky enough 10 years ago or so to spend 10 minutes with Sam Altman, you realized you were in the presence of a mind that you couldn't contain, that it was too smart. And so as he was developing OpenAI and the founding principle of AI, and what he got in a fight with Elon about, because Elon co-founded, basically it was Elon and Sam who founded OpenAI, and OpenAI is the base of ChatGPT, et cetera. Sam is every version of the real deal, and he's done something quite remarkable. He's opened up AI to basically to Microsoft. We'll put $10 billion in, and some other investors, and they have a cap on how much they can earn. That's one part of it. The second part of it is he has reserved for himself, personally, the ability at any time, notwithstanding all this money that's been put in the company, to pull the plug on generative AI if he feels it's going into dangerous territory.
My God.
The other thing that people don't know about Sam is there's nobody who's ever done a company or done something of any size, except if it's truly in the philanthropic sector. He doesn't own any of the company. So here you've got somebody who is so purely motivated, who is not economically driven, and who understands the dangers that are in front of AI, obviously thinks of the promise of it. You couldn't make up a better steward.
Well, let's hope he survives then, because we now have
Well,
Sam Altman
he's
as
a
our
child.
god. I mean, he's God in the AI.
gone?
Sam Altman, because if he can pull that plug, you know, we're depending on his moral center essentially, right?
Yes, I said. I think
Yeah.
you have a. By the way, he's quite young, and he's a very good steward. It won't go bad under Sam Altman. Unfortunately, or fortunately, or whatever he is hardly the only player here.
Right. Last question. You know, we're talking about a lot of these big deals very often. You know, you saw the taking over for AT&T, going with Discovery and the sale of Fox, etc., to Disney. What happens is they take on all the debt, then they say they have to cut people. And that happens time and time again. So what happens is they pay too much, and then they say, we're so over-leveraged, and all the talent ends up...
No, Tina, it's
happens
not
time
really
and time again. I think people feel so often that is the price that they have to pay for these massive, toxic mega deals.
Well, you know, what happened is really interesting, which is here these companies, these basically Hollywood studios, Disney and Fox and Paramount and Universal, they had hegemony over the entire filmed entertainment business for 75 years. Along comes a tech company called Netflix, and they all literally shot their own rocket off in putting up their own services. They shot the rocket off, and then they ran to where it would land right on their heads. And that's what's happened, which is they all ran after an economic model that if any of them had begun to think it through, it wasn't like a good idea, let's build it. It was, they've gotten direct relationships with the consumer. We must do that too. Therefore, we'll stop our very profitable business of selling things to each other, et cetera. We'll do it all ourselves. We'll add so much programming that's coming out of people's ears. And in the end, what they did not think through is you don't have pricing power. If you have a competitor down the street who's pricing it over here, you can't say, well, God, I spent all this money, it's got to cost this much. You're dumb stuck. And so they are all showing these losses, and there is the destruction that comes from that.
It's PowerPoint's to blame again, I suspect. So we have to stop there because we're running out of time. Barry, we could listen to you for the next half an hour, but thank you so much for sharing the knowledge.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
see anybody. They're all good.
Thanks, everyone. I'm David Walmsley. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Globe and Mail in Canada. And it's a pleasure to be here, running through walls. And as you see from that medley of challenges, those walls come in many shapes and sizes. Harry was maybe a diminutive fellow physically, but the walls that he ran through, I think, inspire so many of us in the room today, and that's certainly why I'm here, because of the belief that investigative journalism makes a difference, and it matters. And I'm joined on the stage by three excellent practitioners of that work who are committed to telling the stories that they themselves didn't realize they would end up telling. Salem Gebrehadin, beside me, is an award-winning investigative journalist for the New York Times, whose reporting has covered everything from human trafficking in Libya to the British criminal justice system. Bradley Hope, the far end, a best-selling author and the co-founder of Project Brazen, a company that fearlessly takes on the big stories, turns them into books, podcasts, documentaries, and profit. And Morris Tamman, Mo, a reporter and editor at Reuters, who uses data, which is now, I think, table stakes, to tell the important stories of our time. I'm going to start with Bradley. Your stunning report on the misuse of Malaysia's government fund, which was 1MBD, exposed one of the biggest money laundering frauds in history and ultimately led to the downfall of Malaysia's Prime Minister in 2018. Tell us about the biggest walls that you've come up against in that story, which, of course, became bigger than you could possibly have realized when you began it.
I think from the very beginning, we kept running into the threat of legal action from Malaysia, from being out on your own, writing these stories suggesting that there was massive fraud, and the people of Malaysia weren't quite sure who to believe. And then over time, we faced all kinds of different threats. There was things like Tom, when he was in Malaysia, we had to kind of evacuate him because there was an attempt to arrest him. We had cybersecurity threats, and then we also had just the immense challenge of moving beyond the first leak that we had. And so we were constantly trying to think about how could we push this story further. And we kind of invented a lot of techniques along the way. And we kind of, I guess in a way, learned under fire how to practice what I think of as the dark arts of journalism, which is the unteachable part, where you learn how to apply pressure and stay within the lines, but get pretty close to it with the kinds of people you interact with, And I think to this day, I know a lot of great criminals now that are on my Rolodex that guide me on all the kind of questions I have about how the world really works.
You were a young reporter at the Journal when you came across the story. Your colleague was the original reporter on the story, but you discovered very early on that you had connections into Abu Dhabi, which were the starting point for so many investigations, in that you pulled the string and other parts unraveled. Can you tell us a little bit about how you began? Because there are many in the room who are starting their careers and will take inspiration, I think, from that.
Yeah, luckily the Wall Street Journal is a very collegial place, and they allowed me to join the story, even though it had started by other people. A lot of what we did started with very old-fashioned, simple things like reviewing documents, financial statements. And one of the big early discoveries was there was some money that had gone missing between Malaysia and Abu Dhabi. And there was this person on the Malaysian side who was trying to persuade us that there was nothing to see here, obviously one of those criminals on my Rolodex now, who said to us, "It's not true." And I said to him, I made this up on the spot, I said, "I believe you, but my editor doesn't. So can you give me a document?" And so he gave me a wire transfer document, which we brought to the other side, and we were able to confirm that there was a fictitious entity that had been created that looked like the other entity. And that to me is just a good example of how to kind of even use an oppositional force in your favor, and that helped us have a big exclusive about $1.4 billion of the fraud. It went missing. We found out where it was. And just throughout, we had so many people who were, in some way, they benefited from the fraud, and persuading them to speak to us was one of the biggest challenges we had, and we had to just be persistent and find them wherever they are in the world.
And how long did it take you from soup to nuts for the story to come to its conclusion?
It was one of those stories where we were publishing things all the time over years, but I think until the U.S. government brought their asset forfeiture case, which filled in all the gaps. We were kind of like out on our own with our fully exposed. So it took about 2 years probably before we felt comfortable.
And never sued?
Never sued, lots of threats.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. The chill versus the reality. Salam, you did a lot of work in South Africa looking at corruption, but you've said that for you, some of the biggest challenges, some of the biggest walls are actually here trying to report on Britain. Can you explain a little bit about that sense, which on the surface seems striking?
Last year, my colleague Jane Bradley and I were taking a closer look at the British criminal justice system. And all along the way, and I'd started on that project a few years earlier, and all along the way, from the courts to police departments to basic data that should have been available from the ONS here, the Office of National Statistics, there were so many impediments along the way. But part of it is, court documents that we just take for granted would be accessible to the public and in the public's interest were not necessarily so. We had to fight judges in order to allow us to get documents that by law we should have been able to get pretty straightforwardly. We had a lot of fights on freedom of information requests and so on and so forth. The biggest one for me, though, is the last story in that series was about a man who spent much of his life in prison, and he was a drug dealer, but the last charge was under new legislation, the modern slavery legislation. And I had finally managed to convince him to speak to me while he was serving time in prison. And I was very excited when he tried to add me to one of his visitors so that I could actually speak to him. But I got a call from the prison ward, and when they asked me what my relationship was with him, I said, I'm a reporter. They immediately hung up, and that was it. I had absolutely no access to him after that. Not even through letters, which struck me as even more draconian and more restrictive than, people in federal prisons in the U.S. So I had to essentially wait until he was released from prison in order to complete that story. And eventually as well, we had to, much as what happened in previous projects, we had to really build our own databases. Collecting piecemeal information from the Ministry of Justice, from the CPS here, the prosecution services, because the government, in a lot of ways, and the judicial system had not really kept to its promise to track a lot of data, and so whenever we encountered these problems, we had to find creative ways of getting around them, especially with the database.
Yeah, it seems striking that you worked previously in New York, coming into the UK and finding that the British system is a lot harder to navigate. There is less natural transparency, and yet there is tremendous libel tourism in England. So there seems to be a problem in the country with respect to how you can prosecute the journalism as effectively as possible. So how do you get around that stonewalling? I mean, what techniques do you use to try and not only figure out what you should be investigating, but keeping the investigation going?
Right, so I'll give you another example. We had a project taking a look at the European farm subsidies a few years ago, and it is the biggest ticket item on the budget, so it's about 65 billion at that point, and we thought, well, there has to be some internal scrutiny. All these, at that point, 28 states must be keeping that data. And other journalists in Europe had done some work on that, in about a decade earlier than us. And we also knew that there were auditing databases where they collected all information about where the money was going, who was getting paid, and how much every year. And so we thought, well, we should be able to access that. This is Europe, after all. And we expected a lot of transparency. What we found, with me and my colleagues, was quite the opposite. And not only were we not allowed to access any aspect of the data, when we went to Ispra, just outside of Milan, a beautiful place, where there's a big scientific community doing research on the effects of the farm subsidies on climate change, we had minders following us around the entire time, basically keeping the scientists who should be objective from talking to us, chilling that any sort of communication. So all along the way, we just encountered, again, as a journalist, for me, when I see a wall like this, especially if I don't expect it to be there, it makes me even more determined to get behind it, to get around it. What are you trying to hide? So in that case, we essentially had to go country by country and build databases on our own. So I used to work for Mo at Reuters. He taught me much of everything I know about data journalism. So I put together the database, and when I came across, when I hit the limits of my own technical skills, I fortunately work for an organization where there are a lot of people who are smarter than me, and I reached out to one of my colleagues, and he helped me out with figuring out exactly where to go. And eventually, we had a map of specific farms in central Hungary. So we went there, we spoke to these farmers, wonderful people, we broke bread with them, we ate their sausages, they welcomed us into their homes, and we eventually got the story. So that's it, I guess, perseverance and determination.
So that's the second wall, the wall of getting the data and then knowing what to use with it in creating pattern. Mo, you spent over a year shifting through data to produce a word we're very hesitant to use in investigative journalism, but the definitive report on how fish and other marine species are migrating because of rising ocean temperatures. You were able to show that, you were able to prove it. What was the biggest wall that you came up to when reporting not only on that, but more broadly on the greater challenge, which is that of climate change?
Well, let me suggest that there's an entirely different kind of wall when you're reporting on climate change and perhaps other subjects too, and that is the skepticism that readers bring with them when they read the stories, right? And that's a curious battle that you have to face, but I think it's an issue that we have to face collectively now, that people bring skepticism that perhaps didn't exist 20 years ago to every story you write. And I think we made
Is that a skepticism based on polarized thinking, or is that a skepticism because of improved media literacy?
I think that that's a polarization issue in large part. I mean, sure, I think there's a sophistication for some people that allows them to be skeptical, and I'm fine with that. The other one I'm less fine with. I think data journalism is important in part because you tell stories that are much harder to dismiss. If you're writing a story that is built on a series of anecdotes, it's easy to dismiss that as a story that has been, where the facts have been cherry-picked. If I've produced an analysis, in this case, of how the center of a particular species of fish is now off the coast of Long Island, for example, and it used to be off the coast of South Carolina. And I can show you that, in fact, it's not just one species, but scores of species that are being tracked. And you can show how temperatures have risen in concert with that. It's really difficult to dismiss that. It's a fact, right? And as long as you aren't playing silly games with the numbers, you can't just look at this and say, well, it's the media bias. It is there. And I think that we collectively have to understand that if our readers are bringing skepticism to our stories, we have to be able to give them some reason to want to believe us. And I think more than ever, having an empirical spine of the story is essential for especially investigative journalism. I try to do that in all my work now,
One of the principles of Harry's investigative journalism was to remember that the newsroom loses interest at precisely the time the audience begins to pay attention. So when you offer data, and indeed with climate change, a sense of hopelessness, I think, exists for many in the audience who are not necessarily skeptical, but they feel hopeless and helpless. So you tell me that the fish are on the move. What can I do about that? What do you do to keep the audience engaged and to ensure that there is a longer shelf life to the story rather than simply providing the data and leaving it at that?
Well, and climate change has a particularly unique problem in that regard, right? Because, there's lots of ifs and ands and pots and pans when it comes to climate change. If we don't cut emissions by this amount, by that date, then by this date, that's going to happen. It's all outside the window of a person's lifespan. So you're asking me to make huge sacrifices politically, economically, socially, culturally, for what? So that 3 generations from now can have a planet that's livable? Yeah, well, if I'm sitting here and I'm analyzing it from an intellectual point of view, absolutely I agree with you, right? But if I'm sitting at the dinner table and I'm trying to pay my bills and you're asking me to somehow subsidize 4 generations in the future to make a choice, it becomes much harder. And I think that's why, you know, we've had congressional hearings in the States since 1988 where they have routinely said, we are on the road to hell if we don't stop. No one has paid any attention to that. Only now, when the reality of climate change is upon us, are we actually starting to do something about it. But it's not very much, and it's certainly not enough to really fundamentally affect how our planet is going to deal with the fact that we have too much carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and as a result of that, too much heat.
And it speaks to another Harry's principles, which was this issue: when you undertake an investigation, you must be relentless and resource it appropriately. The idea of the pressure points the three of you have faced in your investigations differ. Sometimes it's lack of access, and sometimes it's threats or perceived threats or chill. Bradley, you have been secretly recorded, physically surveilled, and warned by Google that a foreign government was trying to hack into your personal Gmail account. So you decided to hire a surveillance expert to train you in evading surveillance. Let's take a look at a video clip.
I'm just one person targeted by an industry fueled by oligarchs, foreign intelligence services, and the ultra-rich who deploy this kind of physical surveillance every day all over the world. Within the space of 200 meters, I've been tracked by car, by foot, and by cameras. I don't realize it, but the operative behind me stays quite close in this crowded station. I've hired this team, but I don't even notice the operative filming me. I get off the tube at Green Park, and a new team takes over. This normal-looking couple are actually operatives. And this former paparazzi is hiding inside his tinted car, taking photos with a long lens. Another looks like he could be anybody. They call this going gray.
Which just terrifies me. I mean, I'm paranoid at the best of times. So what did you learn, and what tips have you got for those in the room?
Well, I like to live by this principle from this New York editor, Peter Kaplan: never hold your best stuff. And it's something that I kind of always have to remind myself. So it's a way of not being afraid to chase stories that are going to have ramifications or that are embarrassing for other people. And in my experience, where the inspiration for this was someone showed me a picture of me meeting someone else. And instead of being kind of letting myself be dissuaded, I was kind of inspired, like that someone would go to such lengths to follow me around. And so I try to use that as fuel in a sense, and to learn, the practices of it. And I try to do that all the time. So that's what this experience was I wanted to share that knowledge with other people, that every day across London, there's teams of 12, 15 people following someone around. And it could be a journalist, it could be a human rights activist, it could be a dissident, it could be somebody's husband. So yeah, that's just how I try to look at things, so I don't get scared, that I'm actually kind of inspired by it instead.
Amazing. Salam, you talked about data and getting into the Hungarian story a little bit. You had to find a creative workaround because you were denied access by the EU when it came to Viktor Orban and exposing corruption. Can you explain a little bit about the challenges that you faced there and what you created to get around the obstacles?
Right. That was the same story that I mentioned earlier on the farm subsidies. I mean, I actually want to talk about the brave journalists who are locally based, who face greater danger than us parachuting in and getting the story and moving out. And we're essentially beyond the reach of the Hungarian government, but we met many journalists, and especially one source, a man called Angyan, who was a close confidant of Orban and really a principled man who fell out eventually. And everything was taken away from him, including an organic farm that he'd started, which was just razed to the ground. It was a very spiteful act that really broke the man's heart. In Czechia, there were reporters who helped us out, who continue to report on corruption and wrongdoing in their own countries, again, at greater risk to themselves than to us. I've worked in places where I'll give you an example. I was in Ethiopia reporting on the Boeing crash in 2019, and that's when I felt that danger a lot more than anywhere else. I'm originally from Ethiopia, and eventually when the government did not really like the story that I was reporting, I was chased out of the country, and I haven't been able to return since then. That's 4 years that I've had to stay away. And I always try to be mindful. Yes, there are obstacles to the work that we do as investigative reporters, but most of us are lucky enough to work for international institutions that will back us, that have the First Amendment lawyers, that have the resources to evacuate you out of, war zones when things get hairy. But there are multiple journalists who actually stick to it and do it day to day, facing this kind of surveillance as they're taking their kids to school. And it's a very good perspective to have about, what you're facing.
So that's another wall, isn't it? It's the wall of exile in a certain sense. But on the other side of that wall sit what I believe, and I think, Bradley, you're making this point about the inspiration against the challenges you face, an absolute army of people who want to help. One of the questions I'm asked most often is, why do people help journalists? Why do they put themselves at risk? Why would a local who isn't able to leave say, I'm prepared to commit to this work, even though they know they're going to work with you, working for a bigger organization, but you're going to leave, or you have the chance to leave? Why do they do that? I want to ask each of you a little bit about your experiences of that. Salam, why do they speak to you?
It's a question I often ask myself. Why are people talking to you? Especially with investigative projects, they're giving you so much of their time. They're really allowing you into their lives, into their homes. And I think part of it is moral clarity. Like, some people do have that, and they have a very strong sense of right and wrong, and when they see wrong, they want to correct it. Some of it is, you're also offering a listening ear. You're there, you're asking perhaps questions that they hoped other people would ask them but have never done so. And in some ways, they lean on you as well, even though it's a reporter-source relationship, especially with women who've gone through traumatic events, for example. I've had the experience of, they talked to me because I just asked, and that was it. But it's a very good question, and I don't know if I have the right answer.
Mo, you've a long experience in this world. What is your sense?
Well, when I was a young reporter, I had an editor. I used to have to write obits. And sometimes I was a little lazy on writing my obits. And I had an editor once pull me over and say, everyone's entitled to one good story in their life, even if they're dead. If I can adapt that slightly and say that everyone is entitled to one good story in their life. And I think that's part of the human experience. Like, if you're going through some form of hell, there's something about being human that wants that story to be told. And you will go to great lengths to communicate that story to a broader audience so that the world can understand the hell that you are going through, or the hell that your community is experiencing, whatever it is. And suffer through great danger as a result of that. And I think we see it every day in news stories all over the world. And I think that's the fundamental cause of it.
Bradley?
I think everybody knows about whistleblowers and people trying to do the right thing. In investigative journalism, you have to also be aware of the other side of the spectrum, the people that want to mislead you, that want to tell you that somebody else did something bad, who want to even absolve themselves of something bad they did. And I find those people are often the most valuable sources you can have, because they're the ones that are most reckless with sharing documents, with telling you the truth that you shouldn't know. In some ways, the do-gooder is actually a hard source to deal with, because they're always operating within the lines, and they're not willing to cross those lines in ways that benefit the overall telling of the truth of the story.
Ladies and gentlemen, 3 of the truth tellers.
Hello again. So this has been quite an intense program up until now. So this is the visual part of today. And so I want you all to sit back and just absorb the pictures that we're going to talk about with Adrees. It is such a thrill for me to be here on this stage with Adrees, my dear, dear colleague. Adrees has spent the past 30 years capturing the world with his camera. He has covered just about everything, wars, protests, sports, migration flows, and everything in between. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through some of his pictures, and Adrees is going to tell us about how he practices his craft. So let's start. So we're going to start by talking about, this is an image that you took that won Reuters its first ever Pulitzer Prize. Tell us where you were, what was going on.
So in this picture, I'm in Yangon City Center. It's September 27, 2007. This is the Myanmar military's response to a street protest. This is the end of the Saffron Revolution. And I'm standing on a bridge. To get to this point, I had been applying for visas to get into Myanmar for 4 years and went through one passport after another. A few weeks before this protest, I had just got another passport, and I felt like I knew how to, find the way to get in. And I came in with a satellite phone because there was no internet in phone. The military really liked to control their information. So when I arrived on September 23rd, this was the scene. Monks were protesting through the streets. This is the Shui Dagon Pagoda. It's the holiest site in Myanmar. And the monks would start here chanting a mantra.
What was the mood? We see it here.
So inside the Shui Dagon, it was like heaven. Them chanting, it's just golden, beautiful structure. I've never seen it before. It's just like, it was just stunning. And then when you get to the street, the protest would start from that pagoda and go to town center to the Soleil Pagoda. And the reason they were protesting is there was a rise in fuel prices several weeks later, and in the past, the people would come out and protest, but there were crackdowns. And so this was directly affecting the people, but it was affecting the monks, because in Buddhist society, the people give alms, and the monks had no food in their bowls. And that's what this picture represents. So they took to the streets. And a few days in, the monks went from being, from hundreds of them to thousands of them. And so on the night of September 26th, they cracked down on the monks. They went and arrested all of them.
And give us a scene, because what follows now is sort of a remarkable moment. Set the scene for us. What was the day like? What was, tell us how it was unfolding.
So that morning, it was eerie. Nobody was outside. I went outside. I had no idea what had happened. The streets were sealed off. So I went all the way around town, came back to the city center, where I saw this group of men coming out. So because they had locked up the monks the night before, the people finally came out, and this was the moment. And it took about an hour, and the crowd went from dozens to hundreds to thousands. It was completely packed. And I had climbed a bridge, because from previous history, this is what the military did, and I came prepared for it. I didn't want to be in the middle of it. I felt like the safest space that I could be would be on this bridge.
And it was a way also where you could capture the enormity of it from stepping away. So this was one of those cases that actually stepping and doing a panorama view would be more indicative than maybe up close, which
right. If something happens in a crowd, if you're not exactly in that location, then it's hard to photograph it. So into an hour later, these army trucks start to arrive. I see them from a distance, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's happening, And I set my settings to 1,000 shutter speed to stop action because I felt like, oh, people are going to start running. There's possibly shootings going to happen. I set a high aperture.
You might have to explain some of these technical terms, too.
And right after that army truck arrived, the shooting started. And I was looking at the crowd, and everybody was running. We have high-velocity bullets, sounds of high-velocity bullets all around. And from the corner of my eye, I see Kenji Nagai, or I see this man falling backwards. I thought he had just been trampled. I start instantly photographing. I take the first frame where you can see the bullet wound, take a second frame where he's turning over to photograph the crowd. There's a soldier standing above him. Third frame where I feel like he's trying to photograph the soldier now. And the last frame where he's contorted in pain. And after this point, I have these images, and I look all around me on the bridge, and everyone's hit the ground. I'm like the only one standing. So I'm like, okay, it's time to leave. So I was standing very close to the two men that you see up there standing, and I ran that direction to come down the stairways. And when I got to the stairways, they were gone. So I had to leap off, and I leapt into the street. A protester came and helped me up and took me to this bus stop right here where I'm standing. I turned around to see what was going on.
So let's just pause here for a second, because of course you needed to get out because everybody had gotten out, but you also needed to get out because you needed to get the image so that the world could see it.
Absolutely.
And so you leapt, and I can imagine that was not exactly, that was painful.
I had adrenaline going through me, so I felt pain, but it wasn't like my priority right then, And then I started following the protest, and I stood with them for another 30 minutes, and then I was like, oh, I got to get these pictures out. And I noticed a railway track that led back to the hotel that was parallel, so I followed it back because the military had closed off all the streets. Got back to the hotel and crawled to I opened the window of the hotel. I had set it up where I would have my satellite phone position, right part of the sky, and transmitted the image with a basic caption that said, a man lies injured after police and military opened fire on protesters, Yangon City Center. Basic caption.
And what happened when the world saw this image?
So after I transmitted these images, I'm on a sat phone. I have no communication, so I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to take care of my wounds or whatever, and trying to meet up with other colleagues that are in the same hotel. And the desk, the colleagues of Kenji Nagai realized that this was his colleague, so they, our colleagues found out, and we ended up updating the caption to saying that APF photojournalist Kenji Nagai was killed in the street protest.
That's what happened.
The following day, the picture from every major newspaper that you would consider a major newspaper around the world, all the way from LA Times to the Sydney Morning Herald. In particular, this one image on the front of the New York Times, this image was published on September 28, 2007, when the United Nations General Assembly was being held, and all the world leaders were there. And immediately, Myanmar got hit with sanctions from US, Canada, Australia, Japan, and the EU. And it took some time, some weeks and months and years later, where they ended up giving in to sanctions. It helped the release of 2,000 political prisoners. It helped Aung San Suu Kyi out of house arrest, and the military promised to hold free elections.
Now, Adrees, of course, this was breaking news, right? You were there, and this was happening. But more recently, you've been working on sort of take-time journalism, more long-form visual investigation. So let's look at one of these. This was one. It was sort of a different way of storytelling, and you had extremely rare access to migration flows on the US-Mexico border. So again, sort of Where are you here? Who are these people? Give us the scene.
I've been covering immigration since 2018, and I wanted to share a different narrative than what we generally see. So I was working the stretch, and I knew the landowner, so I got access to the property through him at the border. This is in Roma, Texas, and Ciudad Aleman, across in Mexico. And ended up getting access through the Border Patrol. They were tired of me. They were like, just do what you want. You know, through the Army was also there. They were like, okay, what is this guy doing? But I ended up befriending these smugglers and ended up going into Mexico and showing the process of, you know, these migrants being transferred from one end of the riverbank to the other. And this is Chino and Dane there, two smugglers photographing migrants before they get them on rafts. So they put them on rafts through the deepest parts of the river, and they would transfer them onto this island. And from that island, they would hide them in tall grass. And from the tall grass, once they had enough, we were looking at between 13, 15 migrants, they would then take them, raft them to the other side, through the other deeper part of the river.
Is this drone footage?
Yes, this is taken from a drone, yes. And this is these images are taken from dusk till dawn. So this is about 1 a.m. in the morning. This is Chino. They've already run 30 migrants. There's another 30 coming. So I'm on this island that you saw in the previous frame, hanging out with Donna and Chino as they wait for more migrants. And this is also taken with the mirrorless. There's no clicking. It's just, you can't hear any noise. And you know, you can just hear the river flow is quite like this, just majestic. And behind me, you have 3 or 4 young youth migrants hiding in that tall grass. And then they put them on rafts, and of course, this is the final stretch. This is Naomi. She's 13 years old from Guatemala. So in this picture, the migrants are wading across, and once in a while, their raft would deflate, and they would be forced to lock arms. So they were locking arms and inching towards the U.S. riverbank.
I mean, hugely dangerous.
Very dangerous. Yeah, especially because they're kids and they're shorter. And these are mothers holding children now climbing the bank on the U.S. side. They're halfway in mud. Incredibly difficult.
What does this one show?
So this is Ashley. She's 10. She had a seizure, and we think it was because it was extremely hot this day, over 104 Fahrenheit.
So, is this at the end of the journey? What happens then?
This is again a drone picture. Just wanted to show where these migrants end up coming out into neighborhoods. I mean, sitting outside people's houses is one of the most odd things, you know. And often they're in very remote areas too, but in this case, they came out into the subdivision, surrounded by Border Patrol agents. And here kids dance.
What did you feel when you shot this picture?
It's nice to, I sense that relief in everybody. You know, this is what you really sense is like they've made it. They're finally smiling because the journey is so difficult.
I mean, Adrees, seeing the world through your eyes, through your lens, it's a great privilege in some ways. It's also a great responsibility. You know, tell us what makes you so passionate about the work that you do.
It is a responsibility. First, it started with just me taking pictures. I still love taking pictures. And then, you know, when I was in Asia, covering Asia, I really felt this sense of responsibility, and I felt it was a duty. And now I'm at a place where, in my 3rd decade, where I'm really enjoying talking to people and making connections. And it's now taking pictures, you know, having that responsibility, and doing it from a perspective which I feel like I bring that, you know, not many other journalists can, is a diverse perspective of Pakistani Texan. You know.
Pakistani Texan. And on that note, that's the end of this session, and this is now lunchtime. Thank you very much to Adrees. Taken off my that you have 45 minutes for lunch, no more. Back at 1:55.
Is the mic live? Please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
Hello. That definitely sums up why we're all here today. And as a bulldog owner, I really appreciate the graphics. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Isabel Evans. I'm Harry and Tina's daughter. Yes. I'm delighted to be introducing this section of the program about the Sir Harry Evans Global Fellowship, because my dad cared so much about firing up the next generation of talent. Dad had an inexhaustible supply of his own books about the craft of editing, and he would press copies of these books like Jehovah's Witness pamphlets into the hands of any student or aspiring journalist who visited our home. A teacher at Columbia Journalism School once told me Dad had so many fans waiting to ask him questions after a lecture that they pursued him out the door as if he were Harry Styles. Dad was never patronizing to younger journalists. He expected someone early career to dive in feet first, so much so that he treated interns as if they were accomplished members of the Sunday Times Insight team. I did tell Dad once it was a bit of a stretch to ask his new, nervous 22-year-old intern on his first day to get the head of the World Bank on the phone. As his daughter, I never had to go to journalism school. I received a crash course at the local diner, watching him read the newspapers at breakfast every day. He'd bellow awful upon spying a badly written headline, his eyebrows ascendant. And he would obsess on how journalists should keep telling the stories of American gun violence. I remember him sketching out a front page that showed close-ups of the faces, not of victims, but of the gun manufacturers behind assault weapons, with the headline, "Blood on Their Hands." I am still waiting to see that front page. How thrilled he would have been about this fellowship in his name, with Reuters and his alma mater, Durham, which gives others the chance to connect with a whole new generation. So now I'll turn it over to the Vice Chancellor of Durham, Karen O'Brien, who will tell you more.
Let's say a little bit about the global, Sir Harry Evans Global Fellowship in Investigative Journalism, which was established only in 2022 in honour of Harry Evans's journalistic legacy. And it's a partnership between Tina Brown, Reuters and Durham University. And we've set it up as an annual, highly, highly competitive global competition and fellowship in order to identify upcoming talent and the future Harrys of tomorrow, and that's really what this is all about. So the fellowship is appointed every year in the spring and is hosted both in Reuters and also at Durham University in the Institute of Advanced Studies, where we make connections between the fellow and our academics. And Alessandra will say more about the way in which the journalist works in Reuters. We don't actually have a journalism school at Durham, but we do have a very long and distinguished history of producing journalists after Harry, including Jeremy Vine, George Alagaya, and John Riley, who's actually here with us today. And so part of our aspiration is to create a network of fellows who, over the years, with this secure fellowship, will support each other, share experiences, and help us to do this better and better as the years go on. It is a fellowship here for the long term. We have so far received $7 million in pledges, including a $2 million endowment from Reuters, so it's on a very secure footing. And I do want to give very special thanks to our founding benefactors, the Woodbridge Company, Thomson Reuters, Sir Harrod and Lady Stringer, Holly Patterson, and the many other donors who have made this possible. I'm now going to invite Alessandra Galloni, the editor-in-chief of Reuters, to say more about how this works with Reuters, and then very much looking forward to hearing what our fellow Waylon Cunningham has to say.
Hi again. So when Tina came to us with her idea of a global fellowship in investigative reporting for an early career journalist, we were thrilled. This was our chance to populate the world with the Harrys and Harriets of the future. So our inaugural fellow of the Sir Harry Evans Fellowship, Waylon Cunningham, is here, and I'm really thrilled to introduce him. You'll hear from him in just a moment. You know, from the get-go, we on the judging panel were so impressed with Waylon's drive and his style. In his application, he wrote, and I quote, "I was raised in a mobile home in East Texas where I learned to string barbed wire for cattle fences before I knew how to read." And Waylon's application also included one of the strongest reference letters of any candidate. One of the people who recommended him said, "His integrity is sterling. He bullets-proofs his stories with rigor. He writes elegantly and clearly, and he is an easy edit. In fact, he loves the editing process." Now that Waylon is in our newsroom, I can attest to all of this. For his first investigation, you know, since he was just starting out, you know, we thought we would give him a small fish, Elon Musk. And he delivered. His first collaboration with our enterprise team was a fascinating, groundbreaking investigation into how Tesla employees shared sensitive images recorded by cameras in customers' vehicles. It had huge impact. It was picked up everywhere around the UK, the US, and elsewhere. One of the things that strikes us the most about Waylon is that he had what I talked about before was one of Harry's most admirable traits, the stick-to-itiveness. And during the reporting for his story, he and colleague Steve Stecklow called more than 300 people for this article. Now, Waylon is, of course, working on a lot more juicy stuff, which I cannot disclose, but I can disclose that the applications for the Sir Harry Evans Fellowship for 2024 has opened today, so please, all of you, go out there on your social media handles and by word of mouth, and please spread the word. And now, I'd like to pass it to Waylon himself.
Thanks, Alessandra. In 1956, Harry Evans won a Harkness Fellowship to the United States, and it was there where he learned from some of the best in American journalism, but it was also there that he was shocked by what he saw in the rural American South. No other region of the country, I think it's safe to say he thought, needed investigative journalism more. I happen to think so too, and I'd like to tell you a little story why. See, about 60 years after Harry Evans visited America, I was a high school student in rural East Texas when a man died in the local county jail. We'll call him Mr. Bussey, and he was the father of my brother's friend. Now, the jail had told the family that Mr. Bussey had died after falling out of the bunk, but the family did not believe this story. See, the jail was run by the sheriff, and the sheriff was a man who had once been under investigation for using illegal convict labor on his ranch. And when he found out he was under investigation, doused the investigator's car in gasoline and set it on fire and said plainly what he had done in public. A local judge made sure there was no accountability. This was typical East Texas justice. So it wasn't long after Mr. Bussey's death that my high school government teacher told our class that we students had a chance to see democracy in action, that a longtime sheriff was stepping down, and there was going to be a candidate for him that night, which would help determine who the new Republican nominee for sheriff was going to be, and so in effect determining who the next sheriff was. Now, the old sheriff was going to be at this event. So I thought to myself, this would be the perfect opportunity to ask publicly what had happened to Mr. Bussey and why so many people died mysteriously at the jail. But I never got the chance, because when I went to the candidates forum that night, I was stopped at the door and I was told it was invitation only, and I was not invited. So while I fumed in the parking lot inside, an exclusive list of donors decided amongst themselves effectively who would be the next sheriff. It was a mockery of democracy. Now, what I intended to do that evening was not exactly journalism. I was a teenager looking to make a ruckus. But I think often about how a little bit of investigative journalism could have made a much bigger ruckus. because here were a great many injustices hiding behind closed doors. You can't see the body, you can't see the sheriff, you can't see the candidates. And to all of that, investigative journalism would say, open the door. In my young career, I've been blessed with the opportunity to write about a great many injustices. Opioid profiteers in Tennessee, police gangs in Los Angeles, slumlords in San Antonio, Texas. But what I've done is 1/100th of an iota of what many on Reuters' investigative team have accomplished. And it's thanks to being the Harry Evans fellow there in their newsroom that I've learned a great many things, that when we insist on only publishing what multiple independent sources can corroborate, it does not water down the story, it makes it stronger. I've learned the importance of triple and quadruple fact-checking from primary sources, that before we publish that a senator is a long-term member of a particular committee, we need to actually check to make sure that senator did not leave that committee last month. And I've learned that to do real impact, it takes an entire newsroom over years, because you can print whatever truths you want, but you need people to read the paper and you need them to respect it if you want to make a real impact. After my time here, I plan to return to Texas, which has never had a more urgent need for journalism written for everyday people who don't own land and who work for a living. So thank you, Chancellor O'Brien, Alessandra, Tina, and David Thomson. My hope is that I'm able to take back to Texas a little bit of Harry. Thank you.
Now I'm going to laugh.
Hello, everybody. I'm John Riley. Until last week, the head of Sky News for 17 years. We're up here to talk about the difficult decisions news organizations have to make, trying to balance the need to pursue hard investigative news, at the same time, difficult thing, break even, make money. Up here with me are some of the world's leading global leaders, fantastic leaders and decision takers, formidable experts in their different spheres. Steve Hasker, CEO of the massive Thomson Reuters. You're responsible for 25,000 staff in 75 countries. Big job. Deborah Tortoise, the big boss of BBC News and Current Affairs, calmly navigating her way through BBC journalism, times through turbulent waters. Sir Mike Moritz, a brilliant tech entrepreneur, an uber-successful digital investor, and a slight contrarian. And Catherine Viner, not only the first female editor of The Guardian, but you've also driven The Guardian for the first time in a very long time to making profit. Thank you all for taking part. Round one. Steve, news is just a small part of Thomson Reuters' overall business, but still news is a big deal for you. You're the world's largest multimedia news provider. What are you spending on news, and how does Reuters make money out of it?
Well, thanks, John. Let me start with a quote from Sir Harry. I think he said that you need a benevolent owner, but not one that burns banknotes in the street. And I think I speak for you, David, when I say that's the approach that the Thomson Reuters board takes toward Reuters, which is we're extraordinarily proud of the work that Alessandra and her teams take. We're extraordinarily proud of the relationships that we have in serving Deborah and serving Catherine at BBC and Guardian. But it is a commercial enterprise. And so we're always looking to get a commercial return and create more opportunities for great journalists. And that's the sort of the orientation. But in answer to your question, John, so think about Reuters as about 10% financially of Thomson Reuters. The rest of Thomson Reuters is a leading provider of content and software to lawyers, tax and accounting professionals, and risk and compliance professionals. Now, within Reuters, the sort of business model of Reuters comprises a couple of different things. The first is the relationship with our agency customers, BBC and Guardian, and many, many other global news organisations. And the second is a relationship with the London Stock Exchange Group, where we're the news provider for sort of financial market-moving news on a minute-to-minute basis. And in addition to that, we obviously, from time to time, provide news to direct-to-consumers, which we believe is very, very good for our journalists to get their names and their stories and their photographs and all of their work out there. So, you know, it is a balance between investing in investigative journalism and serving our customers. And I think they're joined by two executives on the stage who, for example, the groundbreaking work that we did in Nigeria that Alessandra talked about earlier this morning. Both the BBC and the Guardian were, I think, extremely good about getting that story out there in a way that some of the agency customers are a bit more loath to do. So it is a balance, but it's one that we're very proud to undertake.
Thank you. Deborah, last September, you became the CEO of BBC News at a time of cutbacks, a freeze on the licence fee, and you need to find an extra £285 million a year by 2027. That's quite a tough gig, even for someone like you. How hard is it for the BBC now to support the enormous cost of investigative journalism?
So that 280 has actually gone up to 400 million now with inflation. So superinflation has increased that. But you know, that piece is about focusing on delivering value for all. That's the strategy at the BBC. It's value for all. It's working out who your audience are, where they are, who you're reaching, who you're having trouble reaching, and making sure that whether that's a shift to digital or focusing on specific audiences who we're currently finding it harder to reach, making sure that the investment goes to the right place and making choices and priorities. I've come, as you know, from the commercial world all my life, like you, most of it, and coming to BBC where there's a mixed funding model. So there are three key sources of income for BBC News. There's licence fee, then there's some government funding that goes directly to World Service, and then we have outside the UK some commercial activities that comes back in to supplement the licence fee and help us invest in journalism. But in the UK, we are working within a model of universality. Everybody pays for the BBC. The BBC must be for everyone. And that's not a commercial relationship, it's a trust relationship. And so I see our currency as trust. And in a world of fake news and disinformation, where consumers tell us they find it harder and harder to trust even brands like BBC, when we tell them, you know, what we know, we've got to shift that. And where we've got to invest is to invest in bringing investigative journalism into everyday news. You know, here on this stage, you've talked a lot this morning about the tools and techniques that are used now to deliver open source journalism, verification. We have all of that, but the audience doesn't actually know it because they don't see it. And where we are now investing is to bring those tools out into the open, to deliver a form of open journalism, radical transparency, and in the coming weeks, you'll see us start to launch very deliberately something we're calling BBC Verify, which is a new brand within our brand. We've brought together the teams who do video verification, geolocation, chronolocation, data journalism, those open source techniques. There's kind of Bellingcat were the leaders in the field many years ago. And we're going to pull back the curtain. And even in our core content, on our core traditional broadcast platforms, as well as digital live pages, we're going to be talking about and showing more and more of that journalism to build that trust. And that's where we're investing. Of course, we're invested in long form as well, and podcasts, and those places where you might more naturally find greater levels of transparency and in-depth journalism. But I believe that we must bring it to the center, because it's those techniques that will help us be more transparent with the audiences and build the trust.
Very clear, thank you. Mike, you've been on both sides of the journalism business. A former journalist for Time magazine, became a tech billionaire as an early investor in Google, PayPal, and Yahoo. And 15 months ago, you launched the San Francisco Standard, and you've had phenomenal growth with that. What do you think is the best model for journalism?
Well, I'm on with my co-founder, who's here, Griff Gaffney, who's the CEO of the San Francisco Standard. We're on a voyage to discover that. And I would not claim that we have demonstrated the answers yet. What we've demonstrated so far is a stunning ability to operate a not-for-profit. The San Francisco Standard is set up as a commercial enterprise. I think while there's a noble, wonderful place for not-for-profit journalism, I'm a big believer in the fact that the best journalism will come out of self-sustaining businesses. And that's what we are. And both Griff and I now look at the journalism world through the eyes of, through the four eyes of outsiders, not insiders. And what we're trying to do is reimagine what you can do as a trusted voice in a major local community. And we're 15 months in. Nobody gave us a chance at the beginning. 12 months ago, we had 30,000 users in the prior 30 days. Last month, we had 3 million users in the prior 30 days. And that has been done without any paid marketing, any purchase of customers. And it's all centered around what we think we can do for the one word that hasn't been mentioned, or the two words that haven't been mentioned today so far, which is the customer. And that's how we're shaping and thinking about the Standard. At the moment, everybody can access the Standard without any fee. Although, interestingly, we've had a whole bunch of people send us checks unsolicited, saying that they want to support us, and ditto actually with sponsors. So I'm very happy with where we are today, but if I step back a little bit and say where we aspire to be in San Francisco and in that community, I'd give ourselves a 2 out of 10 for where we are today.
I've read that you don't believe in what you call tin cup journalism. Do you want to explain that, please?
Well, as I said, I think it has a role. I just don't see that the not-for-profit model lends itself to being able to generate the profits that you can then plow back into the quality of the product. And I come from a world in the last 25 years where every little company starts with nothing, and then what you're trying to do is generate cash so that you can continually, obviously make profits, but you can continually reinvest in strengthening your products, doing more for the customer that you have gotten in the very early years, and gradually expanding the sorts of things that you can do to please and thrill, and in this case, inform and entertain and educate the customer. And so for us, it's all about using a self-sustaining for-profit model as a way to strengthen our product.
Okay, thank you. Catherine, The Guardian is supported by a foundation, the Scott Trust, and you were in a financial hole when you took over. You've climbed out of it without a paywall by asking for voluntary donations. Is there editorial freedom in not chasing profit?
Is that what you meant by the tin cup model?
Yeah.
I mean, we are profit-seeking, actually. That's the terminology we use about The Guardian. So we're not for profit, we are profit-seeking. We obviously have a mixed model with advertising as well. But I do think what's significant for this conference is this voluntary contributions model that we introduced in 2016 to much hilarity. Everyone's sort of saying, why would you pay for something you could get for free? Begging bowl jokes and so on. But actually, I think the readers really understood it. And what was very clear right from the beginning was that what readers really wanted to give us money for was the most serious, most difficult investigative reporting. And so it's an incredibly inspiring thing that the readers have shown us the way. With our investigations team is about 4 times the size of when I started. We're just about to advertise for a new investigations team in the US. And they're just having hit after hit. They're inspiring the rest of the newsroom, similar to the way Deborah's talking about, that everyone can be an investigative journalist if they get the right tip-off and they've got the right techniques. And so I think it's a really important part of our model going forward that the readers, you know, we're in the public interest, and the readers are very supportive in that. The harder the investigation, the more challenging, you know, the more legal attacks we have, the more the readers come and back us. And so I think it's a really inspiring model for investigative journalism.
Thank you. Deborah, as you spoke earlier, you're trying to tackle misinformation with a high-profile transparency initiative. And then, whatever it was, 2 weeks ago, the chairman of the BBC, Richard Sharp, resigns for a lack of transparency. How does the BBC and you reconcile that affair and are able still to maintain trust with your audiences?
So for me, it's about how we cover the story of ourselves. You know, a story about impartiality must be covered with maximum impartiality. And the way that the BBC's news teams covered ourselves without fear or favour, doubling the length of the media show and doing a special edition, you know, interviewing the chairman about the issues, I think that's where you protect the trust that's invested in you, because you actually deliver on the story about yourself. And I've been on the outside for many years and watched the BBC deal with issues and scandals about itself and around itself, and I've always wondered how that happens, because I think in commercial world it's dealt with very differently. But the BBC deals with it with transparency in its news organisation, discusses all of the angles, and genuinely approaches it without fear or favour. And I think that, even in those challenging circumstances, is how you protect the trust.
Okay. Catherine, is it a case of innovate to survive? Some of the biggest cash cows for the New York Times, for instance, are its web-based game Wordle and its cooking app. Does The Guardian think about other streams of revenue going forward?
Yeah, I mean, I do think the heart of The Guardian always needs to be, you know, news, investigations, finding things out. But historically, I mean, I think we've had a very intense news period, obviously, since 2016. But you know, historically, The Guardian has been very famous for its sort of non-news journalism, features journalism and consumer journalism done in a very Guardian way. And so I think innovating around some of those areas could be a really interesting thing. I don't know, the Wordle craze is slightly over though, isn't it, John? So maybe it's a bit of a short-lived thing.
Are you going to give us any clues what you might be doing next?
A few irons in a few fires, probably.
Okay. Steve, you last week announced a profit and a new $100 million investment into artificial intelligence, AI. What sort of form will that investment take? And are you going to try and tackle disinformation at the same time?
So I don't know, in all honesty, whether $100 million a year in AI is nearly enough, but what we wanted to do was send our customers and equally importantly our colleagues a message that we view AI as a transformational moment. You know, Michael and I were comparing notes beforehand and talked about the PC on every desk and then the internet, mobile, social, cloud. AI feels bigger than those. I think Michael's got more expertise than I do, but AI feels bigger and more important. So we really wanted to put a stake in the ground and say we're going to invest behind this and we're going to do what it takes to make sure that that each and every one of our journalists, each and every one of our data scientists and engineers has access to it. Exactly where we'll spend it, I'd say watch this space. We'll make some announcements over the next weeks and months. But we're excited about the opportunities that AI will enable in terms of transforming professions. And we're also, I think, we have a healthy sort of sobriety about its power to disrupt not only our business but all businesses and all professions. And so, and I hope modest enough to know we don't really know where it's going to go, but we're standing sort of poised, ready to invest and pivot as we need to.
Deborah, AI for the BBC?
Yes, when I think of AI, and we, like you, are very invested in understanding how best to use it and how it can work for us, but also understanding how it can be it is our number one non-mortal enemy in the future. I think of three things. I think number one, AI is already weaponizing disinformation. So how do we understand that? But how can we also weaponize it, for example, in BBC Verify, to help us tackle disinformation, because we can use it on both sides. And how can it be, our weapon to fight AI itself? And then in our newsrooms, in our operations areas, how can it be deployed to release human effort into doing more of the high-end work, which is going to build trust? But how do we do that as an industry whilst protecting the security and safety of the information? How do we make sure that we're protecting the consumer and everything that they receive from us? And so I think we're not there yet. I mean, it's sort of exponentially growing as a story, as an issue, as a topic, and as an opportunity as we speak. And I think we've got to look at all three of those areas in tandem, and indeed we are at the BBC.
Mike, AI, threat, opportunity, both?
Well, we're very lucky at the Standard because we live in the absolute epicenter of this flowering of the of AI. And Barry Diller earlier was mentioning Elon and Sam Altman. I mean, Elon's Twitter office is less than half a mile from where we are at the Standard. OpenAI started in an office that that Sequoia furnished to Sam when he started it as a not-for-profit, and they're right around the corner from us. So we're right in the middle of it, and I think we see it as, and our thrust is largely harnessing this incredible breakthrough in software to run our business a lot more efficiently. And so in every aspect of the business, I mean, we're still very small, but as the business grows, we'll be using it in content marketing, we'll be using it in legal, we'll be using it in finance, we'll be using it in customer service and customer support. It's going to allow us to accelerate much more quickly than the startup of even 5 years ago. And it's going to, and this obviously has nothing to do with, I think, what the prime concern of this audience would be, which is the challenge of AI for disinformation and all the other stuff. I'm just focusing on how we run our business a lot better with it, and then we all sorts of ideas about how we can apply it intelligently in what we present to our customer.
Okay, thank you very much. Catherine, we know advertisers can be wary of their adverts being placed next to hard news. We had that at Sky. What kind of pressure do you get from advertisers at The Guardian when you run controversial investigations, and how do you deal with that?
I mean, there's no pressure that reaches me. We don't, I mean, I think all those kinds of advertisers probably don't advertise with The Guardian, to be honest. And I think, the kind of advertisers that come to The Guardian really like being around, the kind of journalism that speaks truth to power and holds the powerful to account. They know what they're getting with The Guardian, and it's part of the package of what we offer. So, I mean, and anyway, the journalism would always come first. I mean, that's obviously
so
in
you
our...
take a robust line on that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Honestly?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Do you know something I don't?
No. I just want to be really clear about that, because I know from personal experience there can be quite difficult things sometimes.
I mean, we do have this fantastic ownership model that guarantees, that the journalism is always protected, and the editor is a step ahead of the chief exec, and so can turn down any adverts. So that is a great model for journalism. So we're very lucky.
You're very lucky. Mike,
something you want to tell us, John?
No.
Yeah, I feel there's a story here somewhere.
I think there is.
you may have heard earlier, just before lunch, Barry Diller talk very passionately about how the media was supine, while digital platforms stole the content that news organizations paid to report and create, while at the same time opening the floodgates to fake news. Do you think there's a case that those platforms now owe serious journalism meaningful financial support?
Well, I'm far less charitable about the decline of the traditional media businesses. And I think, and while I have a lot of sympathy and empathy for it, I mean, my business, the investment business at Sequoia is about disrupting entrenched businesses. And so it was very easy pickings to go, you know, we were original investors in Google and in YouTube and in a whole bunch of other companies that transformed the media landscape. We were dealing with competitors that were asleep and supine and entrenched and lazy and that operated monopolies, and the monopolies being their advertising businesses. They had no idea what their customer did. All the data that we have today on customers, nobody had that 20 years ago. You wouldn't have been able to tell 20 years ago whether a subscriber read one article in the New York Times or 50 articles in the New York Times. You had no idea whatsoever if the product that you were giving your customer was actually succeeding. You were operating in the dark, thinking that the reader needs to know what it is that we deem important enough to give him or her. And that has been completely transformed. And today, obviously, we're living in a different universe. But it's exactly losing, not having information about what your customer does, led all those businesses to operate in a void. It led to their downfall. And I think largely they only had themselves to blame.
That's very clear, very strident, interesting.
Steve, I realize it's not something that is a popular message in this audience, so my apologies for everybody I've offended.
Don't apologize.
I think that's a US market analysis. I think that's true in the US. I think because I think there's enough money in the market for those big media companies to be complacent because their model was still working, and it was, as Jeff Zucker said, digital dimes and TV dollars, so that's why some of those giant media corps didn't shift quickly and then had to lurch, I would say. I think the UK market is slightly different to that. I think we're hungrier and more scrappy because there's less cash in the market, so we've had to be more enterprising and opportunistic, I would argue.
And there's the BBC.
And there's the BBC.
Steve, what enhancement of Reuters News would you like to spend more money on if it made business sense to you?
We are determined, and this is under Paul Bascobert and Alessandra Galloni's leadership, to be the leading sort of harnesser, user, unleasher of technology for the benefit of great journalism and news reporting. So I'd very much like to see, over the next sort of 24 months, a series of innovations and investments come out of Reuters that makes our journalists, our photographers, our videographers, our editors the best they can be, and sort of puts their skills on steroids, and the access they have to stories and storytelling, and the value they're providing to our customers and audiences. That's really where I'd like to see us push very, very hard over the next 24 months.
So technology key.
And that can be in news aggregation, in getting the news, in sort of aggregating the news and telling the story or distributing it to our customers. I think all of those sort of areas of the value chain are ripe for significant improvement over the next few years.
Deborah, after a long, successful time in the commercial news business at ITN and NBC, you're now at the helm of the state-funded news organization. What do you think you can and can't achieve at the BBC over the next 5 years?
So it's license fee funded, which is slightly different.
You'd say that.
It's the people that pay for the BBC. And that's why the BBC must be for all the people. And
answer the question, please. What do you hope to achieve?
What can I achieve? So people ask me this a lot, like, how's it going and what's it like? You know, like you've gone to the dark side or something. What's incredible is that a few months in, I'm able to sit here and say, I have never been more optimistic, excited, and positive in terms of being able to drive really quite radical change fast. The BBC, or the BBC News, the piece that I run, and the whole of the BBC, to be honest, is really a moment of great innovation, consumer-focused, data-led and driven, swinging to digital in a really creative way. And it's, I picked the right moment to go to the BBC, having not worked there ever in my career before. I tried when I was about 21 and wasn't good enough at the time. But now I'm there, and I'm so happy and fulfilled, and I've got a great team around me, and we are doing new, exciting, radical things which will have impact on our audiences, and that's the only thing that matters. Will it impact the audience? You can build the best strategy in the world, but can you see it through to delivery? And I am confident that at the BBC, we will see the changes through to delivery, and that anybody in this room who consumes BBC News, the test will be, in a few months, are you starting to see it change? And all the change we drive has come from the consumer, listening all the time to what people are asking for and needing to make it better and to build the trust.
Anything you can't achieve?
What can't I achieve? I can't drive commercial revenues in the UK. To grow my business, it's a different kind of growth that I'm driving, and one that I'm becoming accustomed to, and hence the focus on, trust is the currency. And I'm getting used to the measure. The BBC asks the same set of questions to consumers all the time. Tick this box. Is the BBC? Do you tick the box? Says the BBC is for me, and rate us 1 to 6. Anything beyond that doesn't matter. So you're looking at the people who really rate you high on the for me score, and building digital daily habit to deepen the relationship, so the BBC is useful for people and delivering something unique, special, and useful to their lives. And that's what it's all about.
Very passionate, thank you. So just in a word or two, I want to ask all of you whether you're optimistic about the future of investigative journalism. Catherine?
I'm crazy optimistic.
Good. Steve?
I agree. I'm optimistic. If I just look at the last number of months at Reuters, we broke the story this week about El Chapo's kids and the fentanyl story. We broke the story about Tesla, inappropriate use of imagery. We broke the story about child labour at Hyundai, and then the Nigerian military. So my optimism's at an all-time high in terms of investigative journalism.
For you. Deborah?
73% of the world's population do not live in a full democracy with free media. Our job is to investigate, hold power to account, and go and do the kind of work that the BBC News does all the time with our documentary teams, whether it's a Modi documentary or Putin or going to expose oil companies for gas flaring operations that are killing children with cancer in Iraq. Those stories really matter, and it's going to be harder and harder to do it, but more and more important that we do.
Thank you. Mike, optimistic?
Well, in our short existence, we've already caused heads to roll at City Hall. We've exposed several $100 million worth of malfeasance in city budgeting. And I'm optimistic that the more that we can do for the customers that we've attracted to the Standard, and the more that we can do for them in a variety of different things outside of investigative journalism, the more that we'll be able to concentrate on investigative journalism.
Thank you very much for listening, and thank you for your contributions. Thank you very much.
Defying the threat of execution, they're still demonstrating on the streets of Iran.
Women in Iran set their headscarves on fire in fury.
Iran International said security advice from UK police prompted it to close its UK broadcast center and has moved its operations to Washington.
everything to break me, but I am here to break them. I am here to break them.
Thank you so much for joining us on this panel, Iran's War on Journalists. My name is Yalda Hakim. I will be your moderator for the next 20 minutes or so. I'm a BBC journalist, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here with two colleagues, journalists, Masi, who's an activist and was driven out of Iran, and she remains a thorn in the side of the Iranian regime. And two people whose work I respect and admire, but also two people I consider friends. So thank you so much for joining me here on this panel. And of course, Paul, you work for Tortoise Media, you're an investigative journalist, and you've just launched the second series of your podcast, London Grad. We will be talking a lot about that. But Masijan, I mean, it's quite extraordinary when you think about this video that we've just seen, 7 months since those demonstrations began. And I initially wanted to ask you what it's been like for the women of Iran, for those who are demonstrating outside of Iran, pushing for change inside the country over the last 7 months. But actually, it's been 43 years of challenges and difficulties.
First of all, I have to say that when I saw the photo of Mahsa Amini, my heart was like, I could hear my heart beating faster. So because that woman was only 22-year-old when she got killed in the hand of morality police. And I remember that 8 years ago when Tina Brown invited me at Women in the World Summit to talk about compulsory veiling, people didn't take that serious. So I remember that I said, next revolution will be led by women. People said, Massey is exaggerating because she wants to promote her campaign. That was not it. You understand the pain. It has been 40 years. Women are being like second-class citizens in Iran. Women are being told that you cannot ride a bicycle. You cannot go to a stadium. You cannot sing. You cannot get a passport. You cannot travel without getting permission from your husband. Women are being kicked out from everywhere. So finally, the brutal death of Mahsa Amini created a huge anger. And actually, to me and millions of Iranian women, this is called a revolution, and this is the beginning of the end. Maybe the street protest is calmed down, but believe me, women of Iran, they're not going to give up. They will end this gender apartheid regime alongside men in Iran.
And the thing is, the regime in Iran hasn't just attempted to silence Iranian women inside the country. Even here today, there are 4 metropolitan police officers here to protect you.
Were you allowed to mention that?
Sorry.
I like journalists like you. I love badass women because, to be honest, I was shocked because, you know, British people are more relaxed when it comes to death threats. But when I see now 4 metropolitan police around me, I'm not relaxed anymore. Because it shows you actually the level of threats, as you mentioned, Yalda, is very tense and high, even on the UK soil. Yes, after my appearance on Piers Morgan's show last night, the team from Metropolitan Police came to my hotel, and they said that everywhere you go, we have to protect you. What does it mean? They're all actually using the resource of the UK people to protect me. But I am here to ask the UK government to protect democracy. Because right now, journalists are under threats. Iran International journalists, biggest TV here in London, thanks to actually London for making here, allowing us to have a platform to express ourselves. But the Islamic Republic actually sent killers here. One of them, you can talk about it because I know that you interviewed them. One of them was on court. As I said, I myself being the target of kidnapping plot, assassination plot, we are not scared of our lives at all because people inside Iran sacrificing their life. They're facing guns and bullets and executions. But what is scary, that the UK government, the US government, the Western countries, they're allowing the terrorist regime to challenge them on Western soil. This is scary. And I want to meet with the members of parliament here and tell them that how come you ask Iran International TV to stop their work because of the threats from Iranian regime? Instead of canceling journalists, you have to cancel the terrorist regime of Iran.
There are a number of journalists from Iran International here today as well. And Paul, this is an issue that you have been covering. I couldn't put down your first, well, I couldn't stop listening to your first podcast, Londongrad. It was about Russia's influence here in London. But the second one, which you launched a couple of weeks ago, is focused on the Iranian regime's attempt to silence journalists here in the UK and in particular London.
That's right. So in many ways, the theme is the same, that London was once, a haven, a good place to be with Russia for oligarchs and their money. For a lot of Iranians, it was a place where they could do the journalism they couldn't do back home. So London is home to 3 TV channels that broadcast in Persian by free-to-air satellite for the Iranian diaspora, but also Iranians back home. And they always, their lives were always very difficult. But ever since the Mahsa Amini protests, their lives became harder. Why? Because they started reporting on those protests quite fearlessly, quite relentlessly, and came to be seen by the Iranian government as a threat to them. And the situation became bizarre in that the UK always handled Iran in what appears to be a quite soft way. But suddenly, since last year, Iran began actively trying to kill and kidnap people here. And so the calculations started changing. The issue of Iran stopped being simply a foreign affairs issue and became a very real, very immediate domestic one.
And actually, one of my colleagues, Rana Rahimpour, featured in and she interviewed Mahsa Amini's father. Let's just have a little listen and then we can talk around that.
A coroner's report had been published a few hours earlier in which they claimed that her death had nothing to do with being beaten up in the custody of the morality police. He denied it. He said, my daughter was very healthy. And then he said he wasn't even able to see Mahsa's body. And when he begged, he was allowed to see her feet, which were swollen, and her face, and it was obvious that she had experienced trauma to her head. I said, Mr. Amini, what do you think really happened? And the line cut off. And then my editor said, he's on the line again. And I said, okay, it sounds like we have Mr. Amini on the line again. And Mr. Amini, what do you think really happened? And as he began to say a sentence, the line dropped. They cut him off, and we never managed to get him again.
Yeah, a completely heartbreaking interview, and there was something I thought especially cruel about the way his line kept cutting off. This poor father was desperate to say, no, my daughter didn't die of natural causes, but they kept cutting him off. So the journalist, Rana Rahimpour, in a way is the story in a grain of sand, because she left Tehran when she was 25. She used to work for Press TV, so the state news service, to take up what she called her dream job at BBC Persian. And her father told her, go, take your dream job, I know what it means to you, but never come back. As long as these people are in power, never come back. Because she's been reporting on the Amini protests and on Iran more broadly, her life became, professionally as a journalist, unbelievably difficult. So you'll hear in the podcast how she also has counterterrorism police officers checking on her, one of whom advised her to warn her school to be very cautious about emails that appear to come from her, because they told her Iranian operatives may spoof your email address, rearrange your children's pickup time, and kidnap them. Right? This is a school in London. And Rana has now left BBC Persian, right? And the police told her, your life may now get a little bit easier. And
I know, Masijan, you're shaking your head, but
I'm shaking my head because I never leave my job. This is what the Iranian government want us to do. 2 journalists who covered the story of Mahsa Amini, Elahe Mohammadi, and Nilufar Hamidi are in prison right now. And that is why citizen journalists in Iran, they're doing our job. And citizen journalists like Fereshteh Ahmadi and Ghazaleh Chalabi, both of them got shot while they were filming the protesters. So that actually shows you that the Islamic Republic is scared of truth. They are the biggest enemy of truth, and they're trying to stop us. We should not give up our fight. I mean, of course this is scary, but miles away from Iran, we are here. The word safe is too luxury, as you mentioned. London, New York is not heaven anymore as far as the Islamic Republic is power.
Well, you know, the New York Times described you as the woman whose hair frightens Iran. I mean, I'll never forget that image of the hitman looking through the hole in your door to see if anyone was home, and he had an AK-47 with him. They also tried to smuggle you and kidnap you, take you to Venezuela.
Yalda, let me be very, very honest with you. It is scary to see a man with AK-47 in front of my house. But at the end of the day, they're scared of me. They're scared of millions of Iranian women like me. Why they kill teenagers? Why they target schoolgirls by chemical attacks? Because the mullahs, with guns and bullets, with power, with money, with everything, they're scared of us. Our voice, our words, our camera are more powerful than their weapon. But what we need here, we have to actually get the Western countries that we're not going to win this battle on our own. Sooner or later, of course, we will get rid of these dictators, but by hesitating to designate the Revolutionary Guards as a terrorist organization, believe me, more people are going to get killed. And it's not just us journalists from Iran or Middle East. The Revolutionary Guards, the Islamic Republic, is helping Putin to kill innocent Ukrainians. The Islamic Republic is a threat to people in the region. They are threats to democracy here. And that is why I want to repeat myself. I'm not scared of my life. If they're going to kill me and it's going to make awareness come and kill me, I'm ready. But this is scary that in front of free world, in front of the eyes of free media, that women are getting killed, journalists are getting killed, men are getting hanged and executed for telling the truth.
You know, in the green room just now, Masi was saying she said to her 26-year-old son that if anything happens to me, you've got to carry this fight on, which is something, Paul, you've continued to do for your mother.
Yes, I may have advice for your son, but so there is. I don't think I'll ever get used to the family album being projected, but so that is my family. My father in the background being what we call an active parent. My two older brothers and my mother holding me. So my mother, Daphne, was murdered in a car bombing in October 2017. I wasn't working as a journalist at the time. I was doing something completely different, actually. But for the first few months after her murder, my brothers and I weren't really working. We were campaigning a lot, traveling around the world, until it got to a point where I really did have to return to work, and thought journalism is the one thing that felt.
But she was, an investigative journalist in Malta.
Yes.
Who was a thorn in the side of the government there.
Yes, which sort of explains my attraction to really horrible stories. There is a really direct line, actually, from my mother's case to this Iran story. So on one of these campaigning trips, my brothers and I met a really great lawyer called Keelan Gallagher, KC, who acts for BBC Persian, and she told me, look, they've always had a hard time, but now it's getting really bad. you know, the security briefings, the police officers everywhere. And that struck me as really extraordinary for the reasons we mentioned. And I just started reporting it out. And so I spoke to Rana and her colleagues. I went to Iran International before it was shut. And it really just grew from there. And there's also a direct line to Masih's case as well. So the man, or the men who... yes, the three gunmen, the US Department of Justice revealed are members of a organized crime group called Thieves in Law, so which has its roots in Russia but has spread across former Soviet states. Iran International was subject to a surveillance operation not long ago where a Austrian man of Chechen origin was caught collecting, as the law says, information that may be useful for an act of terrorism. Anyway, in the reporting we found he's almost certainly linked to Thieves in Law as well, which is another striking thing about Iran, that it subcontracts in this way, unlike, say, Russia with the GRU or whatever, which makes it all the more frightening because these people are everywhere, right? It doesn't have to send people, they're already there.
That's you.
That is
with
you.
Macron. You've been campaigning a lot, Masih, over not just the last 6 or 7 months, for several years, really since you were pushed out of the country over a decade ago. But can you just give us a sense of where the protests are at now? Because we are hearing about executions, we're hearing about arrests, but not the demonstrations.
I mean, no, I don't accept that, because women are still in the streets, and removing their hijab, for some of you, if you don't know, in 21st century, walking unveiled is a punishable crime in Iran. So you get lashes for that. You get kicked out, and they're using cameras from China to actually identify women in subway, in metros, and arrest them. So clearly, I have to say that women are still resisting. And why the men got executed? For the crime of supporting their sisters. The 50 innocent protesters are in the death row. So the level of the brutality is very, very tense. And I believe that, yes, the street is a little bit calmed down, but people are preparing themselves to come back to the street. And I believe that the next wave will be much heavier. But the thing is, when the Iranian regime don't, as you said, yes, I've been campaigning. I met with President Macron. I met with Prime Minister Rutte, the Prime Minister of Netherlands. I met with the leaders of many democratic countries. But to be honest, empty words, empty condemnations never stop people, stop Iranian regime to kill innocent people, you know? Yeah, I was really mad and angry when I saw that President Macron shake the hand of Ibrahim Raisi right after the massacre happened in Iran. I complained about that, and he said that France is all about diplomacy. But I said, no, France is also about revolution. Yeah. That's it. And the West is also about democracy. It's about equality. It's about feminism. Children, women are getting killed, but it's still, we see that the democratic countries are trying to get back to the negotiation table. What we need here, we cannot just ask people to go to the street, get killed, get executed. Okay, we are here, we're going to give you a voice. No, we need concrete actions. When teenagers are getting killed, the leaders of democratic countries who say we are all about feminism and equality, they have to isolate the gender apartheid regime. Women of Afghanistan being fade out from the news. My heart is broken. Imagine it was not women of Afghanistan. Imagine it was women in the UK. If you get kicked out from a school, what would the rest of the world do? If women get kicked out from a stadium, if schoolgirls are target of chemical attacks, what would you do? So then what is different between women of Iran, women of Afghanistan, and women in the UK? That is why I believe that women in Iran and Afghanistan, they are still protesting, but they are watching us. They are watching the rest of the world. The time has come that we have to stick with women of Iran and Afghanistan. If not, believe me, we're going to face Taliban and Islamic Republic on UK soil. Please don't stop protecting me. I still need you, but the UK government, they have an important rule. They have to take the lead. I'm here to meet with the members of parliament, but I believe that the Western democratic countries, instead of meeting with murderous regime of Iran, they have to recognize the civil disobedience, and they have to recognize the revolution and meet with the opposition.
I, this week, spoke to a protester inside Iran who described to me what it was like walking out of the house without her headscarf. She said, I'm wearing a short-sleeve shirt. I mean, to us, it feels like nothing. But for them, they're risking their lives every time they do this. Singing, dancing, these sorts of things.
Singing. I mean, can you believe that? Singing. I mean, I get very angry. Singing solo can get you jailed.
Will you be their voice today for them?
I always sing for them. I mean, I'm not a good singer, but there is a famous song in Iran actually says that I blossomed through my wounds. There are so many girls, I'm sure that you saw their pictures, they're being blinded. But they say that you can take our eyes, you can take our lives, you can take our bodies, but not our hope. We are here to end the gender apartheid regime. And the song is, you know that, جوانه میزنم به روی زخم برتنم فقط به حکم بودنم که من زنم. It means I'm a woman.
That is amazing.
I didn't translate it. You have to translate that.
Zanam. I'm a woman.
And I blossomed through my wounds. This is the nature of women in Iran and Afghanistan. Be with us. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please thank Marcy Nicole.
That was amazing.
Harold Evans and his legal advisors returned from a conference at Gray's Inn where they've been discussing tactics for tomorrow's hearing.
To tell the story which has been suppressed by court order for all this time. The thalidomide story is as much a legal tragedy as a medical one.
Contempt is about prejudicing the legal issues in a case. If you steer clear of those, but advance the moral arguments, then you should be allowed to do this.
Harry Evans said, if necessary, I'll run a story about thalidomide for the next 10 years to get justice for these children. Now, I know that sounds like a film script, but that's what he said.
Again. So first of all, be ready because I may ask you to sing some of your answers. Behind every great investigation is a great lawyer, ideally a team of lawyers, and that's what we're going to talk about today, battling in the courts, the legal challenges, the legal defense around great journalism. We have a star-studded panel. Mark Stevens, immediately to my left, one of the world's leading media lawyers and a fierce, fierce advocate for free speech around the world. Pia Sarma, editorial legal director of Times Newspapers Limited, which is the publisher of the Times and the Sunday Times, and deputy general counsel at News UK. She advises on journalistic investigations and leads defense litigation. Patrick Radden-Keefe, he's one of the masters of investigative journalism. All of you know him. I hope all of you have read many of his books, but including Empire of Pain, The Secret History of the Sackler Dynasty. Because I said at the beginning that although we at Reuters, we dig deep and we do slow news and take time news, we also do fast news. And today in the news this week is that we have the latest installation of the phone hacking trial. So I want to ask the two of you just really quickly for your view on it. Mark, Prince Harry has pretty much said that for the rest of his life, one of his goals is going to be to destroy the UK tabloids. So how's that going to play out?
Well, it's interesting because I think everybody accepts as a fact that hacking occurred. And so we've seen news pay out, but they've never gone to trial, which has been a deliberate plan, and they've executed it brilliantly. And the difficulty with the Mirror Group, who are taking this, or the receiving end of this particular case, is that they are taking things to trial. They've already lost one trial. People will remember perhaps Paul Gascoigne being reduced to tears in the box. So they've established that phone hacking took place there, so they're 15 love down going into this trial. And this morning, quite bizarrely, we lawyers call it confess and avoid. So essentially, the King's Counsel for the Mirror Group got up and said, we should pay you compensation, Harry, because we unlawfully gathered information about you. But we didn't do any of the phone hacking stuff on you. And that's what Judge Fancourt's got to look at. So I would say that they're already 30 love down, and they're probably going to lose it in straight sets.
Pia, you of course work for a News Corp. Can you tell us about News Corp's approach broadly to these cases?
So, I mean, I think there's been so many of these cases, civil claims, and they are quite rightly winding their way through the court system. And everyone who has a legitimate case will have that heard in the courts, as they should do. I mean, I think it's really difficult when you've had the massive shake-up in the press that we've seen since the Leveson inquiry that was sparked, obviously, by the hacking, to see what's happened now to the press. And I was telling Alessandra earlier that it just made me think of Sir Harry, because it was because of this that I was dispatched by Anthony Lester QC. There was a glimpse of him going into the High Court in the clip that you just saw. Anthony Lester was James Evans, the Sunday Times lawyer's counsel, and stood by Harry Evans when he took the thalidomide case up to Strasbourg. And when I took on this I felt responsible and slightly overwhelming job now 14 years ago, Anthony Lester called me up and said, you've got to get behind the reforms that are going on. Little did we know that the Leveson inquiry and this great big ruckus in press was just ahead of me. And after the Leveson inquiry, we were dealing with the fallout from the hacking cases and the proposals for reforms in British law to tighten, really, the laws against press freedom. A lot of them were contradictory to press freedom, and some proposals still are. And Anthony Lester and I were talking in quite a lot of detail about how far these should go. And I just had one message, which was, we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And he said, well, go and tell Harry Evans that, because he'll be a keen set of ears for that, exactly that. So I went, completely overwhelmed to see him. And of course, he did listen in huge detail to everything that I was saying about what's happening on the ground, because while all this plays out, journalism continues. So you have improper use of different methods that have been called out quite rightly, but investigative journalism still continues. And I think it's got harder, and it's probably got harder as a result, or partly as a result of the changes in the law and the press regulation that we see in this country.
Great, and we're going to get to that. But Patrick, let me ask you, I mean, in your reporting on the Sackler dynasty, both for the New Yorker and for the book, I mean, you went up against some of the strongest forces of corporate America. And tell us how you navigated that. Tell us the hardest moments.
Well, I mean, it's funny. I think I'm sure for many of the journalists in this room, if you write about people who are wealthy and powerful, you encounter these lawyers who get in touch. I think it's part of the toolbox at this point. And I should say, I have never been sued, but I've been on the receiving end of many, many threats, legal threats. And in the case of the Sacklers, I initially wrote a piece about them in the New Yorker, and then it was just announced that I was going to write a book. And I got a 17-page single-space letter from a lawyer, and then a series of additional letters, and a litigation hold, which is one of these things that says, it looks like we will probably litigate against you, so all of your papers, all of your notes, all of your documents, everything on your phone, all of that is evidence in the potential future lawsuit, so you need to retain it all, which was an issue. At a certain point, a source got in touch with me and said he wanted to send me 40 boxes of documents. This was a lawyer who had been involved in litigation with Purdue. And my wife kind of looked up and said, and under that litigation hold, how long would we have to hold on to these 40 boxes of documents? I said, potentially forever.
And your wife, of course, your wife is a lawyer.
My wife is a lawyer, so she knows
whereof
she speaks. Yeah. So I developed this kind of intense epistolary relationship with this lawyer who the Sacklers had hired. And I have to say, I mean, listen, I think it is designed to intimidate, to make you timid. It frustrated me, but in some ways it only intensified my desire to keep pushing and to make the book as rock solid and bulletproof as I could. And also, part of the story I was telling was about how a family and their corporation had gotten away with terrible things for a very long time. And I think often when we ask those questions, even in other contexts, Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, pick your figure, right? Where when the music stops, everybody looks and says, my God, how could they have gotten away with it for so long? Often it's the case that behind them and around them are lawyers and facilitators, people who, in my view, should know better. Who help abet these people and keep them in business and help make the press timid and shut down whistleblowers and shut down investigative reporting.
I mean, Pia, you deal with this every day.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the core of the problem in some ways. Should they know better? You would think that they're meant to be encouraging justice, trying to find truth. Now, I can sit up here and feel like I've got the high moral ground because that's what I try to do, because I work with great journalists and reporters every day. Looking after whistleblowers and sources is something that really troubles me, because you see how difficult it is for reporters to keep them on side when they know that rich and powerful will come after them, potentially, and they don't want to talk to you. And I hear this time and time again. Reporters will come to you and say, look, I've got this great story. Can you walk me through the legal problems with it? And then the next conversation will be, I'm losing my source, I'm trying to keep them warm. They need this protection, they need that protection. What can we do to look after them? And of course, you can't step too far that way as a journalist. You can't say to them, don't worry, everything's going to be fine, because that isn't always the case. And you could be grappling with any number of issues: privacy, confidentiality, contempt of court, which was the thalidomide issue, Official Secrets Act. We've had the National Security Bill, which is going through Parliament at the moment, and to me, it's a veil for embarrassment on the part of the government. Stories which are embarrassing could fall foul of that, and journalists will be caught up in that.
But of course, one of those things about sources is that increasingly people are not going after the journalist, they're going after the source. They're trying to find out who it is and stop it at source and put the source in jeopardy. And so, one of the things I think is a real issue is that sources are more cherry, because we have this wonderful shield law, this wonderful protection for sources, but actually they're using different things to go around it. So, to give you an example, a case I was involved with, a policeman was going to a telephone box to phone his journalistic contact. And the police were following him because they thought he was leaking, but they couldn't do anything. So they subpoenaed the telephone records of the telephone box he was using. And that wasn't quite enough because it didn't identify it. So what they did was they put a camera on the telephone box and then got the exact time he made his call, cross-referenced that with the call records, and found that, yes, lo and behold, a journalist had been there, had lost her bicycle, been stolen a year before, and they were able to cross-reference which journalist she was talking to. So then they went after the source. They weren't interested in the journalist. Do you see that regularly? I mean,
what you're saying, just to divide it, because we've jumped into a couple topics, is we've come a long way from contempt of court and thalidomide, right? I mean, Pia, you're talking about protecting, not just your reporters, you're talking about protecting your reporter sources more and more. But equally, that's sort of one big challenge now, but equally, there are many new laws that go after journalists, if only it were only for libel, right? But actually that now journalists are under attack.
Well, libel lawyers are dead. I mean, everybody in the room thinks they need a libel lawyer. I pray for libel cases because they're so much easier and so much cheaper than when they go targeting journalists and when they go targeting sources. Particularly when they start to attack and criminalize journalists, where you're getting into much more high-stakes stake stuff. So give me a libel case every day of the week, at least I've got a chance. And of course, the problem with lawyers is they're not homogenous. So you need someone skilled like Pia, who is more than a libel lawyer. She's able to look at the human rights issues and the other wide-ranging issues that are going to start coming towards you.
The one thing that I've definitely seen is how wonderful it is to have a big organisation, and I admire and respect journalists who don't have that behind them, because it takes a series of decisions to be made before a story can hit online, on the front page, whatever it is, let alone sort of a book that takes such a long time to put together. And making those decisions, how far do we go, who do we protect, how do we steer it, how do we put this on ice for now? What angle to take? I always say to editors, what's your headline, what's your top line here? Because if you talk to me about that, we can steer towards that. And we don't want to water down stories. We want to get the truth out. And also the other message for reporters and journalists is, you stick to the facts. You've got to get it right, because they will come gunning for you if you don't. And I think that helps with standards. But I just find it amazing with thalidomide. Harry Evans and the team at the Sunday Times were pushing for more compensation for these victims, and that was seen to be an interference with the administration of justice. I would like to think that wouldn't be the case now, but I tell you what, there'll be something else that we'd be fighting with.
Yeah, I do think it's an important, it is one thing that I can sound probably almost cavalier about my dealings with the Sacklers, but of course I had the backstop of Doubleday, which has been my publisher for years, and a lawyer whom I have a very close relationship with. I had the backstop of The New Yorker, which is tangled with, all variety of quarries and really held very strong. And so it actually got to a point with the Sacklers where there was a sort of a wedge strategy where the lawyer was writing to the New Yorker and essentially saying, listen, we need to tell you about this guy you've got. There may be some things about him that you don't know. And made a similar appeal to my publisher, actually really clearly trying to kind of separate us, find some daylight between us. And in both cases, I felt very fortunate that I had these lawyers who really stood by me.
It's interesting. It goes back to what Dean was saying in the very first panel, which is like sometimes what happens is that, the leaders or the top corporate players will say, wait, I'm going to go above and beyond the job. I'm going to go straight to the boss, right? And sort of talk like on an equal footing. And of course, most editors-in-chief will sort of, avoid that. Sorry, Mark.
No, I was going to say that, what Patrick is talking about has also become part of the modern playbook. So when you're dealing with very large corporates with essentially bottomless pockets, they'll start following the journalists. They'll start digging into the journalist's private life and start putting out negative stories. So you then have to understand how you might be followed and all the rest of it. So it's getting much dirtier.
Well, this happened to me, I should say, just because it's funny that the strategy you describe, I've always thought of that as the can I see your manager approach to dealing with the press. But I was working on the book during the pandemic, at home writing, and came outside with my wife and two small boys, and a neighbor came over. We live in the suburbs outside New York City, and said, there's a guy in an SUV who's been sitting in front of my house watching your house all day. Wow. And I can't tell you that the Sacklers arranged for that, and I have a feeling that if somebody in their indirect employ did, they might not even know about it, because one of the things that I found when I looked into it was that you get all of these kind of structures within structures, right? So you have crisis PR firms and then lawyers and private investigators and so forth. It's very hard to trace the provenance of any of these things. But I will say that Nan Golden, the photographer, was also involved in activism involving the Sacklers at this point, and also followed. So yeah, I think it's part of the playbook.
Because the clock is ticking, so I want to quickly ask sort of where the situation legally is most critical at the moment, globally. And then I also would like to sort of spend the last few minutes talking about, okay, so what is positive to come out of this? What is being done that can help actually promote investigation? So you deal with cases all over the world. A very prominent case in Iran. We just heard a lot about the situation. Where do you see the situation most critical in the most critical situation around the world in terms of press freedom, really?
Well, I think the issue is that the playbook is being replicated by totalitarian and less totalitarian regimes increasingly around the world. So you looked at Khadija in Azerbaijan, and they tried to blackmail her into silence. That didn't work, and so
but not for journalism, ostensibly, right? By shaming her, right?
Yes, by shaming her, by filming her, secret police filming her with her lover, which of course in a Muslim country is fairly problematic. The bravery for her, she published the stuff and then went on the attack. But this is starting, so what they're now doing, and this is pretty ready, is that they will criminalize people for not their journalism. So they want to delegitimize the person so that their message becomes delegitimized. So take Jimmy Lai in Hong Kong, for example. He's been done for tax. Maria Ressa, she was done for tax, and all sorts of other things. And indeed, if you go back to Ai Weiwei, even, not a journalist, but an expressive person, and they did him for tax too. And it's about trying to get them to pull back. It's also about intimidating and also creating a narrative around them. And of course, it's got much worse now. We're seeing, in Hong Kong with Jimmy Lai, we're seeing the national security law used. So he hasn't yet been prosecuted under the national security law. He's in jail for something else. And yet that hasn't stopped the regime in Hong Kong shutting down the business, essentially seizing all the cameras, all the printing presses, getting rid of it, sacking all the staff, without any due process. So not being convicted. And there are American investors and investors from around the world who are putting money into Hong Kong, and they've just lost it. And I think people need to understand that this kind of asymmetric warfare that people are bringing on to us as journalists needs an asymmetric response. So, if there's an investment into Hong Kong, we need to start putting warnings out through governments about it may be dangerous. Well done, the New York Times, for moving out of Hong Kong, going to Bangkok. People need to start making these very hard decisions. And then, of course, it exacerbates even further where they start targeting and trying to kill people. And that just is sort of ramping it up and sees how important it is. We saw in the previous session about the Iranians. The Iranians have been targeting people in London. One of the cases I'm doing at the moment, my client has been taken into protective custody because there was a real and imminent threat to his life.
And I think you Evan, we haven't mentioned Evan, of course, being treated as espionage, right? Being hostages, right? Journalists turned into hostages.
And this is again part of the Iranian playbook. Sorry,
but I think you also have to look, Mark, don't you, at the balance of power globally, because the ambition of a country like India seems to be coupled with clamping down on a free press. And I think a country like that will find it very hard to listen to a Western democracy telling them what to do. So where does the international cooperation kick in to achieve these things? But one thing I would say is that, you have standards which are set, and there is copycat behaviour, and this country is not getting any better. And I think there was an effort to try and make this not the libel capital of the world. I think it still is. I think actually libel is still a problem. But I think the stuff that you see doesn't float up to the courts because it's all behind the scenes. It's all before you publish. It's all last minute stuff. It's the kerfuffles which act as a huge deterrent. And then if you add on top of that government action to suppress news and information, I don't think we're in a good place.
You say that, but Patrick, you published. Your book is out. You did it. And what happened after that?
Well, they went very quiet once the book came out. I think to the point that you raised earlier, if you, the truth is a strong defense, right? And so, the book has 100 pages of endnotes, precisely to kind of cut off in advance any effort to question its credibility or the validity of the things I was saying. Yeah, I would say we can look pretty close to home here. I think England continues to be a great destination for libel tourists of every stripe, oligarchs and others who have brought cases and threatened cases all the time. The vetting of my books here is usually much different than it is in the States. And back in the States, which takes such pride when it comes to these types of things, I would say one thing to watch is that there is a movement afoot to try and overturn the Supreme Court precedent that established the actual malice standard. There are lawyers who would like to see some case make its way up to the Supreme Court, and with the current Supreme Court, it's anyone's guess how that might work out. So I think that is, it's a protection that I hold dear, but one that I don't take for granted.
Yeah, I'm really glad you mentioned that, because I think that's a huge threat, and it just shows how the balance changes over time, because this country looks over there and goes, wow, they've got this constitutional First Amendment, but plus they've got New York Times and Sullivan, the great case, and it's under attack right now in a really serious way.
That's right. Mark, you were jumping in.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that, these are important issues, but for me, I'm looking at people like Evan Gorasevich and, people who have been taken. And, when you're looking at sending people out, think about what are their familial risks. So the Iranians started this game by putting pressure on people at Deutsche Welle, Farsi, BBC Persian, and Iran International. And of course, they looked for people with dualities and with family in country. And the same is happening with the Russians, and they're looking for those people. So, of course, they may have linguistic skills, but really think about the human rights impact assessment, the risk assessment. Some of the security advisors, I don't think, are quite up with the way in which these things are now evolving and what the latest edition is. They can give us much broader skills and assessments, but actually the risks that journalists face are becoming quite unique.
And you mentioned, of course, foreign journalists. There are risks on either side. A foreign journalist with a foreign passport who can be used as a hostage, but also journalists operating in their own countries for foreign organizations will be targeted, and it's much harder than they don't have the protection of a foreign passport. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but I think we can summarize this very energetic panel by saying that, I think somebody mentioned before that Harry used to work around the lawyers, find a way to work around the lawyers. But what is abundantly clear from this panel and from what is going on now in most newsrooms is that really legal counsel, the lawyers are fundamental partners to what we do every single day. So thank you. Thank you to the journalists. Thank you to the lawyers. And thank you to all of you.
Thank
you. Oh, no.
Okay, so we are now taking a 20-minute tea break. As before, tea and coffee is served upstairs on the first floor. We are back at 10 to 4. 10 to 4, the programme continues. Thank you.
Collaboration brings protection. Why kill a journalist if you have 50 others ready to carry on his work?
When a journalist is killed in India, in Mexico, or in Malta, it's never a local story. The crime is always global, so the answer has to be global.
To think about it like a many-headed hydra, I guess. You stop the story today, it will come back again tomorrow.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back into the room. I'm Jim Naughty, and it's my great pleasure to introduce this session, which I think will be, even in a day of fascinating insights and revelations, a particularly fascinating one. We'll introduce you to the mysteries of Safebox and the whole story of forbidden stories. It's my enormous pleasure to introduce to you now two really quite remarkable journalists who brought this project to fruition and who are seeing it grow in a way which is quite extraordinary, which you'll hear in the next 20 minutes or so. Laurent Richard, sitting next to me, the founder of Forbidden Stories, and Sandrine Beyond, who is going to describe exactly how it works. It's a remarkable initiative, and it began in an extraordinarily personal way for Laurent. And I'll ask you, first of all, just to tell us how it came about.
Yeah, all of that, we started Forbidden Stories almost 6 years ago. And I'm an investigative journalist for the past 25 years.
In documentaries, particularly?
In documentaries, I was mostly producing documentaries, long-form documentaries for the French public television. And so I was used to travel in some countries where there was no freedom of the press. I did investigate in countries like Azerbaijan, some stories about corruption. I was at some point doing a story called My President is on Business Trip. I was following François Hollande, the former French president, who was traveling to Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan, who was dealing with importing with contract of gas and oil. And at that time I was arrested. Because I was French, I was only arrested 2 hours, but journalists like Khadija Ismailova were arrested for 1.5 years for the same kind of stories.
So you knew what the dangers were?
Yeah, and
what was the trigger for the beginning of this project?
I start thinking about how it's important for us, journalists from democracy, to continue the work of others who cannot ask the question, because otherwise they will be jailed. But what happened right some few weeks after the arrest of Khadija Ismailova in Azerbaijan, the terrorist attack against Charlie Hebdo on
Charlie Hebdo in Paris.
In Paris. So I used to work to Premier Inn, who was a Prussian company, who was just right next to the door of Charlie Hebdo. And that day, I arrived a little bit later in the morning. I arrived 2 minutes after the terrorists escaped the building. I was not there during the attack. I just arrived after the attack. And I was one of the first arriving in the newsroom of Charlie, discovering colleagues and friends who were dying and others were surviving. And so that day, with all the friends and colleagues of Premier Inn, we tried to help the people who were there.
So everything, in a sense, from your own experience, knowing the dangers, the difficulties, the possibility of, frankly, death or serious injury or kidnapping, came into focus on that day.
Yeah, just right after that day, I started really thinking about what I can do after that, what I can do as a journalist to after what happened in my hometown. I was used to film violence, but it happened in Paris. And
well,
I started thinking about, as a journalist, what I can do or what we can do to keep stories alive.
Well, many people will remember the Charlie. I was in Paris myself in the aftermath of it. People will remember the visceral shock here of what happened in Paris. Now, Sandrine Rigaud, as I said, has got a distinguished background of a similar nature to Laurent's. And I want you, Sandrine, to tell us how the thing is put together. After all, there are all kinds of bureaus and outfits of investigative journalism and so on, but this one has different characteristics. And it has this special component called Safebox, and I want you to explain what it is, how it works, and how many people use it.
So the Safebox network is really at the heart of Forbidden Stories' mission, which is say that there is no point in killing a journalist because this won't kill the story. This was really the idea of Laurent. And we started coordinating investigation to pursue the work of journalists who were killed or arrested. And now we're offering those journalists, endangered journalists, ways to protect their sensitive stories. And so they share with us their information if they're endangered, if they're working in difficult countries. And we promise them that if something happens to them, we're going to publish their story. And we're going to do it as a group. Because most of the endangered journalists are working alone in dangerous country. They're isolated. But if a group of 10, 20, 30 journalists pursue their story, take their story where it stopped, there is no point in attacking them.
So there is meant to be a double benefit here. First of all, the information is protected, it's held safe, so that if something awful happens, we'll hear an example in a moment, the information that can then go out. But the fact that it is known that it is there and it's available for distribution should help as some kind of protection to the person in the field.
Yeah, many journalists decide to make that information public, to make known the fact that they have shared with us their information.
Do you have a sort of badge or something? I don't know.
I mean, it's really up to the journalists. Some of them decide not to make it public, but some of them, like Daraj Media, I mean, it's an investigative online media in Lebanon, decided to make it public that they were protecting, not as a journalist, but as a media.
There are obviously circumstances in which it might seem beneficial to make it public and others where you would want to keep it quiet. Laurent?
Yeah, it's a really case-by-case decision, and it's really up to the journalist to decide about should I make that public or not. In some cases, in some countries, in some culture, it makes sense to let your enemies or let the people you are investigating know that you are not anymore alone. And it's true that what is killing journalists
because your value is reduced by the fact that the information is.
Usually here in London, in Paris, if tomorrow I'm going to report on a dangerous stories, I will tell my editor that if something happened to me, that threats might come from that kind of story. So we are. With the SafeBox network and with Forbidden Stories, we are creating that large network all around the world with people who are at risk and people who are not at risk. And by making that connection, we can, and by ensuring the survival of the information, we can then protect the story.
We're going to hear an example of a story which has got a very sad aspect to it, as so many of these stories have, in a moment. First of all, how many people are using it, and how quickly is it growing?
So now there is around 70 journalists around the world, very at-risk journalists, people who are already
acting in dangerous, working in dangerous situations.
Yeah, some of them escape assassination attempts, some of them were already kidnapped, like Maria Teresa in Mexico. Yeah. So it's really, we address that to very at-risk journalists, people who really might be killed in the next months because of the story they are doing. And our team is going to the Philippines in 1 week from now, so we are all around the world, offering that way to at-risk journalists. Again, it's not a life insurance.
And how do they contact you?
So we are working in partnership with local organizations who know the field better than us, who are telling us this journalist is really in danger, or sometimes journalists are contacting us as well.
Well, the latest example of what can happen as a consequence of this, of information being saved and then disseminated despite an awful event, is the Raphael project. Now, Sandrine, we're going to see a video just in a moment, a very short video that will give you an indication of the story. Just fill in the background for us. Yeah,
Rafael Moreno was an investigative journalist working in Cordoba, a very dangerous region in the north of Colombia, which is controlled by armed group like the Clan del Golfo. And Rafael Moreno was in contact with us to share his information on the SafeBox network in October, last October, and he was killed at the end of the month. So we immediately flew to Colombia to meet his family, who knew that he was sharing his information. We got everything, his laptop, his phone, we got all his documents, and we launched a collaboration with a journalist in Colombia and an international journalist, and to pursue his work. And we put a lot of expertise in trying to follow his intuitions as well. He was working on corruption on a local level. He was working on mining company, not respecting environmental license. And because we put a lot of resources in that investigation, we uncover important stories for his region and for Colombia.
Well, let's hear, in a rather melancholy way, inevitably, from Rafael.
Y si me van a matar, mátenme. Pero les digo de frente, no me van a silenciar.
Bienvenidos a las plataformas digitales de Rafael Moreno.
Era un periodista que se cruzaba todas las líneas sin ningún tipo de temor y denunciaba absolutamente a todos los actores que él consideraba estaban involucrados en temas de corrupción.
Se robaron $1.000 millones de pesos en 50 días.
He contacted you, I think, in October. What happened then? How did it work?
So Rafael was more and more concerned about the threats he was receiving. So a few days before his killing, he started reaching out to us, sharing some information about what kind of investigation he was doing. He was investigating mining companies. He was investigating money laundering around some two main clans over there. And even on the very same day of his killing, he was in touch with our team. And so this is the first investigation we coordinate after someone did share with us what he was doing.
And how were you able to bring further forward the work he had done to produce the final result?
Immediately after the killing, as I said, we went there and we met with a Colombian journalist directly to see how we can set up a coalition of news organizations based in Colombia, based in South America, in Central America, and all around the world to continue his work. And to make sure that it won't stay as a local Colombian story,
as a sad
it's a global
statistic,
story.
but there's something that is still, in a sense, journalistically alive.
Yes, absolutely, and this is very crucial because all the time when you look at the kind of stories journalists have been killed, it's always for very important stories: money laundering, corruption, human rights violation, environmental crime. So it's always very, very crucial for the public interest.
It's on the edge, it has to be. Sandrine, tell us what happened after you published the information, 6 months, I suppose, after Rafael's death. I mean, what had you gathered and what did it reveal?
So it proved that Rafael was working on very good pulse and had important intuitions about what was happening in Cordoba.
And you'd been able to take it further with the help of colleagues.
Yeah, for example, we were able to prove he was explaining that some mining companies were operating without licenses, but we were able to prove using satellite images that he was right indeed. So we had means he didn't have because Rafael was also had to work in a fast food to live. This is the condition of journalists in those parts of the world. And Rafael had his own Facebook page. He didn't work for media. He wasn't paid for his journalists, but he was doing this most of his time. And his stories were read by his 50,000 followers. At the end, his stories, the stories we published with the 30 partners we worked with, were read by dozens of millions of people. So clearly this is showing to his killers that if they wanted to silence his story, they didn't succeed.
And you would hope, of course, that you... And you would hope in future circumstances that, of course, the information that's gathered and put together and other sources are brought in to help to widen it and make it deeper does not depend on the death or the kidnapping of the person at the heart of the story to get out. That would be the ideal situation.
Yeah, and this is why collaborative journalism is so important. Yeah. Because with that kind of collaboration, you are first providing protection. Collaboration brings more protection. It doesn't make sense to kill a journalist if you have 50 others journalists.
So this is a collective effort, not about simply protecting individuals. Yeah. It's about producing a more collective atmosphere for those who inevitably, because of what they're doing, have to work alone.
Yeah, you have more protection, you have more resources because you can divide the work, you can split the work, so you can benefit from the reporting from the other teams, and you can really share your resources. You can with collaboration you have more impact, which is very important. At the same time, all around the world, we are publishing the stories and the work of the Rafael project, so people can. This is what our first project actually was, the Daphne project. Paul, the son of Daphne, was there, and we should mention that. I think that Never in the world and in the history we talk that much about corruption, money laundering in Malta. And this is precisely what we want to achieve with Forbidden Stories. The killers, they don't care too much about the statement of NGO, they care much more to having their own crimes exposed. And this is what we are doing by just doing journalism to defend journalism.
So SafeBox is a weapon in support of good journalism?
I don't like too much the word weapon.
No, nor do I.
Let's say it's a mechanism.
Yeah.
It's a mechanism to break the isolation, to make sure that we can continue the work if something happens, and to let the people know that even if you are threatening that local journalist in Mexico, you should know that he's not anymore alone.
One of the investigations about which you've both written a book, published just a few months ago, was the Pegasus story, which many people in the room will know about either in detail or in general. Just give us a quick reminder, Sandrine, of the Pegasus story.
Yeah, so the Pegasus project was published in July 2021, and it started with a leak we received with Amnesty International, and it was a leak of 50,000 phone numbers. And actually, those were the phone numbers of people who had been potentially targeted by Pegasus, which is a spyware used and sold by NSO, an Israeli company. And so we started analyzing, we only had phone numbers. We started analyzing numbers, discovering that there were many journalists, many human rights activists, many political opponents among those people. And we started analyzing the phones of the people who were appearing in the list, and realizing that those people had actually, most of the time, been targeted by Pegasus. And Pegasus had already been reported on, but it was the first time that we published a project showing how important the misuse and how large the misuse of the spyware was. And it had a major impact.
It had a major impact, and of course, Laurent, the point is that the story that Pegasus encompassed and to some extent revealed to us is one that continues, and perhaps even more worryingly than it did then.
Yes, and it's so we did that project because cyber surveillance is a global threat for democracy. So this is why, again, facing that kind of global crime, we need a global network to tackle that. And it's true that it's a common pattern in many countries where we were able to see people like Khadija Ismailova. I was mentioning her previously. She was targeted so many times with the Pegasus spyware by the Azerbaijani government. But the two women very close to Jamal Khashoggi, Atice and Anna Nelata, were both targeted before and after the killing of Jamal. So you can have an idea of for what kind of reasons people get targeted with that.
And being aware of what the danger signals are.
Yeah, and the thing as well is that we published this project in 21 in the middle of the summer. So we are more than almost 2 years after that. There is still no regulation on that.
I want to just finish because these sessions are inevitably brief. I mean, packed with extraordinary revelations, actually, and hope in many ways. What's fascinating about what you're both doing, and I want you to sum this up, perhaps, Laurent, if you will, is that we've heard a lot today, which is melancholy, journalists in danger and difficulty, but there is also an enormous effort going on, not only to protect them in every way that we can, but to actually preserve their work and let it grow, even if the worst happens.
Yeah, I think what we are doing with that kind of journalism, collaborative journalism, it's hope for the future of journalism. I think we should, teach more collaborative journalism. We should forget about the
motto for the day, hot for the future of journalism. Yeah. Sandrine Rigaud, Laurent Richard, thank you both very much.
Thank you.
A legal earthquake for Fox News.
We begin with some breaking news in one of the most consequential media trials in decades.
The parties have resolved their case. In other words, they have settled.
The Dominion software system has been tagged as one allegedly capable of flipping votes.
This president is looking at the prospect of having this election stolen from him.
We don't know how many votes were stolen on Tuesday night. We don't know anything about the software that many say was rigged. We don't know.
We ought to find out.
Fox News Media and Tucker Carlson have mutually agreed to part ways.
All right, job done. Hello, everyone, again. I'm David Walmsley, editor-in-chief of Canada's Globe and Mail newspaper. The man who took on Fox News is, of course, John Poulos, the CEO of Dominion Voting Systems, who started the company 20 years ago in his attic in Toronto, which we'll come back to. And today it has grown to be the second largest provider of voting machines in North America. Thanks for being here, John.
Thanks for having me.
When John and I initially talked about coming here, John said, I'd love to, but I'm going to be at trial. I won't have a chance. Well, as you've seen over the last couple of weeks, the bizarreness and the high drama that you've obviously experienced, and which the audience is obviously well aware of, is probably second to none. I mean, your win against Fox in court, which is the first of many fights you're taking on, puts a price on the truth. And at this Truth Tellers Conference, we're delighted to have you here because that is a benchmark that's going to see us go forward, I think, in a better way. In your own words, over the last number of months or the last couple of weeks, what precisely just happened?
Well, the whole thing has been completely surreal for us. So it started in the days following November 4th, 2020, when unbelievably false accusations were being lobbed against me and my firm and my employees, my customers, which were so reckless and so obviously false. It just didn't seem real. And as the days went by, the weeks went by, and it persisted, we're not talking about the media getting one thing wrong in the pursuit of the truth. We're talking about consistently broadcasting, endorsing, amplifying false statements weeks and weeks in the face of everyone knowing the truth. And so our litigation was literally the last thing we could do that we didn't try to restore our name.
Case of last resort. Among the most extraordinary claims is the idea that you created Dominion with the help of Hugo Chavez of Venezuela. Don't take my word for it. Let's take a look at a clip from a press conference with Donald Trump's lawyers Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani.
The Dominion voting systems, the Smartmatic technology software, and the software that goes in other computerized voting systems here as well, not just Dominion, were created in Venezuela at the direction of Hugo Chavez to make sure he never lost an election.
And so you have Sidney Powell, but you also have what I find to be the tragic, heroic situation of the mayor of New York in 9/11, Rudy Giuliani, standing there on the side of the screen, sweating and losing credibility by the minute. And, you know, this is a direct attack on your company, on your staff, on your own integrity. It's pure fantasy, it's an invention, but a lot of people believed it. You received phone calls from politicians who wanted to check it out. Tell us what was the response to this and to other press conferences.
We were receiving hundreds of phone calls, most of them death threats, very detailed, just terrible, terrible voicemails, emails. But yeah, one of the calls, actually during that, it's still tough for me to listen to, but I was on the phone with a senator from Michigan Republican. We were both, to say we were freaking out is an understatement. It was his comment that said, these people are trying, willingly or unwillingly, to incite a civil war, and that's exactly how we felt. It was so inherently implausible, so reckless, and sadly that it didn't end there. That was only November 19th. The defamation campaign on us persisted many more weeks and months.
And it's interesting you're able to date that to November 19th.
I have all the dates in my head. I know all the dates, unfortunately.
Precisely not the man you want suing you, I think. So you've received this absolute tsunami of hatred. You have the credibility being challenged. The ability for you to change the true arrow of the story is increasingly difficult for you. You said already that you'd felt the need to prosecute a defamation case because there was no other alternative for you. You'd written letters of retraction, I presume, to
We wrote letters of retraction. We hired a crisis communication firm that came from, he was the press secretary for the Bush White House and close friends with Maria Bartiromo. In the case of Fox, that was actually the first broadcast on November 8th, where she had Sidney Powell on, and she introduced her as an attorney for the Trump campaign, which of course is not true, and asked her about Dominion. And we had sent literally thousands of documents. We had pointed all of the characters that were defaming us and the different entities. We had pointed them to the Attorney General. We had pointed them to Department of Homeland Security, bipartisan election officials. We pointed them to the fact that we had over 1,000 hand recounts of paper ballots. So it was never really about not knowing the truth.
And this was because you are part of a regulated industry, and the scrutiny from the Department of Homeland Security is to ensure there's a fair electoral process.
It is extremely regulated. There is not a line of source code that does not get checked by a third-party government accredited, by a government-accredited lab, full transparency on the tabulation, and frankly, the founding of Dominion was based on paper ballots.
There was also legal conflict where a legal team working with Fox were involved in checking out Dominion when you had been created many years before.
If you're referring to Kirkland and Ellis, was conflicted out from Fox, from defending Fox, because they actually did the diligence on Dominion, and part of that was doing the diligence on who's selling the company, i.e. me. They reviewed the fact that, or they would have, that I went through a CFIUS process, which is the Committee of Foreign Investment in the United States, back in 2010, and ultimately they were not able to work with Fox on this case.
So your tires have been well and truly kicked. You end up facing a court in Delaware. So I wanted to ask a question which I think puts a flip side to what we've heard a lot of today, and that is this question of truth tellers and us relying on law to get the truth out. Do you think that the standard is too high to be able to sue the media?
Personally, I don't. I think that the standard should be fairly high. I think that we, and this is just my opinion, just one person's opinion, but I think that we rely on the media to hold our government to account, public officials to account, institutions to account, and to make a mistake in the pursuit of the truth, I think happens. But it's incumbent on those media institutions to recognize when that happens. I think it's the whole point why there's fact-checking departments to course correct when that does happen.
And you pointed out, we were having a brief conversation earlier, that Jay Wallace, Fox, had a point where he said, weak ratings make good journalists do bad things.
I think it says it all.
Are you concerned about the effect on the First Amendment?
No, I'm not. And I'm not a First Amendment scholar by any means, but the First Amendment, from what I know of it, does not give anyone the right to lie and knowingly lie and defame people. That's the whole point of why there's defamation law.
So when we go back to the beginning of Dominion, can you tell us why you're called Dominion?
Well, we kind of went back in history. What we were looking to do is apply technology to help blind people vote on paper privately and independently. And we came across two pieces of legislation, and the one that we ended up adopting the name of was the Dominion Act in 1919 in Canada, which, among other things, expanded the right to vote for women. So we thought, we're trying to expand the franchise to other voting segments that otherwise haven't been able to vote privately. So we thought that was a cool name.
And you saw the Hanging Chads issue of 2000 in the election, where clearly the paper wasn't keeping up to date with modern technology, and you launched the company.
We did. So the 2000 election is when the Hanging Chads happened, and 2 years after that is when the United States Congress appropriated roughly $4 billion to help solve these issues and modernize their election system. And we were one of 93 companies in North America that were chasing this problem, trying to address it. And we were certainly the smallest back in 2002. And ultimately, we chose to go the route of paper-based voting. There was definitely a regional bias. In Canada, we had never seen anything other than paper-based voting. And it was a complete divergence between what all of the companies in the United States were going. They were moving towards ATM-style voting machines where there were no paper ballots. We were just, I guess, too stupid or too lucky. We just went the other way.
So a company that was built to help the blind gain accessibility to the electoral system in a safe and transparent way, that was built on the dysfunction of a previous federal campaign in the States, is suddenly public enemy number one when it comes to the idea that the 2020 election was stolen. So you feel there's no choice but to go to court. And that is not for the faint of heart. Tell us a little bit emotionally about what you went through and your staff went through.
It was very difficult to do, not to mention just practically spending millions of dollars a month and frankly escalating to tens of millions of dollars a month. It's very difficult. But on the other hand, we were chatting just outside earlier. My mother-in-law's sister was calling my mother-in-law and said, "You never told us that John was from Venezuela." And,
which is heartbreaking. I mean, it's very funny in the absurd, but it's heartbreaking.
Well, when trusted media says things to their viewers, the viewers believe it. And if you think that the media outlets that we've sued aren't trusted, I mean, I just think that you haven't traveled enough in the United States.
So you get to court and paint the picture as the jury selection is taking place. It's finally got to the point where there's not going to be any court step settlement. It's going ahead. The jury selection's begun. What are you thinking and what happens next?
I was thinking that I couldn't wait for the opening statements. My lead counsel, Stephen Shackelford, was ready to go. And it was right around that time when there was a mediator involved, and I was sitting at the desk, and my lawyer slid a piece of paper across, and it had a number on it with a yes and no. And so a couple things went through my mind. One was there was no video ever to be played at trial, and the judge made that very clear. He went even as so far as to say that he checked with the Supreme Court in Delaware. It's never happened. So there was no video, which I think a lot of people don't understand. There wasn't even going to be rebroadcasting of any of the audio transcript. So really it was just another written record of the already written record that we had put forward in our court filings. And so the offer came, literally slid across the table, and it was an offer that was just slightly higher than what our independent expert valued our company at on election day of 2020. And then I thought of the next 6 to 8 weeks and the effect that it would have on all of my people and our customers who all said yes to the request of testifying, even though it was really not good for their career, but they were intent on getting the truth out there. And so really the only question for me, I never really doubted whether or not we would go and get the right verdict. I think that the jury system is the best thing we have, and they come up with the right conclusion. But it's just a matter of, is the number going to be higher than that or lower than that? And ultimately, when I spoke to my partner about it, we just felt that that is a very big price to put on truth in journalism, and it's probably not a bad precedent.
And the request for 1.7 billion was under New York law, which was what the jurisdiction for this is basically 2 times compensatory total of the valuation of the company.
That number, the 1.7, didn't include punitive. It was our company at 2020 plus a gross up for taxes plus costs that we otherwise wouldn't have spent, security, outside firms, and then lost profits in the intervening year or 2 years.
And so the total, some say, oh, you settled, you should have gone all the way through. Any regrets?
No, I don't think so. Definitely we feel a lot of emotion. It's hard to articulate, but happiness is just not one of them. Mm-hmm. It's more relief. Mm-hmm. We still have 6 more.
And that was to the point. I mean, that's the problem, right? It's not just one. You didn't sign the settlement, though, did you, until one very important thing happened. What was that?
That's right. So I was about to sign the settlement. At one point, we had delayed 2 hours in the courtroom, and people kind of suspected what was going on. But at one point, they said, "John, you have to go into the other room." And I reached to sign, and it came back that, and my lawyer's like, "Oh, the wire is not ready yet." That's when it first hit me. They're wiring the money right now. So they didn't, but by the time we left the courtroom, they had wired the money. And that's when it kind of hit home for me what I put myself in the position of on a board seat. They must have been told regular updates on this case for the last 2.5 years. And I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall when they were called together to approve that wire.
The man who took on Fox News, John Tortoise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen.
It is clear the 2020 election was a grave betrayal of American democracy.
We have a breach of the Capitol! Breach of the Capitol!
Take back control of huge sums of money, of £350 million a week, and spend it on our priorities.
І раджу скласти зброю і повернутися до своїх сімей.
It took me about a year with Sandy Hook to come to grips with the fact that the whole thing was fake.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ed Williams. I'm a former executive from Reuters and the BBC, a former journalist. I think as it says up there, I'm at Edelman. I'm running a big chunk of Edelman's global advisory business. But actually, more importantly for the topic of this discussion this afternoon, I'm a board member of the Institute of Strategic Dialogue. Now, it's my absolute pleasure to introduce the panel that you've got in front of you today. These are not budget holders or boss class. These are the experts. They are in the digital trenches trying to figure out how we navigate the world of AI, disinformation, misinformation, bad actors, and doing it, I think, with extraordinary courage and with great innovation. And I'm very pleased that we've got such an extraordinary cast in front of us. So let me quickly introduce them. To my left, I've got Murgia, who is the FT's first ever, I think I'm right in saying, AI editor. Another first, Mariana Spring, to my left, the BBC's first disinformation and social media correspondent. And then next to her, Fezeo Sayumba, who is the founder editor of the Foundation for Investigative Journalism in Nigeria. And then finally, Bob Trafford, who is the assistant director of Forensic Architecture, which is a research group that uses architectural techniques to investigate state violence and human rights violations around the world. So look, I'm going to come to each of you one by one, and then if we've got time in the 24 minutes or 25 minutes that we've got for additional questions, we'll do that. Madhu, can I come to you first on a topic that we're reading about on a daily basis, generative AI. So this is the technology that uses human prompts to create, I don't want to say original images and text because they're new, they come from existing source material. How big an impact is generative AI going to have on journalism, do you think?
So the two questions I get asked the most about AI is it going to take over the world? And what's it going to do to journalism? These are the two things that people care about, it seems, the most. I think, seeing what generative AI does, which is write plausible text and generate images which seem unique and original, is really close to what we do as journalists, and I think it's why it's kind of top of mind for everybody in this room, probably, and lots that I talk to. On the opportunity side, having played around with it, you can see the power of something that can digest huge amounts of information, pull out summaries, pull out themes and ideas. It's a good assistant, right, to the work that we're trying to do. But the risks are huge that go with it, and I think, the rest of the panelists here will have lots to say about that. There is the risk of it making up things. In the world of computer science, they call it hallucinations, but really that's just a word for fabrications. And as we learn more how the technology works, we realize that there's very little basis on fact, in terms of what it's generating. It's just predicting what it thinks the next most likely word in a sentence is. And so yes, so there's the dangers of it flooding the information ecosystem, the public square, with things that aren't true, and people can't tell the difference between real and false images and text because it sounds so plausible. But on the other side, it can be, a very sort of powerful assistant for the sort of investigative digging and the on-the-ground reporting that we all try to do.
And academics like David Rosado have actually looked at some of the kind of source material in the LLM of ChatGPT and actually concluded that actually some of the answers are more left-leaning than they are right-leaning. So presumably that could be a problem if you're essentially having ChatGPT do a lot of the research for you.
Yeah, so it's, these algorithms, we don't know what they're trained on because there's very little transparency from companies like OpenAI on what the source material, as you call it, is. We do know that it's trained on masses of the internet, places like Reddit and other forums, which aren't moderated, aren't fact-checked, and so on. So you can only sort of imagine the sort of the vibe of the things that this is being trained on. Yes, there have been examples of political bias, also gender bias, when it assumes genders for doctors versus nurses, assistants versus CEOs. And so that's something we have to be very cognizant of if we start publishing or using this to kind of filter the work that we do.
So we've heard leaders from Reuters, from the BBC. We heard Barry Diller talk about AI in the session around lunchtime. But it seems clear to me that actually it's the tech firms that are doing the front running here versus media companies, right? There's also been a lot of talk about having a sort of moratoria on AI, halting for 6 months to let the rest of the world, ethicists and others, consider actually what's the right path forward. Is that at all feasible?
In my view, that's not going to happen. tech companies are already all racing each other to see who can put this into the hands of consumers as quickly as possible. They have the money, the data, and the technical expertise needed to do it while nobody else does. You know, just later today, Google is going to have a whole raft of new announcements around its search product, and you know, this whole race has been taken out of the hands of sort of the rest of us, and it's become a commercial race, really. And so we can't stop it. The question now is how we learn to live with it, but in a way that there are guardrails in place, in a way that we can make sure there's trust in what is being put out there, and also to figure out what is our role in a world where there's going to be content farms generated with hundreds of these articles, which already has been seen.
Yeah, that's a big change, right? In the past, if you were Vladimir Putin, you might have 1,000 or so people sitting in a troll farm in St. Petersburg. Now all the work can be done for you via AI.
Yeah, there was a study from NewsGuard, 49 websites they found, which were all just AI generated. One of them actually had a thing saying, you know, I'm an AI and my ethics prevents me from writing misinformation about vaccines, and they just published that as an article. So this is happening already.
So Mariana, that's the kind of supply side. Talk to me a little bit about the demand side, because a lot of the work you've been doing is looking at the groups of people who are consuming, sharing, amplifying this content. What do we know about them?
Absolutely, and actually, while I do spend a lot of time looking at the victims, the people targeted by disinformation or hate on social media, I think it's so vital that we really enter those conspiracy worlds, often full of hate and mistruths, and understand the people who are the true believers, the people who are the followers of these movements. And that can come with some risks. Often these movements are quite hostile, but on the whole, I've found them to be a really sort of positive way of understanding more and ultimately applying the principles of investigative journalism to that social media world, the same ones that you know, a lot of people have spoken about today. I think that there's one example that really stays with me. A woman called Alicia who lives in Wales, and she followed someone who we're going to talk about next, I think, a man called Richard D. Hall, and she was consuming his content, including content suggesting that the Manchester Arena bombing had been staged or fabricated in some way. And I interviewed her for a Panorama investigation, Disaster Deniers Hunting the Trolls, and a Radio 4 podcast series of the same name. And she welcomed me into her home, and we started talking. And I often find the most important thing is to understand not what people believe so much as why they believe it. And for her, she had found the pandemic very difficult. She'd lost her mum. It had been a really anxious time. She was finding the cost of living crisis even more difficult. And she turned to this place as a kind of a place for answers. She found it really quite terrifying, and that had gripped her. She was using social media as the gateway to this world. And so she'd found herself consuming these kinds of conspiracy theories that actually, when I kind of confronted her, she said, oh, hang on a second, maybe I've gone too far. And I spoke to her about the survivors and the victims. And in some ways, that was quite a hopeful encounter, because I left thinking that actually perhaps her views weren't so deeply held as we might think, and that actually some of the people who are the true believers who've been exploited or misled, that there is hope if we can actually expose to them how these tactics work and how the leaders of these movements are misleading them.
It's a really interesting point. I remember Mariana a few years ago doing a focus group in the north of England and asking people about their media consumption habits. And there was a very, very bright woman who worked in one of the big companies up there who was talking about her consumption of RT. And how RT, provided a news diet that was very different to the BBC, stories that you wouldn't find elsewhere. And she, it's quite extraordinary. When I asked her, what does RT stand for, she had absolutely no idea. So a lot of this is also inadvertent. But look, you talked about your investigation into the conspiracy theorist Richard Hall, who claimed the Manchester Arena victims were actors. They were faking it. I think we've got a clip, actually. Can we play that?
Okay, so I've made a slight improvement to the surveillance device.
This might look ridiculous, but here Richard Hall talks about putting a camera outside the home of Eve Hibbert, who was severely injured in the Manchester Arena bombing. Hall says he wants to see if her injuries are real. Eve almost died. Her father Martin was also badly injured.
I wish I could just get the picture of me and he, literally, me on the floor with just this big pool of blood around me. To see that, it'd shut him up.
tell me a bit about Richard Hall, his beliefs, where he came from.
So Richard D. Hall is someone who has grown a decent online following by promoting mistruths around terror attacks, around the pandemic, lots of other topics. And it's his conspiracy theories around the Manchester Arena attack, which I was looking at predominantly, and the suggestion that people were acting or they'd somehow fake their injuries. And what was the most shocking, aside from the fact that he'd written an entire book kind of detailing these claims, which he sells and still continues to try and sell online. But that he was using tactics in the real world to kind of further these conspiracy theories. So as you saw there, he was filming himself, allegedly putting this camera outside of Eve's home. It later turned out, and he admitted to us, that he'd left a camera rolling in a van parked outside her home. And as I explained there, Eve was left severely disabled after that attack. And for Martin and Eve, it was just so shocking. It left them feeling really frightened. There was another woman called Lisa who he secretly filmed at her place of work to see whether she was lying about her injuries. And when I interviewed her, she had not put any makeup on her face. And she said, I really want to make sure that he can see the scars that have been left, because for these people, they've lived through the worst ever. To then have that denied, I think, tells you the depths that denial have reached here in the UK, and just how extreme and harmful that can become. And it echoes Alex Jones, which I'm sure a lot of people in the room have heard about, and the playbook that people are now using and succeeding in some ways. And interestingly, in comparing it to Alex Jones, now Martin Hibbert has decided to take legal action against Hall. He's suing him for defamation and also harassment. And seeking damages like those Sandy Hook parents. That's the shooting that happened over in the States that Jones denied. At the time, I tried to interview Hall. I wanted to speak to him. I went to the market stall where he was selling this book, and I confronted him. I asked him questions from the survivors because he hadn't given me any answers. He told me I was wrong about how he operated. And has continued to double down on these conspiracy theories around the Manchester Arena attack. And that's a very upfront way, I guess, that I deal with disinformation and the social media world in the real world. But then there's also, I think, an important thing we have to talk about, the way that we deal with, the way that we can also investigate social media through people's feeds and kind of undercover accounts and other ways, not just in person, but online.
Okay, can we move over to Faseo? Because you go undercover as well, but you, if I may say, go, I mean, there's undercover and there's deep undercover. We'll come to that in a second, but can you just talk to us a little bit about why you've chosen this method for uncovering the truth?
Thank you. My method is a product of the country that I operate in, Nigeria. So if you want to speak truth to power, you want to hold the rich and powerful in the private sector to account, you want to expose wrongdoing, you will hit a brick wall at some point in time. Nigeria does have a freedom of information law signed by former President Goodluck Jonathan in 2011. But guess what? 6 years after, when a media NGO called Media Rights Agenda did a survey of the #1 violators of that law, the presidency was #1. The government that signed that law, never honored it. You have judges on that list, prominent government organizations. So if you want to rely on the FOI law to get information in Nigeria, you're not going to achieve any result. And for that reason, I then thought I could simulate situations and then experience things firsthand. So my method is not really to say I'm who I'm not. It's to go to the agency I'm interested in investigating and then simulate something that happens. E.g., a psychiatric hospital. So I will be a patient here, and I did that before. Spent 10 days in a psychiatric hospital, and then I had to report on it. So I'm not asking anyone questions because I saw it live.
So you actually experience what it's like. So give me talk to me a little bit about the Nigerian criminal justice system and how you exposed the rot, if you like, at the heart of that. How do you go about doing that?
The target was actually the prison. I'd heard that a lot was happening in Nigerian prisons, so I wanted to go in and report firsthand. As a matter of fact, I titled my pitch for that project, Reverse Prison Break. People in prison...
You're breaking in.
Yes.
Right.
Because people in prison want to break out. I wanted to break in. But the police was then the avenue. So pretend like an offense had been committed, get the police to pick me up, and then send me to jail. By Nigerian laws, in 24 hours, I had to be out of police custody. They kept me for 5 days. Every single morning, they woke me up to ask me if there was someone to pay bribes to get me out. So I found out a lot about Nigerian police, even though they were not the original target. Then from there, they took me to court. In court, people were coming to meet me. After the magistrate remanded me in prison, if you can pay, you will sleep in your house tonight, which means in the Nigerian justice system, once you have money, two things: if you have money and your case is not under media spotlight, you escape justice. So a court sits and they say, send him to jail. But he pays a bribe right in court and he sleeps in his house. And the media reports he's in jail and people celebrate. But you're never going to find that because you can't write to a court. You can't write to a Nigerian prison and say, give us a list of how many inmates you have. You're not going to get an answer. And then in prison, I then found out that you can go to prison in Nigeria and get your records erased. Just speak to the right people and pay them. You can drink, you can do drugs, you can have sex, you can sleep in air-conditioned rooms, you can live the big man life if you can pay and if you know the right people. And I thought it doesn't help with democracy if we allow a system to continue to let people get away with the law, do what they like and just get away with it.
But for Zay, you were then uncovered, right?
Yeah.
What happened?
So the plan was for me to be in prison for a while, and then afterwards, someone from my team would bring in a hidden device for me to record and get hard evidence. Because again, if you write without evidence, they say it's a lie. So I wanted evidence. But from court, they were already asking me for bribes. And they were saying that once I arrived at the prison, if I could pay, they would give me special accommodation, and I would enjoy my time in prison. So I changed the plan at the last minute, and then I tried to go in with a camera because I wanted to record how at the prison entrance they were going to collect money from me to give me the good life accommodation. But my cover was blown. They found the camera on me, and then they asked who I was. But I thought if I said I was a journalist, that was the end of the story. By the way, I had spent 5 crazy nights in the police cell. Anyone who knows about Nigerian police system does not want to sleep there for one night. Because one night into that experience, I woke up in the middle of the night and I asked myself, who sent me? So I couldn't then get to prison and then say I was a journalist, and that was the end of the story. And again, I thought it's easy to sit down behind the screen and write about values, about courage, about sacrifice. But when push comes to shove, are you going to be there to stand up and be counted? And I thought that was my opportunity. So I didn't tell them I was a journalist. It helped me to buy 24 hours, during which I saw the corruption in Nigerian prison from the process of registration. The person trying to document you as a prisoner is asking you for bribes. From the very start to the very end. I wouldn't have seen it if I told them I was a journalist. But because I didn't talk, they beat me up. I think you have a picture if you show it.
We do.
This is a picture of me 3 weeks after I was beaten up. So imagine what it was like on the night that it happened. So they stripped me of all my clothing, beat the hell out of me, cane going straight into my flesh. And then afterwards, they brought a big stick and they were targeting my joints, my elbows, my shoulders, my knees, my ankles, just the joints too. And I thought it was just the price I had to pay to get a story, one, and then to release a landmark story about the problems of the Nigerian criminal justice system, so that just in case any government wanted to help, then they had the right lead.
So for Zay, we will obviously, hats off, it's an extraordinary piece of work, and we will remember you as the man who broke into a prison. It's an extraordinary claim and an amazing, as I say, incredibly brave, extraordinary piece of journalism. I want to talk about... I want to talk about getting at the truth via digital tools, and Robert Trafford has very patiently been waiting at the end to talk about forensic architecture, which we were discussing earlier. I sort of tried to summarize as a digital time machine. You kind of use open source information, OSINT, alongside other accessible data, plus eyewitness accounts to build a three-dimensional picture of an event in time. Could you, for the audience, just describe, probably a little bit better than I've just done, exactly what you do at Forensic Architecture and what kind of stories you're focusing on?
I will do, and I'll try and do it quickly. So we're a university research agency. Those of you who are familiar with the New York Times Visual Investigations team, the visual forensics teams at the Washington Post will be familiar with the aesthetic of our kind of work, we use digital models as a venue for all kinds of different digital evidence. Beginning with images and videos, because I think it's images and videos that have created much of the era that we live in today, particularly with respect to post-truth, as we're here to discuss. And we're really interested in the post-truth, as practiced by states. We investigate police, militaries, secret services. In a sense, we're kind of investigators for hire for civil society. And often we see in our work, which spans the globe, we work from Goldsmiths, University of London, actually in southeast London, but we work with organizations and frontline communities all around the world who are suffering state violence, repression, and we often realize that violence comes with a second violence as well, and that's the violence of denial and cover-up and disinformation and fabrication, the kind of continued violence which prevents communities from healing, from repairing, and also from experiencing accountability. And it's that second violence that we feel that we can disrupt, that we can really disrupt the sort of power asymmetry that creates this luxury for states to lie and fabricate around human rights cases.
So should we have a look at some of your work, which is the reconstruction of the fatal shooting that happened actually it's a year ago tomorrow, of the Palestinian journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. I think we've got a short
Always
video.
much easier to see rather than hear what we do.
Indeed. If we could play the video, please.
It is at this moment when we see Shireen on the ground for the first time. Through information from exclusive access to Shireen's autopsy report, we precisely reconstructed her position when shot and the bullet's point of impact. We also identified and reconstructed the precise position of the Israeli forces 3 minutes before the shooting. The front and back vehicles are positioned sideways, so that its shooting hole here is directed towards the street. The bullet retrieved from Shireen's head has a green tip. Open source research confirms this munition, distinct by its accuracy, is commonly used by IOF marksmen. This is the opening for the scope. We simulated how Shireen and the other journalists would appear from the marksman's position 190 meters away. According to the model, this is what the marksman would have seen when they began shooting. The journalists' press vests would have been clearly visible here and throughout the incident. The close proximity of the 6 known shots that hit Shireen, Ali, and the tree confirms a professional marksman repeatedly and explicitly targeted the journalists. We traced the trajectory of these 6 shots from the vehicle. All shots were aimed above the shoulders and intended to kill.
So it's a really extraordinary piece of work, and I'd encourage everyone to watch the full video, which is available online. What was the impact of that investigation, Robert?
So those of you who are familiar with the story of Shireen's killing will know that the official picture of what happened there, let's say repeatedly and in various ways, began to fall apart. Initially, the story was that there had been crossfire and it was likely that Palestinian militants had killed Shireen. We were able, although we were not the only ones, to show that the video that had been offered by the Israeli state as evidence for that claim had actually been shot about a dozen blocks away and was nothing to do with the incident. And this precisely is the second violence that I'm talking about. We were able to go much further than the visual investigations teams that had also studied this work, precisely because of the architectural techniques that are within our toolkit. And we were able to show, as the video demonstrates there, a measure of intentionality that other techniques weren't able to capture. And so we were able to contribute to a further collapse of that story, and as we now know, the Israeli state accepts that there was a very strong likelihood that it was their responsibility. That work has not only affected the discourse online and in the public domain, but that work has also been submitted to the ICC and to a number of other investigations which are ongoing.
Fantastic. I want to squeeze one last question in, and it's probably to Madhu and Mariana, and it's the question around how news organizations and newsrooms are able to verify information in the world of AI and generative AI and AGI, and the risks associated with that. And if you could be really brief in your answers, if that is possible, but how the hell do you go about verifying information? What does sourcing look like in the future?
So I think it will be easier for images compared to text, and there are a range of people working on watermarking AI-generated images. Google is thinking about how it will watermark everything its AI generates to set a precedent for everybody else to do the same. So it will be the technology, but also the practice that everybody has to adopt. Text will be a lot harder because unless it says, sorry, I'm an AI and I can't answer your question, it's very hard to know why the words are not human. There are some tools today. OpenAI has a tool, but it only says it's about 20% accurate even on its own models of ChatGPT. So I think it will be about public education, learning when to trust and who to trust, the kind of old-fashioned ways of verifying information rather than only looking to a technological solution.
And you'd agree with that, Mariana?
Yeah, I'd echo everything Madhu said, really. And I think that it's so vital that newsrooms across the board kind of invest in expertise in disinformation and investigating social media in particular, because it's by exposing how this works, how the tactics work, how people are harmed, the real-world impact it can have, and just really unpicking it that audiences understand how it works and can apply those same skills in what they're doing. And that's sort of like how the battle continues.
Well, thank you very much. It's an amazing session. I mean, we've covered a lot, and we could be here all afternoon, but thank you.
The Gupta brothers had a vast network of influence within the government that went right to the top. We're talking about 9 years of alleged corruption, money laundering, and fraud.
My name is Branko, surname is too difficult. I'm the editor of Daily Maverick. If not us, then who? We can sit on the side and complain, or we can do something.
Yeah.
Everyone. If the session after this is succession, this one is corruption. And you will be probably about as excited as me to get the chance to hear from Branko Brikic. Have I got the...
Very well.
You know, a lot of people were watching the coronation here. I took the weekend off to work on that, Branko. My name is James Harding. I'm the editor of Tortoise. And when I thought about leaving the BBC, one of the inspirations was Branko and the work of the Daily Maverick, which exposed, I think probably the biggest single corruption story of my lifetime, brought me to an idea that I'd never even heard before in terms of state capture. And we got a hint of it there, Branko. Will you just start by giving people a sense of the scale of the Gupta's corruption?
Okay, not to go into details, the Gupta brothers arrived in 1994 to South Africa, and they went on to corrupt many people in South African government. They were, you know, corruptors of equal, what is the word?
Opportunity.
Opportunity, yeah. So they actually took a bet at some stage to a struggling politician called Jacob Zuma, who then went on to become president of South Africa. And since 2009, they managed to kind of preside over the system, which is probably the best ever executed state capture that we have ever seen. In terms of scale, just to give you an idea, what we could measure, and again, what we could measure, there's plenty of things we probably will never know. We're talking about $3.5 billion that was taken out of South Africa.
300 billion?
$3.5 billion, which for South Africa, I promise you, it's a mortal blow, you know. And fortunately, they are still free, and it looks like they're going to be free forever.
And just explain, the government nonetheless appointed Raymond Zondo, the Zondo Commission, to look into it.
Yes.
It looked then that the Daily Maverick's work was going somewhere, that actually something fundamental would be achieved in South Africa. Do you feel as though it has been achieved?
Yes and no. We know the truth. I think it's really important. In terms of the actual result in the real world, let me just take you through. So I received the original hard drive early April 2017. By 1st of June, we started publishing more than 80 exposés, which really proven beyond any doubt what was going on. And by end of August 2017, Gupta brothers disappeared. Okay. By the end of 2017, at the ANC conference, Jacob Zuma lost power. In February 2018, he resigned. So we got a new president, Cyril Ramaphosa, and there was a really great level of energy and optimism, except that years of Zuma wounded the country so badly, wounded the state so badly, that Ramaphosa walked into a seriously corrupt, state machinery. Then what we've done, we helped create a Zondo Commission, which was in the front of live TV, list all the stuff that went wrong with it, and with the Guptas and other people. Unfortunately, after many years, Zondo came up with a really, really big findings of 5,000 or 6,000 pages. It's a horrifying reading, I promise you.
Yeah, and I guess that's the question, Branko. When you read through it, and I've only read sort of the executive summaries and the reporting, but you can't believe that it hits South African Airways and it hits newspapers and transport companies and
everything.
Everything. I suppose the question I've got is, where are we now? How much do you think that corruption is endemic in the ANC, endemic in large organizations? We've seen the Eskom scandal recently, the energy company. How much do you think that South Africa has a corruption problem that just goes way, way beyond the Guptas?
South Africa has a corruption problem, but even the biggest problem is the ANC. ANC has a corruption problem. Unfortunately, 30 years later, it's not the same party that brought liberation and rainbow nation, through Mandela's incredible statesmanship. The ANC of today is a corrupt party, and a badly corrupt party where everybody is, unfortunately, hiding some, skeletons. And it is, unfortunately, beyond salvation. So,
and just tell us, Branko, a bit about journalism in that context. I imagine you took on the Guptas, you took on Bell Pottinger, you've taken on the ANC. How much of the time have you thought that the Daily Maverick itself is in danger of being closed down, run out of town?
Well, throughout all these years, there were different types of threats. The biggest threat was closing down because we would run out of money. Our business model to start with was triple F, friends, family, and fools. We ran out of them, and then as we grew, our friends, family, and assorted fools ran out of, they just couldn't support us anymore. So we had to come up with new business models, but at the same time, the situation in the country and the situation in South African media, which is unfortunately weakening by the day, necessitated our growth. So we had to grow beyond reason. So we grew to 120 people of today, amongst other things because we really need to save the talent from leaving the journalism.
And just talk for a second about the business model of the Daily Maverick, because we were talking before we came in here. I think this is the only session of the day where we're talking about journalism south of the Equator,
Yeah.
journalist organisation south of the Equator.
I'm the one.
And you know, there was a session earlier on about business models.
Yeah.
It's all very well thinking about subscriptions or advertising. What do you do in a marketplace where the majority of people can't or won't pay for journalism?
I would very much love being in a space that can afford the journalism. Unfortunately, South Africa is a poor country. Our official unemployment rate is 37%. Real unemployment rate is probably much, much higher. More than 30 million of South Africans depend on monthly grants just to survive. You know, so they cannot afford journalism because first they need to afford bread. You know, and the thing is that what we're in a situation right now where if they have to pay for, you know, for our journalism and truth, they won't be able to afford it. So, you know, our kind of dilemma is that shall we chase the profits or shall we chase the actual service to the community, service to South Africa? We chose the service to South Africa, but we were really, really lucky to manage to get this buy-in from a lot of people who can afford in order for us to keep the service for free.
And you know, when we first spoke, or one of the first times we spoke, you talked about different kinds of storytelling. And then I remember actually we ran into each other in Davos, which is, you know, not known for its innovations. But there you were, I remember, showing me on a video a totally different kind of storytelling about a subject, climate, which, you know, I know is kind of close to your heart and the work of the Daily Maverick. And it struck me that it's actually part of what we learned from Harry was that thing, which is, you know, let's focus on different kinds of stories. I wonder whether or not we could just take a look at that that video, because I think it tells us a little bit about, you know, the way Harry inspired you.
Don't you understand what I'm trying to say? And can you feel the fears I'm feeling today? When the threshold is crossed, it's the end of the game. There'll be nothing to save when the world is aflame. Take a look around you, girl. It's bound to scare you, boy. And then tell me over and over and over again, my friend, I don't believe we're on the eve of destruction.
We're on the eve of destruction. You can see the whole film. I have to confess, when I watched it, I was in tears, wasn't I? Embarrassingly, in that, all in Davos. What are you trying to do there? Some people would say, that doesn't look like journalism to me. Why is it journalism to you?
Okay, so this is a 3.5-minute video. And I argue that this is an article, let's call it article, which is more powerful than 3,500 stories. You know, because we have people that we can convince there's a climate crisis, we should and could do something about it. And there's a massive, massive chunk of global population that either think it's a conspiracy, some of them are violent, or either think that they can't do anything about it. They shut themselves off. And we have Our Burning Planet, which is our climate crisis desk, is 10 people, and it's the biggest in Southern Hemisphere. We do a phenomenal job on that one. And yet, the only stories that are read are the stories with connection with corruption and climate crisis.
And Branko, just give us a sense of how you see what the Daily Maverick is doing within the context of African journalism overall.
It's a very difficult question. You know, with all the troubles we have in South Africa right now, and again, we are unfortunately reduced to having 2 newsrooms, daily newsrooms of consequence, which is News 24 and us.
News 24 and Daily Maverick is basically...
Essentially, yeah. We are light years ahead of our colleagues in Africa. You know, so I just want to warn everybody, please understand the next big crisis that is coming our way is African continent. And when this thing explodes, it will be too late to react.
And just to explain, what do you mean by that?
If you have a look at every country in Africa, it's under massive influence of China and Russia. It is structured as Russia. It's structured in such a way that there's an elite on top which doles out the sectors, and those sectors are controlled by the revolutionary oligarchs, supported by all sorts of lieutenants, from enablers, from Europe, from Russia and China as well, from America. And there is no space for entrepreneurship. And there's even worse, there's no space for accountability. Because we are obsessed with the fact that people can actually go and place the vote. They can actually place, vote once in every 4 years, but there's no accountability about it. Mm-hmm. So we have a continent in which every number goes in the wrong direction, and where climate crisis is already showing, but it's going to be much more dangerous than just about any other place. So what we're trying to explain to people is that if you remember 2015 exodus from Syria, just by 2015 you're going to have a exodus which is going to dwarf it from Africa.
So I just want to finish, if I might. When I first came across the Daily Maverick, I remember being inspired by your sense of a purpose, defend truth. Yep. And then I was fascinated by you. Do you understand by just telling us about that? You left, I think, the former Yugoslavia in 1991.
Yeah.
How did that experience, do you think, affect the way in which you saw your adopted country, South Africa?
I lost one country already, and I don't feel like losing another country. And we are very close to it, and I'm fighting.
Very good, British ladies and gentlemen.
You're good folks. You're the best, or you wouldn't be in here. But you've got to knuckle down for me. Waystar, I can't say too much as yet, but I'm going to be spending a lot more time in here with you lot, because I love it in here. I fucking love it! So, I don't want to know about 3% week on week. I want to know that we're killing the opposition. I want to be cutting their throats. Our rivals should be checking in up back of their chauffeured cars because they can't believe what we did. So fucking spicy. So true. Something everyone knows, but nobody says because they're too fucking lily-livered.
You're popular. So that was, of course, the incomparable, mesmerizing Brian Cox in the role of Waystar media titan Logan Roy, father of 4 twisted, cringeworthy children, Kendall, Shiv, Roman, and Connor. They're berated by him in life, they're haunted by him in death, and they're eternally doomed to seek his approval. And the creator of this irresistibly awful dynasty is, sitting beside me here, the award-winning writer, executive producer, and creator of Succession, Jesse Armstrong. So, welcome, Jesse.
Thank you.
Welcome. So much ink has obviously been expended on the Roy family being modelled on the dynamics, of the Rupert Murdoch clan. And of course, there's also a huge dollop of Sumner Redstone, actually, and many others, I'm sure, in the concoction of the Logan Roy character. But so why did you become so fascinated by these late life, media mastodons?
I think people who are interested in the show, maybe to an unusual degree, might know that I wrote a screenplay about Rupert Murdoch and his family a long time ago in the 2010s, and so I guess that's when I started thinking about doing something in this area. Latterly, it was hard to get that show that it was really a screenplay made, and so a long time later, it was reading journalism. Actually, it was reading Tom Bower's book on Maxwell, Sumner Redstone's own book on himself, which is not a great read, but and The Jinx, the TV show on HBO. Also, Tom Bower's Conrad Black. Anyway, I think and the Redstone, as we've said, it started to feel like there were some common psychological factors amongst these people. Which were? The first massive one that struck me is actually just about mortality, in that both Sumner Redstone and Rupert Murdoch have made jokes about not wanting to have to pick a successor because they wanted to live forever. And
alas, it seems to be true.
and that's a joke, but I think it's an impulse we all feel a bit, that you can't really believe it's going to all be over. And I guess their tremendous appetite for deal making and appetite for life in some ways, slightly disgusting ways in Sumner's case, felt very visceral. So yeah, that was the first big thing that struck me about their commonalities.
So one thing you said to me, which I was rather enchanted by, was that you actually read Harry's book, Good Times, Bad Times, when you were prepping, to do the show. Actually, the other day I found this wonderful picture of Harry with the then editor of the Times, William Rees-Mogg. At the time that the deal with Rupert that was the press conference to announce that Rupert was in charge. I think Harry's reaction is very clear. But what did you get out of Good Times, Bad Times?
Well, it's a great book. It's a great read, as you're probably very aware. And so I was honoured to be invited along. It's a great read. All the really insidery. I'm not a great one for in-person research. I prefer secondary stuff. I just do. But full disclosure, Andrew Neil's book, and especially Good Times, Bad Times, the seeing what it's like to be inside getting bought and to be lied to, and to have somebody who will use untruths straight to other people's faces. It's like a superpower if you're able to do that and be convincing, and I think possibly even believe it yourself as you're saying it. It's so powerful. And to read an very intelligent person's experience of being somewhat seduced, somewhat bullied, somewhat positioned. There's a wealth of material that if you change all the names and all the dates and the business organizations, you can draw on to steal stories. But more than that, that strong sense of what it's like
to be seduced by that.
To be seduced and to be lied to.
Yeah, fascinating. Well, of course, the fascinating thing about Succession has been the way that it's both mirrored, transmuted and predicted real life at every turn. It's really been remarkable how, things keep happening that appear in the show and vice versa. What for you has been the most amazing life imitates Succession moment as you've been on this long journey? I loved it when Roman's rocket blows up, and then just a few weeks later, Elon's rocket blows up.
Yeah, a lot happens in the show. And therefore, I think occasionally you're going to accidentally throw, we're throwing a lot of darts at the dartboard, and some of them are going to hit, if that's what it is. It isn't our intention to sort of predict reality. And most of the stuff that I think sometimes one feels we've predicted things, it's all in the papers. It's all, if you read the FT every day, these deals are happening, the stuff is happening. I don't think we have a particular degree of prophecy. We're just taking stuff kind of ripped from, often these deal shapes. There's one in the show that people who are watching it at the moment. I think probably the biggest inspiration for there's a tech company is trying to buy the subject of the show, Logan Roy's company, and I think the AOL Time Warner deal is the best real life analog, and that's, I can't remember how many years ago, but it's a while.
So true. And it was another one of these
tech's coming. Text we need to buy.
Another one of these massive mistakes and huge blow-ups. So, obviously I'm fascinated by your team and how they get into this process. They're obviously remarkable, all of them. They seem to be able to see round corners. Are they all media junkies? Are they all obsessed with media? Or are they just your team that work for you, your writer's room?
My fellow writers? A bit. I've always encouraged everyone to read widely, and, we have a bit of a reading list that's I encourage people to read, and they're all media literate. You don't have to be a media studies professor to enter the writing room. You can come with other skills as well, because it's equally important to know about family dynamics and what men and women are like, and work in all sorts of ways. So yeah, and actually Marissa Marr, who used to work at the Wall Street Journal, is here, and she will come in and set us right if we are going wildly off beam. So we try, and I think mainly talk about family dynamics, the architecture of the deals, we can, as long as it feels broadly right, we can figure out later.
I mean, I feel that one of the inevitable sort of messages of succession is that we sort of need these big alpha business bastards, if I may summarize it, you know, to create these behemoth companies. And you see how much that company and that family, those dynamics, absolutely need Logan Roy, you know, as the Sun King at the center of it, who does also know a tremendous amount about business, which the kids totally don't. What are your thoughts about that? I mean, are these? I mean, you know, look at these big media people. Is this what is required? You have to be like a Logan Roy.
Oh, that's difficult, and I hope the show doesn't sell you one single thing. So if that's what you take from it, more Logan Roys, good luck.
I know. Well, it's just that, you know, this company falls apart without him. So I mean, it's fascinating to see that dynamic.
Yeah, I guess talent is sprayed around in unusual ways, and the kids, you know, Shari Redstone seems to be doing a decent job in holding together CBS Paramount. It's possible, but you've got to be lucky to inherit the skills necessary to, you know, run a large media organization, right?
Well, I know, but one of my favorite scenes of all in the show, and I've replayed it so many times, is when the kids, in their desperate bid to get out of their father's realm and create their own media platform, talk about their ideas for a new digital startup they call The 100, which they hilariously call Substack meets Masterclass meets The Economist meets The New Yorker, right?
Okay, so we're looking for investment partners for a revolutionary new media brand that's going to redefine news for the 21st century.
It's an indispensable, bespoke information hub.
And then I go, The 100, greatest experts, best writers, top minds in every field, from Israel-Palestine to AI to Michelin restaurants, one-stop info shop, high-calorie info snacks.
I'm just going to take this.
Taking a call?
Oh, God. At the end of that episode, the kids, in their incredible distractibility, suddenly dump the 100 completely and then instead outbid their father for, you know, a huge old media property, the Pierce Company. And, you know, he has this incredible line, Logan, which he says to the kids, and he utters this devastating comment to them. He says, "I love you, but you are not serious people." Very profound, I think. It's such two different ways of looking at the word. Well, talk about the writing of that scene.
Of that one?
Well, that one, and also you're not serious people.
Not serious people. I sometimes clam up a bit when I try and decode it or say what we were trying to say, but I can talk a bit about it. That one, I guess the only thing to say about that is I saw some commentary about what a bunch of assholes they are and stupid media brand. I guess in the writer's room, hopefully once we've got the idea, we peer over the edge into sort of satire and ludicrous ways of pitching it. But it's not like we had 20 other better media ideas in our room. We were like, what, if you were going to try and do something, can you know a lot of people, and you pull something together, kind of, will this do? So I think we have a certain amount of sympathy with them. It's hard, right? I've got to do a new media brand, and be like my dad. Maybe. So we're not looking down on them thinking, obviously what we want you to do with a new media brand is we don't have the answer. So I guess we're on some level on the same side as them, and then are able to maybe put our fingers in their wounds a little bit and wiggle them around a little bit to enjoy how painful it is to be the son of someone powerful and trying to create your own sphere. You're not serious people. Yeah. That episode was written by Tony Roach and Susan Sunhee Stanton, colleagues from the writer's room, and everything gets worked on all together. But I guess the one interesting thing about that was that we knew, how do we feel about spoilers? We knew that would be a very significant conversation for people who know the show, and that it would be an important moment. And so we knew that, and it was a question of giving that due weight, but not coming back and rewriting it in the light of subsequent events.
I see, very...
That sounds very opaque. I could be more interesting if I gave spoilers.
Okay. I'm also fascinated by the fact, I mean, you're British, and this is such sort of fine American satire. I mean, you know, the room I know is a big mix of sort of American and English, and of course the cast are the same, and you've got Tom, who's British, and Sarah Snook, who's Australian, and it's an extraordinary mix. But I am very intrigued about how close and fine, the satire is of sort of the American billionaire class and the American media class. I mean, how do you, as someone who doesn't live in America, how do you get that so finely tuned?
Well, thank you. I did American Studies as a degree. Doesn't necessarily make you, make your ear perfect for American speech rhythms, but it's all right, and I've helped. I've worked there quite a bit, and although the show is written, some people may know in the UK, we go and make it in the US, so for 6 months of each year, I'm very much watching Fox and Tucker at night to get filled up on all the news.
Not anymore.
And then also just, book journalism and long-form journalism, when sometimes people come and say, you must have spoken to, Shari or James or Lackland to get this detail. And you're like, do you look at Vanity Fair? Do you look at what their PRs are saying in public every day about each other? It's all there. There's no secrets. I mean, I'm sure there are secrets, but there's so much abundance of stuff in the public realm, so that's what we tune into.
You're just paying attention, that's the thing. Well, one of the thrilling things, I think one of the reasons people just love and are so addicted to the show as well, is just sort of how transgressive, in a way, the dialogue is. I mean, you manage to sort of have them talking exactly how these people do talk and think, without in any kind of unfiltered fashion, without any of the sort of post-Me Too, hyper-policed media landscape kind of dialogue. And I mean, this is another one of my favorite scenes, where you see Logan's hapless nephew, Greg, who's always trying to curry favor with the immediate family, defending his decision to Logan's go-to gatekeeper and latest mistress, Kerry, to bring a new date to Logan's 80th birthday party. You know what's coming, right?
So I guess we should...
Hi, welcome. Welcome, Greg.
Hey, Carrie. This is Bridget. Bridget, this is Carrie, Logan's...
Friend, assistant, and advisor.
Friend, assistant, and advisor.
Hey, I'm Bridget. Hi, Bridget. So great to meet you. Greg, let me and you grab Bridget a drink, yeah?
Oh, yeah?
Okay. So excuse us, Bridget.
All right. I'm sorry, we'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Make yourself at home.
Don't worry about it. Who is this, Greg?
That's my date.
Uh-huh, right, but who is she?
I brought a date. That's okay, right?
What's her name? What's her full name?
Bridget.
Is it Random Fuck? Bridget Random Fuck? Is she from the apps, Greg?
I really like her. I might have fallen for her.
Oh, that's great. How many previous dates have you had?
Carrie, I'm not sure this is appropriate.
We're not a fucking Shake Shack, Greg. This isn't a pre-fuck party. It's a birthday party.
And I am a cousin. I get a +1. I'm like an honorary kid.
Oh, you're an honorary kid?
Yeah. I mean, Marcia once said that I was always welcome.
Marcia's not here. She's in Milan shopping forever.
I mean, Bridget Random Fuck. I mean, seriously. How do you come up with it?
Well, it takes a hell of a long time, as people will see how eloquent I am on stage speaking live. I need to go back to the page a lot to come up with the good stuff, and also spend 5-6 months in a writer's room. We don't write the episodes there, nor do we, except on rare occasions, come up with lines like that, but discussing the emotional shape and the arcs. And then we go away and write the episodes and rewrite, and then I take a look at things. And then also for something like that on the day, something I learned from doing The Thick of It with Armando and Simon and Tony is we have lots of alternative lines to feed in. So I don't know if that was one of them, but we might have a few different names to throw at the actor to feed in. So yeah, it's a lot of work, which is sort of depressing to hear. You want to feel like they all improvise it all and it's easy, and sometimes it is, but a lot of it is hard work.
That's thrilling to hear, actually. I'm also fascinated that we all so identify and so kind of hold this family now close to us in terms of how we think about them. It's remarkable to know and read, anyway, I did, that originally you were going to cast Jeremy Strong as Roman and the actor playing Roman as Jeremy as Kendall, which seems inconceivable. How did such a thing happen, that you would ever have conceived those two highly different actors who seem absolutely wedded to those roles now in their opposites, essentially?
I think how that worked was that Adam McKay, who directed the pilot and did The Big Short, amongst other things, Vice, and he'd worked with Jeremy in a small part on previously on The Big Short, and was like, you've basically got to have this guy in the show. Like, it doesn't matter what part, he should be in it. And I looked at his work and thought, he is great. And so we were like, oh, well, maybe he is Roman. I think how it happened was that then, I think Kieran was the first person who auditioned. As soon as he did an audition, you were like, well, no, he's got the part. He is that guy. He just did it. And so I guess it took a while for us to decide that Jeremy would be Kendall. Anyway, that's how it went.
Amazing. Well, you're closing up the Succession shop just as sort of chaos and despair is reigning all over the media at the moment, and visionaries are looking hapless and hopeless. The tech billionaire in the show, Lucas Matson, played by Alexander Skarsgård, you know, he's another killer, but he's just a bloodless one, right? I mean, and then what is the difference between, in the end, a Peter Matson and a Logan Roy?
What is the difference between, well...
And who would you rather be running our world in media?
Oh, God. I think I turned that over to your more qualified audience. We're just, I was a sitcom writer originally, and so I'm hoping to make you laugh. I take the fifth on who would be better. I prefer neither of them. Is that an option?
Yeah, it definitely is an option. All right, well, Jesse, thank you. This has been the most wonderful conversation.
Thank you. Honour to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. So fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's time for cocktails. A 20-minute break. Cocktails back upstairs. Thank you. Okay, if we could please take our seats as soon as possible. The programme is about to begin. So once again, please take your seats. The programme is about to begin. Thank you.
No commercial and no political interest should stand in the way of the truth. That would be the antithesis of all that I stood for in journalism.
You look back on that Sunday Times and you admire the courage of the man.
And he blasted open some of the legal challenges to journalism in ways from which we've all benefited.
These children exist in the real world, and we mustn't be put off telling the public about the plight of the children.
What we all learned from Harry is that a single investigation did not deliver.
That was Harry's greatest achievement, I think, to change British law in favour of press freedom, in favour, give more power to the powerless.
If the task of editing is to be anything, it is to edit text. If it's to sign expense sheets, I don't want to do it. And if you've got the pictures of the Queen... They're very depressing pictures, I must say.
I hope you feel the love tonight, Harry, because there's so many people in this room who loved and admired you, and many who you wish you had known, but who you would have loved and admired. So always makes me a little bit emotional when I see that video. But nothing would have given Harry greater pleasure than to know that his esteemed alma mater, Durham University, and his journalistic lodestar, Thomson Reuters, had joined forces with me to lift up all those committed to, as he put it, finding out what the bloody facts are. And nothing would have delighted Harry more than hearing from our next guest, David Thomson, chairman of Thomson Reuters. David learned the journalism industry as a child, beside his grandfather, the great Roy Thomson, whom we just saw in the video, and his father, Ken. David's lifelong support for the profession is based on the Thomson principles of journalism, set out so clearly by his grandfather Roy, who said, I do not believe that a newspaper can be run properly unless its editorial columns are run freely and independently by a highly skilled and dedicated professional journalist. This is and will continue to be my policy. Harry and David often talked on the phone about the need to be brave, to go to places nobody is talking about and bring home the truth. A great bond between them was a love of photography. David's photography collection is one of the world's greatest, and a number of his close friends are world-leading conflict reporters. David, like Harry, cares enormously about young journalists, like our first Sir Harry Evans fellow, Wayland Cunningham, whom you met earlier, and whom David made a point of meeting up with when he was last in London. David is the journalist's friend. Neither the fellowship nor today would have happened without him. David, over to you.
Good evening, ladies, gentlemen, honored guests. I often say I'm humbled, but I truly am humbled as I stand here. Honored, and Tina, I would like to say that you're pure inspiration. Harry adored you. There was a bond between you and Harry, and you could feel it in the air. You know, you lifted one another to heights. And, you know, today we talk about anything in life exceeding expectation. This has soared beyond anything that I could have imagined. And I think I speak for many. And thank you. I would like to just take a minute and acknowledge a very, very special individual. Dawn McCullen is seated right in front of me. Dawn, you... No, I know, but I will get to Roy. But I want Dawn to just recognize you. I want to tell you just how much you meant to my father, to my grandfather, and to all your colleagues at the Sunday Times and beyond. Your photos are remarkable. Please forgive me, I will drift into my grandfather and Harry, and I'll start with my grandfather, whom I first met as a very small little boy. My father would take me out to Mississauga Road, and I remember on one occasion he left me alone. I'd have been 5 or 6, and my grandfather, formidable figure, was reading quietly. You know, CBC was playing, and I sat there for a very long time. But it made me wonder, what made this man tick? And I would later ask my father, what was it like with Roy growing up? And he admitted that he rarely saw him, because Roy, when the day was finished, would walk home, but he'd walk to other homes because he wanted to understand what happened in his community and the joys, the sorrows of friends, of advertisers, of everyone. And it's interesting, you know, on a Scottish television, you know, my grandmother, whom I never met, passed away from cancer in 1954, and he decided that he would leave the North American newspaper empire and come to the United Kingdom. And he settled in Edinburgh, and the Scotsman, and Scottish television. And what's interesting, of course, we've all heard that extraordinary line in which he says buying Scottish television was basically taking a license to print money. But if one reads the local press throughout those early days, my grandfather was concerned about one thing in particular: how to get the radio signals into the Highlands. It was the customer. He did the same thing with classified advertising. How could he go deeper? How could he penetrate and serve a need? So, growing up, I heard tales of the Great Depression from my father. I heard them from my grandfather. And it was clear the hardship, but the hope, the struggle, and there'd always be a human tale, poignant, and not entirely about suffering, about heroism. And when we moved to London as a young man, my father took over the chairmanship of the Times. My grandfather would stay with the family in London 2 days, sometimes 3 days a week. And it was marvelous. And Isabel, when she was talking about breakfast with Harry, it made me recall those mornings. They were brief, but they made a tremendous impression. And the energy that between my father and my grandfather, but Harry was there. He was the silent companion that they would then meet later in the day. And it was clear to me that there was something really remarkable between, particularly at that time, my grandfather and Harry. And my favorite story, amongst many, was the Labour minister, Richard Crossman, and the diaries that came into the hands of the Sunday Times. And it was a struggle, but at one point, the presses are ready to roll. And Harry went to see Roy, and he said, Roy, when that button is pressed, you should know the consequences could be grave, and you could lose the paper. And my grandfather, he smiled, and he said, Harry, that's one hell of a story. He was willing to put whatever he had to on the line because he believed. He believed in Harry's leadership. And if you were to ask me, the really most extraordinary element was how Harry infused in human beings this belief in themselves. How he took talent and incubated, extended, lifted them in directions that they could probably never have imagined. Is this not the legacy that all of us crave? Whether it's with our children, whether it's with colleagues, whether it's viewing from afar the achievements of others. This is truly what matters. And I know that for my relationship with Harry, he gave me something that's very difficult to put into words. He infused a belief that whatever you set your heart and your mind to, because in the end, as Don says, pictures, it's not looking, it's feeling. And we can do that. It's powerful. And his light flickers for me every day. And I'm certain it flickers for all of you. And I just feel blessed. And I feel that today, the triumph is that all of us must surely feel a greater sense of liberation. That whatever task is on hand, whatever our aspiration, our dream, that we can achieve it. And we can achieve it, we can also achieve it collectively by sharing, being open, being honest. But never, ever allowing your moral compass to be taken for granted or misaligned. Steve admirably expressed the commercial dynamic, and it's real. And I think, Steve, you'll have to probably peel me away at times, but the responsibility for taking care, for supporting, for believing in our journalists, our photojournalists, and other photojournalists and journalists. All circles in life are tiny, and we need to share one another's stories, our impressions, our feelings, because we have a formidable task in having good people thrive and believe in themselves and assist them where we can, because, my goodness, they've assisted us. Their courage, their passion, their belief in doing the right thing in face of far beyond confinement is almost unfathomable. But it's real and it's human. And I don't know about you, but I come away today wondering how much harder we can push, how much deeper we can go, and how many more hearts and minds we can touch. So thank you all, and it's been a real pleasure to be with you in this atmosphere that I will hold for the rest of my life. May we have many, many more. Thank you all.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Clarissa Ward. I'm CNN's chief international correspondent. I have been covering crises and conflicts around the world for nearly 2 decades and have spent, like many journalists, much of the last year and a half in Ukraine. And I am so privileged this evening to be joined in conversation by 2 of the most talented, hardworking, and courageous photojournalists who have risked everything on the front lines to bring us some of those images that you just saw, which I don't know about you, but the hair was standing up on the back of my neck. Lindsay Addario, many of you will be familiar with, who has just been feted with another Pulitzer as part of the New York Times' coverage of the war in Ukraine, was also a finalist for her extraordinary photography. She has won a MacArthur Fellowship. She was just awarded the Polk Award. If I went into a list of all her awards, we would not get through the rest of the session. And Andrei Dubchak, who is joining us from Kharkiv in northeastern Ukraine. Andrei, thank you so much. Andrei is a Ukrainian journalist.
Good day.
Who has worked very closely with Lindsay, who also understands that this war did not start a year and a half ago, but actually more than 8 years ago now, and who created an extraordinary interactive outfit called Donbass Frontliner, whereby he continues to tell the stories of what is happening in the Donbass region, which is the sort of primary front line that you've been reading about and hearing so much about. So, Andrei, if I can start with you, give us a sense at the moment. There's so much anticipation about this Ukrainian spring offensive, and this is Ukraine's real chance, potentially, to deal a devastating blow to Russia. What are you seeing on the ground? Do you have a sense that this is going to happen soon? Do you have a sense where it's going to happen? Obviously, A lot of people are looking at the southeast, but we would love to hear your perspective.
For now, like heavy fight for Bakhmut and this region. And together with Lindsay, we saw a lot of Ukrainian like heavy vehicles and Western help who like go toward front line to Donbass. And the same information I have about the troops who go toward Kherson. So for now, the direction of this like attack is unpredictable, counteroffensive. But we'll see a lot of rumors and a lot of hope in Ukraine. This counteroffensive will be like successful.
And can you just tell us, I'm struck by this, building behind you. Where are you exactly? What is the situation like where you are now?
For now, I'm in Kharkiv on the road to Donbass. And behind me is school destroyed like during the fight and battle for Kharkiv. We expect now the airstrike alarm because a lot of notification. Russia will send the missiles today too, because yesterday was missiles, the day before yesterday was missiles, and like the day before yesterday also was missiles. So it's like for now it's like hard situation with this missile strike attack, but thanks to Western help, a lot of them Ukrainian air defense like destroyed and successfully destroyed.
Lindsay, you were just with Adrees. You were in Donbass. We have heard the tales. We've seen the images. It's been called the meat grinder. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that an AFP journalist, Armand Soldin, was killed yesterday, one of 17 journalists who has been killed in the last year and a half during this conflict. Give us a sense of what it is like to be on the ground trying to do your work in the Donbass region.
I mean, I think it's just constant. When we were about probably 18 kilometers from Bakhmut, south of Bakhmut, on a front line about 4 kilometers from Russian positions. And south of us was Avdiivka, another place of heavy fighting, and basically day and night, it's constant, outgoing, incoming, even into the small town that we were in. Although it's not Bakhmut, it's just constant artillery happening. And as Adrees said, as we were driving west, we passed 50 MRAPs heading toward Bakhmut, 50. And there were 50 also spotted going toward Kherson. So I think there's a lot of anticipation about what is going to happen. It's definitely ramping up. It's been much more intense in the last few weeks.
How do you find a focus when there's missiles flying, there's explosions taking place in different places every day? How do you choose your target or what story it is that you want to tell?
I mean, we're 15 months into this war, and I think it's our responsibility now as journalists is to find a different angle. I think our readers don't only want to see a tank firing. I think we have to humanize this story. We have to make it more intimate. We have to show who are the Ukrainian people and how is this war affecting them. So I'm constantly looking for a different angle, something more intimate, a way to show how this war is affecting civilians. That, for me, has always been what's most interesting, how it's affecting women and children. And I think, I've never been a great war photographer, combat photographer. I've always been drawn. I would disagree with that assertion. I've always been drawn to sort of the margins of war. I don't personally, I will cover combat, but I find it much more interesting to see how war is affecting people's daily lives.
And I think that really comes through, and we're going to talk in a minute about some of the extraordinary work that you've done around women. But Andrei, I wonder if you can give us a perspective as well. It's always so different when you are covering a conflict that is taking place in your own country. You are a Ukrainian. Your life looked very different, certainly 2 years ago, but even 10 years ago. Tell us a little bit about the ways in which your life has changed as a result of this war that's been forced upon you.
Well, yeah, it was a revolutionary annexation, yeah. And like years in trenches, years in trenches, like with Ukrainian soldiers who like try to stop the Russian, like on the Donbass here, and
I think we're having a little issue with Adrees' Starlink, which is not entirely surprising given the situation. So while we try to get that sound back, I want to talk about March 6th, which was the day where you took one of the most kind of iconic, unforgettable, harrowing images of this war, and where Andrei captured this extraordinary video in the moments before you took that photograph. So just to prep for the audience, this took place on a bridge that connects Irpin, a heavily bombarded suburb of Kyiv, to the main part of the city. Lindsay and I had been talking all throughout the day because I was there on the Saturday. She went on the Sunday, which ended up being a very fateful decision, and she was there as mortars started landing. And I'm sure many of you have already seen this video. I warn you, it's tough to watch. But let's take a look at this video that Andrei captured of this moment.
Що вчора було з дітьми, кажеш?
Дітей 200-х вивозили, мирне населення, воєнники.
Shit! Shit, 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 shit.
Stay there!
All right.
No.
Come on, medic!
It's just a truly astonishing moment, and you then took this photograph, which I believe we can look at too, the front page of the New York Times. It's hard to look at, but it's so important. This really was a defining moment, I think, in the coverage of Ukraine. But I just want you to take me through, Lindsay, because I watched that. We hear you say shit, which, you know, I think we all would have done the same thing. The difference is what we might not all have done was to leave our cover, cross that road, and make sure to take that photograph and record history.
Yes.
What was going through your mind? Where did that courage or presence of mind come from to do that?
I mean, I'll just back up a little because before that round came in, there were 2 rounds that came in before, and the first one landed a few hundred meters off in the distance. And so my security advisor, Steve, said, "Would you like to leave?" And I said, "No, I'm sure they're targeting a Ukrainian mortar position in the woods." And so I thought we were fine, and we had this little cement cover. And so within minutes, the next round came in closer. And so it was clear, in fact, they were bracketing onto our position. And so with that round, I dove into the cement cover and sort of popped back up and thought, okay, they're definitely not going to hit this bridge because they know it's full of civilians. They know it's full of women and children. And really leading up to that moment, I was shooting and I was looking through my viewfinder, looking at children being sort of dragged by their parents to relative safety and getting angry as I was shooting, thinking, how dare anyone fire mortars close to this bridge? And then, of course, the next round came in right in front of us, and it was literally sort of equidistant between us and the family that it killed. And you can't really hear it, but in the video, I ask if I'm bleeding because my entire neck was sprayed with gravel. And I didn't know if, I had been injured. So we had a security advisor. He told us to stay put. Obviously, we have to listen to him. And so then when he told us we could come across the street, we had no idea what was across the street because it was dusty. And so as we came upon the scene, we came upon these 4 bodies, and I wasn't sure if they were alive, but I'm kind of in shock, and I'm scanning, and I see these like little silver moon boots, and I thought, oh Jesus, and I'm a mother, So then, sorry. I swear a lot, sorry. So then I thought, I have to shoot this. Like, I've just watched the deliberate targeting of a family, you know, and I knew it was deliberate because I've been in enough wars to understand what bracketing onto a position is, to intentionally sort of zero in on a target. And so I started shooting, but I'm also, I mean, as someone who's covered war for 20 years, I also know that it's one thing to take a photograph, it's another thing to have to fight to get that photograph published. Because if it's too graphic, the editors won't run it. And if it's too bloody or you know, so I'm also thinking about how to compose an image. And there's still rounds coming in. So I'm sort of working my way around this family, and I got to this vantage point and took a few pictures, and then we had to run. And as we ran back to the car, we literally had to dive into the bushes twice more because rounds were coming in all along the way.
And what was the conversation that you then had with your editors at the New York Times? Because it is an unbelievably challenging image. I mean, it is so hard and yet so necessary. I wonder what that conversation kind of looked like.
I mean, first of all, I wasn't even sure the picture was in focus. I mean, I've been shooting since I was 12 years old, but there's still these moments where you just wonder if sort of you have it. And so when we got in the car and started driving away, I was kind of looking to see whether I had captured what I saw with my own eyes, because it's not a given. You know, sometimes the picture is not as strong as what you witness. And so I also had convinced myself that it wasn't that close of a call. Like in my head, I thought, oh, maybe it was further away. And so when I got in the car, I texted my editor and said, look, we just had a really close call, and I think a family was killed. I will send the pictures when I get back to the hotel. And then I texted the foreign editor, who is an old friend, Jim Yardley, and I said, I need you to go to bat for me. And I'm sure that's like, could get me fired, but I'm freelance, so it doesn't matter. but I was really like started lobbying, because there's one side of me that already knew that it would be a challenge to get it published, and another side of me that thought, you know, this has to be published because I witnessed the run-up to the attack.
And what was remarkable about this is that you didn't stop that. You didn't stop there with just this one image. And actually, I'm just getting a message that Adrees has been reconnected. Adrees, are you there? Can you still hear us?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah.
Great. I just wanted to ask you, because you captured this video, and I mean, what's going through your mind in that moment? How do you have the composure to hold the shot steady? I think the rest of us are just in awe that you're not hitting the deck and you know, concerned about your own security, but you're so focused on doing justice to capturing this important moment.
Oh
no, it's.
Oh no, we lost you.
Oh, okay. Well, we will try again, Adrees. We will continue to try. But in the meantime, Lindsay, what I was going to ask you about before was, you kept going with the story of these weren't just 3 victims. These weren't just 3 dead bodies. These were 4 dead bodies, forgive me. This is a family. Tell us about how you began to uncover who these people were.
So we got back to the hotel, we sent the photographs, and then Adrees, who has been a journalist for many years, went on Facebook, and he started seeing things about who it was that we had photographed. And he realized that the man in the photo was not the father and the husband, that was a church volunteer who had offered to usher them to safety, and the father was actually in eastern Ukraine with his sick mother. And the father started seeing images of his family on Twitter and recognized the suitcases and recognized that it was his family. And when he had live location, or he had a location finder with his wife, and his wife turned up in the hospital, of course, her body was in the morgue. And so Adrees managed to find the godmother that night, And he contacted her and said, we are the team that was with your family. We were in this attack, and we would love to come pay our respects to you. And she said, I have to go to the morgue tomorrow to identify their bodies, and you can meet me there. And so we were both sort of distraught, I mean, really emotional, obviously. And we went the next morning and just said sorry. You know, we just wanted to sort of say sorry and pay our respects. And then when we went back to the hotel and we were talking with Andrew Kramer, the writer, about what to do, and I said, why don't we recreate their lives? Like, it's crazy that the world will only know them in death. Why don't we put together what their lives were like? Who are these people? And what is the trajectory leading up to their death? Why were they fleeing then? And Andrew said, sure, and Andre and I kept in touch with the godmother, and then we asked if she would introduce us to the father. The father offered to do an interview with Andrew Kramer, and then we did this story for the New York Times on sort of piecing back together their lives.
And I think that's one of the things that makes your work so powerful, is that you really do have this ability to humanize, to make it real, to enable people to connect and empathize in a way that sometimes can be hard when you're covering conflicts that may be far away or sort of remote to some people. And you've focused a lot as well on women, who have long been often the unsung heroes, I think, of a lot of conflicts. And you have this extraordinary series of portraits, which hopefully we can show behind us, of this woman, Yulia, who was a school teacher but signed up to join the fight. I wonder if you can briefly just tell us a little bit about how you decided and landed upon her, and then spent an entire year following this woman and sharing her life and sharing her story.
I mean, this was on the second day of the war. There was a mass mobilization. Civilians offered to sign up to fight against the Russians. No one knew what this war would look like. We all assumed it would be brutal. And I met Yulia as she was going to the conscription center, going to get her weapon, and she was crying. And I was photographing, and I realized she was crying as I was looking through my viewfinder. And I put the camera down. I said, "Why are you crying?" And she said, "I'm scared for myself and my country." And then it dawned on me that was what was so fascinating about this war, is that really, like, people who were baristas, who were graphic designers, teachers, everyone was signing up to fight. And it was something different that I hadn't seen, so I thought it would be interesting to follow her over the course of the year. Yulia is very educated, so they have her working sort of back from the front lines. She does logistics mostly. She's in Kramatorsk in eastern Ukraine right now, and I'm still in touch with her, as is Andre.
I guess the question becomes, as we're kind of coming to a close here, sometimes it's difficult to keep stories on the front pages, to keep people engaged and caring and passionate, no matter how important it is. There is this kind of inertia that can kick in when a conflict has been going on for a long time. Ukraine is still, okay, it's in its second year, but how do you go about thinking of how can I keep people caring about this story and engage with this story?
Yeah, I mean, it's a challenge. It's really a challenge, because I think that the public tends to lose interest right away. Ukraine is a situation where the public has been engaged much longer than most other conflicts, which I've covered. So I'm constantly trying to think of what can I bring to this story that's different. And again, for me, that's about people, humanizing, picking an individual to follow, picking families, picking people that I can spend some time with, and just trying to make the story more personal.
Lindsay Addario, Andriy Dubchak, I hope that we can see you even if we can't hear you. We are so grateful to you for joining us. We're so grateful for your courage, your composure, and your incredible coverage. Thank you so much.
This is Bernstein in the Washington Post. All the President's Men. The story of the two young reporters who cracked the greatest detective story in American history.
I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow.
Talk about the moral free fall in the Trump presidency. It couldn't be more vivid.
We are talking about a conspiracy like no other in the history of the United States.
The lesson always is never stop knocking on doors.
Keep doing the reporting. The fact that the country, half the country doesn't give a damn, perhaps, doesn't matter.
It is impossible to talk about investigative journalism without ending with the ultimate power couple. There is no introduction here. It's Woodstein, Bob Woodward, Carl Bernstein, the men who brought down a president. We are going to start there with Watergate, but we're going to end here, right now, perhaps with the verdict on Donald Trump last night, and ask if investigative journalism still works in an age of impunity. Gentlemen, a very warm welcome from the whole room and from me as well. Bob, Carl, I want to start with the actual working relationship, because you were in your 20s, something we've kind of forgotten now. You know, you were in your 20s, put on this story together for the first time. How did you work around each other, your practices and your peccadillos, and how you actually wanted to work together? Carl?
Well, I think the mode is distrust everything, even each
your
other.
colleagues. And we did.
Yeah, but that quickly evaporated. But what was remarkable about that moment was we had a publisher, Katharine Graham, owner, totally behind us. Ben Bradley and the other editors at the Washington Post. Ben would, do portraits of Ben, and he had two qualities, patience and impatience.
Right.
And you never knew exactly what you were going to get, but it would be a version of that. And so we were in a protected, supportive, quite frankly, loving environment.
And we should give a shout out to Ben Bradley's wife, Sally, who's here tonight. And I think a lot of journalists here will I suspect, know the feeling of being sat on in their investigative efforts by a higher power. Did you ever, on the Watergate story, have that sense? Was anyone trying to stop you, push you back? It sounds like you had unfailing support right from the very top.
Unfailing support, and I'm going to give one great example, and that is about a couple months into the story, a subpoena server showed up at the Washington Post, and I got a call at my desk saying there's a guy down here with a subpoena for your notes. And I said to the guard at the desk, well, don't let him up, just make sure he stays downstairs. And I called Ben Bradley, because this was a result of a suit being filed in court by the Nixon people to try and get our notes. And I called Ben Bradley and told him the guy was downstairs. He said, keep him there. I'm going to go talk to Katharine Graham upstairs. He got back to me 5 minutes later, and he said, Katharine says they're not your notes, they're her notes. And if anybody is going to go to jail, it's going to be Katharine Graham. It's still as an emotional moment as I have about those years we covered this story.
And Bradley,
imagine that.
Never afraid to squeeze the most out of the moment, was running around saying, "Can't you see the picture of our gal, Mrs. Graham, in her limousine pulling up to the D.C. detention center and getting out?" And that would be a picture, Ben modestly said, that would run on the front page of every newspaper in the world.
Right. Because Nixon's press guy, Ziegler, famously called it, a third-rate burglary. And even when you've got all the support in the office and the support from the paper, you're pushing at a story that is complicated. How did you keep making it compelling and understandable and saying, this is front page, not 7 or 12?
Well, it was a conspiracy about overthrowing an election by Richard Nixon and his people. And what's interesting, we wrote, chronology is so important, we wrote our stories in the September, October, November of '72. Nixon won, but after the Senate Watergate hearings, we got an apology from Ronald Ziegler, who was the press secretary. Yeah. So that was a quick move, and we're waiting for Donald Trump's apology.
How long?
Don't hold your breath.
Was there a tipping point for that? Because is it positioning by an editor, or is it public reaction? I mean, is there a cut-through moment when you suddenly feel, the public gets this, they get
I think there are all three elements that you're talking about, but let me describe one particular moment. Because what you saw in this display are the most basic kind of empirical reporting. We knocked on a lot of doors. We went to the sources, starting at the bottom, working our way up from people, and we had no Democrats as sources. Our sources all virtually worked for Richard Nixon. We found a bookkeeper who kept the books that illustrated the conspiracy to spend this money, campaign contributions, to undermine the election. And what we found within weeks was that Nixon's attorney general, his law partner, campaign manager, John Mitchell, had controlled these secret funds that paid for this massive campaign of political espionage and sabotage to undermine the free electoral process in this country, that he controlled this fund. And we were about to write the story. And every day, Bob and I would have coffee in a little vending machine room off the newsroom floor, and I put a dime in the coffee machine that day, which is what coffee cost in that era. And I literally...
The worst god-awful
coffee
ever made.
And part of our meeting was designed to get our ducks in a row each day for the editors with a kind of good cop, bad cop routine. You can imagine he was not the bad cop. And on this day, I turned to Bob and I said, we're going to write this story about John Mitchell and this secret fund. And I felt a chill literally go down my neck. And I said, this president is going to be impeached. And I whispered it. And Bob looked at me and he said, you're right. This president is going to be impeached. And we can never use that word impeachment in this Washington Post newsroom because somebody might think we have an agenda, and we don't, except to find out what has happened here. But here you see it all coming together, and it's at a time when our stories were not being believed by many of our colleagues in the Washington Press Corps and many people who were reading our stories.
But I think there should be a flash of modesty here. When you look back on this, the bookkeeper who handled the books of the money, Hugh Sloan, the treasurer for the Nixon committee. We also had the deputy director of the FBI, Mark Felt, who was a secret source.
Right.
And he was not just a deputy director of the FBI, he was in charge of the Watergate investigation. So you have those three sources, and it's not...
Did you worry that he had an agenda? Because the understanding was that he'd been passed over for the top job after Hoover. Did you ever feel he's pushing this stuff because, it's a vengeance.
Yes, everyone has an agenda. Yes, we always filtered that, but we've tried to filter everything. And again, I mean, this is the Harry Evans standard. Yeah. This is why we're here. First-hand witnesses, participants, notes, documents, the kind of stuff you really have to spend a lot of time to get. But that is the pillar. That is not one of these things where somebody heard something that it's one of the people who's familiar. Look, God, people are now familiar with everything. These were sources that...
And did everything have to be double-sourced? I mean, if Mark Felt told you something, did you think, well, I kind of know this? Or did you keep going back and saying, this is what I've heard, we need more evidence? Do you believe in double sourcing?
From the beginning, we established a rule between ourselves, and it later became adopted by our editors as well, that we had to have at least 2 sources for every meaningful piece of information that we put in the paper. And it served us very well. And there were occasions where Bradley, in his impatience, would say, it feels a little thin to me. Maybe we need a 3rd source.
Right. And I guess the digital age makes it a hell of a lot easier in some ways. You're not trying to find out the names of the people on CREEP, on the Committee to Re-elect the President. You can probably find this stuff, much more easily online. But I guess today we're also dealing with the chance that deep throat is deep fake, right? And that everything that comes to you is not true.
Well, again, you have to test it. And some people think that, oh my God, if we'd only had the internet back in 72 and 73, we would have speeded up the investigation. That's just not true. The internet with this culture of impatience in speed would have been an impediment to finding out what was going on. Again, sorry to repeat, it's about Katharine Graham and Ben Bradley saying, you have the running room to work on this story. There's no time limit. Ben would sit there and he would slap a story.
So do you think it is an impediment now?
I think it's self-inflicted wound. It's not an impediment. That we have a journalistic culture that increasingly is infected by speed, by lack of curiosity, by not knocking on doors and going out at night and talking to people, using this great tool, which is digital. We can get in from, if we had digital tools, we would have saved some time getting an address to go to one of the burglars' houses. We might have saved half a day when we looked for him, but we still would go to his house. And too many reporters and too many news organizations today are just looking on Google, looking on the internet, and not going out and knocking on the doors. The old standard, the great standard of Harry Evans, the great standard of Ben Bradley, the great standard that we have seen through some of these great investigative reporters that we've heard from during this program today. It's about the old methodology. It's what works. That's where we need to be, and it seems to me that's the great lesson of this conference and these 2 people that we've mentioned and are celebrating today.
And Bob, you've also said, of course, you both said it's about staying on the right side of the law. Break the rules, not the law. Did you ever feel that your ethics were on trial or close to being on trial? And do you think that any of the, in the Watergate context, I get that sounds kind of weird, but do you think any of the practices that you used in those days would be outlawed now? GDPR, you probably not, knocking on people's doors, kind of getting yourself into people's houses. That's all become sort of more difficult, right?
Yes, but we did go to grand jurors. When we wrote the book, we sat down and said, we went to Florida and we spent 6 weeks doing the first draft, and we said we dealt with politicians, particularly Nixon and his establishment, who were always into denial. Oh, no, that didn't happen, or you're looking at it the wrong way. And we decided full disclosure, ups and downs. We made mistakes. We did some things we might not do today, but one of the interesting stories is we went to grand jurors, and that's a questionable technique, but we cleared it with our lawyer, Edward Bennett Williams, and of course, when we got caught, Ed went to the Judge Sirica, and said, oh no, we had no idea they were doing that, they're out of control. When he'd given us, so we decided we'd put that in all the president's men, and not the Nixon White House, but Ed Williams and his law firm were the ones who wanted to stop publication of all the president's men.
Bob, you've said you wake up wondering what powerful people are hiding still today. What are we missing? Who are you wondering about?
Well,
that's your cue.
You want a long list? No, you have to wonder about everything. And Carlos frequently made the point, which is so key to this. When you decide, I'm going to do this story, you have to have the intellectual readiness. You're going in this direction, and all of a sudden the story is not what you expect, and you can't be surprised by that.
That's right. I know of no big story that I've ever worked on, including Watergate, where my preconceived notion of where it's going held. At the beginning of covering the Watergate story, I thought, and even wrote a little memo about it, it was going to go to the CIA. I think what we're getting at here, though, is, half a century ago, we were asked, what is it, this kind of reporting you guys are doing in the middle of this story? And somehow we came up with the following formulation. It's the best obtainable version of the truth.
Yeah.
And we've used that description for half a century now. But recently, I've given a lot of thought to this, and so has Bob, and we've discussed it. And that's the corollary that the truth is not neutral. That if you look at the truth of Watergate, Richard Nixon trying to undermine the democratic process of free elections in our country, the truth of that is not neutral. It's there. It's not about saying 50% of one story on one side is to be put down in a column and 50% on the other side. The same is true of Donald Trump and his presidency, and what Bob has written in his books, what all of us have done, many of us on the air, about what Trump has done, the first seditious president of the United States, as we say in the 50th anniversary edition of All the President's Men. We wrote
There's not going to
forward.
be a 60th
That's
anniversary,
right.
by the way.
Do you think that lesson has been learned?
Neutral.
I mean, in the covering of Trump, in what will be presumably his 2024 run, do you think that lesson has been learned by American media, by the world media? Or do you think there still will be this attempt at double-sidism, at sort of false equivalence?
I think that it's long past time, and we have gatherings like this today, that we look at the nature of what the truth and its complexity is. And it's not about centrism. It's not about leftism. It's not about rightism. It's about the best obtainable version of the truth. And I learned this covering civil rights when I was a kid. Lynching is not neutral. It's not about saying there is an equality on each side of Donald Trump's sedition and trying to undermine the election of the President of the United States.
Except the facts are now disputed. Last night, we know that a civil trial found Trump liable, convicted, guilty. It's not guilty because it's civil, but whatever, of sexual assault. Now, we've had senior figures, lawyers, in his party, Republicans, Marco Rubio, Lindsey Graham, ignoring the findings of a jury, a New York jury, saying the case is a joke and the jury is a joke. I wonder how investigative journalism even functions in an age of impunity.
Oh, no, look, it's functioning. Look at this conference here. I mean, it's all about aggressive reporting. It was 40 years ago. Aggressive. And 40 years ago, in the investigative unit at the Washington Post, we developed a little phrase that we actually put on some people's computers, and it was FAA. Now, that's not Federal Aviation Administration. It's focus, act aggressively, and it's an amalgam of what I tried to learn from Carl when we started on the Watergate story, and what Harry Evans said. Focus. Yes, you can do sometimes when you're the editor of the paper, as he was for 14 years, you can have multiple investigations going on, but you never let up, and you create this environment of, well, let's go find out.
But I guess I'm saying, if Trump was Nixon...
He is.
And then...
but Nixon resigned, right?
Well, Trump is Nixon and then some, as we say in this 50th anniversary edition. Yes, Nixon resigned. So let's look at another element that has to do with where we are as a culture, as a people, and that is at the time of Watergate. The Republican Party, the seniors, the elders of the Republican Party on the House Judiciary Committee voted for articles of impeachment against Richard Nixon.
And there's a moment where we're working on the second Watergate book, The Final Days, and Barry Goldwater, who was the conscience of the Republican Party, invited us up to his apartment in a high-rise. And of course, Goldwater, we get in and he gets out the whiskey and pours
big 3 tumblers of scotch.
Yeah, dangerous. And he said, I'm going to read to you my daily diary that he dictated. And one of the most important stories came from this, where Goldwater said, so he and the leader in the Republican House and the leader in the Republican Senate went to see Nixon alone. Nixon had no lawyer, no aide there. And Nixon wondered, okay, I'm going to be impeached, charged in the House. How am I going to do in the Senate? And I think one of the most important moments in politics in the United States is Goldwater said to Mr. President, you have 5 votes, and one of them is not mine. Yeah. And that was the moment. Nixon, the next day, announced he was resigning.
But that isn't going to happen in this context. I want to play a clip that comes from tape phone calls that you had with Donald Trump. It later became a book of transcripts. And this clip is him talking about his magnificent rapport with Kim Jong-un of North Korea. Let's just have a listen.
The CIA says about Kim Jong-un that he's cunning, crafty, but ultimately stupid.
I disagree. He's cunning, he's crafty, and he's very smart. You know,
why does the CIA say that?
Because they don't know, okay? Because they don't know. They have no idea. I'm the only one that knows. I'm the only one he deals with. He won't deal with anybody else. The word chemistry. You meet somebody and you have a good chemistry. You meet a woman. In 1 second, you know whether or not it's all going to happen.
I mean, think, having written about 10 presidents going back from Nixon, I know of no occasion when a president said, only I know. It's the president's job to make sure that other people know and that he will get a really honest assessment from people. And here's, again, in these interviews, 9 hours, imagine, for 9 months, he could call any time. My wife, Elsa, who's in the audience here, used to say, well, the phone would ring, it's maybe one of our daughters, maybe it's a friend, maybe it's a robocall. Maybe it's Donald Trump. I mean, his own living robocall, which is denial that this, oh no, let's look at it this way, and so forth. And it's many hours. Look through it all. It's the description of who he is, and he cares only about himself.
But you've exposed him. We've read the transcripts, and yet people's minds are made up. In a post-truth world, you can find the facts, you can knock on the doors, you bring people the answers, and they say, oh, that's a witch hunt.
Well, this gets back to the role of journalism. First of all, we have a very different culture than we did at the time of Watergate. Our readers and viewers were much more open to the best obtainable version of the truth then. And there's both anecdotal and polls that show the following, that so many of our news consumers, our readers and viewers, are looking for information, especially in the age of the internet, are looking for information to reinforce what they already believe. They're not open to the best obtainable version of the truth, which is exactly also infects the political process. If you look at what happened, here we had these courageous Republicans in the Nixon presidency who were responsible for Nixon leaving office. Here we have had 2 impeachments of Donald Trump, the first seditious president of the United States. He survived 2 impeachments, tried to really have a coup to stay in office, and at the same time, there's a story that I did on CNN in the 3rd year of the Trump presidency, saying, and I named them, 21 senators in the Republican Party despise, hold Trump in contempt, think he is criminal, and yet will not say it aloud. And I knew this from aides, chiefs of staff to these senators, and finally I said, I'm going to write this story. And I named all 21 of them. There was 1 denial, which was a lie. And then I got a call from a former Republican senator a couple days later who said, Carl, the number is really closer to 40. But it's not funny because it describes where we are. And one of the things I think we need to start to do much more in our reporting is to report on what people in the country are looking at and believing and why they are thinking as they do.
And what you did in that story was so important. I mean, this is the classic, they're saying in public this, but they really believe. Now, you use the word post-truth, if I may channel Harry Evans for a moment. He would, post-truth, don't let it happen.
Yeah.
We cannot let it happen. And I think listening to all these people here, you know, people are fighting exactly that. And the post-truth.
Okay.
Harry's coming down, and I mean, he's taking away our chairs and microphones and saying, "Do not."
But everyone here agrees.
Let me try an ultimate example of what we've heard today that has been so courageous, so wonderful, and that has been so much testimony from journalists who are here about the coverage of the war in Ukraine. Yeah. But let's look for a moment at another element that what we do, and go back to Harry, go back to Katharine Graham, go back to Ben Bradley. What is the most important thing in many ways we do? We decide what is news. That is huge as reporters and as editors. And so what happened at the time of the invasion of Crimea 8-9 years ago? There was this terrible, horrible rape of Crimea. And a couple weeks after that, and we covered the beginning of it with Russians in camouflage invading the country, and then we kind of dropped it. And what became the biggest story for the next year, especially on cable news How much did we hear about what was going on in Ukraine? We heard about the disappearance of the Malaysian airliner day after day after day after day on cable news. Where was it? We've got submarines looking for it. Where the hell were the stories about Putin and Ukraine? It is a terrible failure on our part. What is news?
The person who has probably shaped the news business here and in the US in the last 60 years the most is not a journalist, it's a businessman. It's Rupert Murdoch. And I wonder what you think that legacy will be now, because we've seen the Dominion settlement, we've seen the lies it's exposed, and we've seen Tucker Carlson reimagine himself now as a whistleblower on his own channel or kitchen or whatever. And this is what you're up against. You might not like the phrase or the word post-truth, but you're still dealing with a network that talks to a lot of Americans.
Yes, but I mean, the obsession with Tucker Carlson, and he had 3.3 million viewers every night, and that
I think the BBC News at 10 gets double that, so, we're used to big audiences here.
Okay, well, good.
Yeah.
But what we don't understand, or we don't focus on, is it's the same 3.3 million people watching this and inhaling the fumes of it. And again,
but it's enough to elect a president.
I'm
right?
with Carl on this. You listen to all of the people talking today and what they're working at. It's not how can we get a story in a week. It's how can we get the story, and we have again the environment of dig responsibly, don't give up, and there's no time limit. See, that's the real ugliness of the internet. It's instant. It's right away. Is so-and-so, is Trump up or is he down?
Yeah.
We've got to look at, which we've tried to do, what did he do as president?
There's a story that's bubbling away now, and it seems not to have quite broken through the public consciousness in America, which is Clarence Thomas, and extraordinary tales of corruption. I mean, I think it is bluntly corruption.
Justice and the justice for sale.
Right, justice for sale. And nobody seems to police the Supreme Court.
Well, but they're their own bubble. Many years ago, wrote a book with Scott Armstrong about that, and it is the biggest bubble in Washington, no question. But what happened, Bob Costa and I went out into the wilderness to get those text messages between Ginny Thomas, Clarence Thomas's wife, and Mark Meadows, Trump's chief. And you know what they were doing? I mean, it's right there. They were plotting to overturn the election.
The wife of a Supreme Court justice.
That is a story that's so important. My newspaper, ProPublica, has done just great reporting, and they will not let up. And this is exactly what we're trying to talk about today. They set the bar for themselves, and there's no one in these news organizations saying, oh, well, who cares? Clarence Thomas was getting $1 million of free travel and holidays from a very wealthy man. People are, hey, wait a minute, what's next? It's just like Watergate. What's next?
We're going to end in a moment with your thoughts, a tribute to Harry, Sir Harry. Just before we do, I'm not going to reveal my source, but I was told that you bumped into Boris Johnson and he told you something about Brexit. Bob, what was it?
Well, it was pessimistic. It was, hey, it's not working out. And I said,
was this?
Is this somebody wearing a Boris Johnson mask? No, it was Boris Johnson himself. I think the realism comes. But what is really happened to us today, if I can say this, Emily, that Carl and I got a message from Alexei Navalny, the politician who has been jailed in Russia, the anti-corruption who
Putin tried to poison.
Yes, and that didn't work, so now they've just put him in solitary confinement for 2 years. But the message was, this is really gripped us, that he has just read our books, All the President's Men, and The Final Days, and we looked at that and we said, wait a minute.
Look, this is why we're here. Yeah. This message was from someone who understands what can and is happening to democracy in many parts of the world today, and where fascism and where authoritarianism and where death is a daily part of being in opposition. And so we got this extraordinary message today that he had read these 2 books that we had written. And here we are in this conference, and you think about all of the panels that we have had, and you think about let's talk about the 2 greatest editors in the English language, but of the end of the second part of the 20th century and the first part of the 21st. We talk about Harry Evans, we talk about Ben Bradley, but let's think about what the lesson that we're all here for today is. And it's what was recognized by Alexei Navalny in that message, and the fact that it came to us today in this gathering.
And we're sitting here, and we looked at each other, and this is again having really good source to find out that something like that happened, and we just in our mind compared the system there, which has never been democracy, and the freedom we have in the United States and in the free world to actually operate. And that is a daily liberation. You say, I wake up and say, what are the bastards hiding? But, you can't do that in Russia, in lots of countries. And so we better bask in and realize that we've been liberated to actually explore what happens. And we better work on that liberation every day.
Amen to that. What a wonderful note to end on. Thank you. Thank you both so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh. Whoever. Oh, great. Thank you. Dear friends. Oh.
Thank you.
So good. Oh, God. Thank you so much. Oh, my God. That was amazing.
Fantastic.
I think I need a mic. Give me a mic. I need a microphone. Thank you. I don't think I can be heard. Can I be heard now? Yes, I can. That was a rip-snorting, fabulous, sort of tour de raison of journalism the 2 of you gave. I cannot thank you enough, and thank you so much, Emily. Absolutely. Harry would have been just so incredibly thrilled and touched that you came to do this for him, and he admired you so, and I am so grateful, and I admire you so much, the 2 of you. You are an inspiration to everybody here. And now, before we go rush out and have our drink, we are going to close out this evening with some remarks from someone who is also an incredibly dear friend, both of mine and, of course, of Harry's. There are passionate public intellectuals, and there are distinguished academics with a large popular following. There are charismatic television performers, and then there is Sir Simon Sharma, who is all of them. Somehow, he has combined all of these 3 roles for almost half a century, and he's instructed and delighted us all 2 generations in 2 countries. He's got a brilliant new book coming out, Foreign Bodies, about pandemics and viruses, which you must not miss. But I just want to welcome him now to close out this incredible day, which has, I think, left us all vibrating with passion for journalism.
Well, Harry, today was the day when truth fought back. Today was the day when truth decided not to be yet post. I'm a historian, so I kind of get to decide what actually counts, as a day of historical substance. I don't want to hear anyone telling me that what we've been listening to and witnessing today is anything about soft power. The power of free journalism has all the softness of dynamite of liberation and freedom. And it's more important than ever. There's not a day goes by when I don't miss Harry, that mighty warrior for truth and decency wrapped up in a compact package of steel trap intelligence, iron integrity, and boundless energy. How could we all not miss him? Grievously, ardently, living as we do in incredibly perilous times, balanced on a razor edge between fact and fantasy, authoritarian brutality and brave resistance. So I want to, of course, thank Reuters, Durham University, and most of all, only Tina could have actually put together a day so inspiring and so exhilarating and moving and eloquent in so many ways. There are days in which actually history manages almost, to turn a bit. I think we'll all remember today for a very long time, till next year's repeat inspiration. It reminds me, it's up there with days in January 1898 when people opened their newspaper in Paris and read Émile Zola's J'accuse, or in January 1977 when Charter 77 was published, or indeed in 1972 when Watergate and our two great heroes made history turn in the right way. So it's interesting, we have been listening to the possibility that we're living in a post-truth world, or a world where truthiness, Stephen Colbert's wonderful neologism, might reign, or at least entertains, or at any rate gets the ratings, or Tucker-wise steams people up even when in the rancid interior of their opportunism they believe not a word, they rant. Harry never went for post-truth fatalism, and for what it's worth, as you can guess, neither do I. In Harry, there was a kind of gritty innocence in his rock-hard belief that the truth was there, all right, provided you put in the elbow grease and the hours and the fortitude to go after it. All of you, everybody I've heard and admired so much today, takes that as the foundation of social decency. And all of you here, all of those we've heard from, honorary Evansites, exemplify this heroic, extraordinarily brave determination to pursue the truth, however long it takes and whatever cost. Our civilization, what's left of it, will live or die to the exact degree by which you all win the battle for the marketplace of attention and make the arrogantly powerful lose their sleep, lose their sense of invulnerability. Now, Harry didn't need Hannah Arendt or even George Orwell to tell him that the survival of free democracy hinges on the receptiveness to truth and a contempt for public lies. What Harry gave us his whole life long was an unswerving, eloquently articulated faith that in the end, truth will out, that hard evidence has the strength to disarm paranoia, public spiritedness has a moral power to prevail over the politics of the ego trip, that cool reason can be argued to and even adopted by those in power. And to those convictions, Harry added, as so many of you do, righteous fury, the intolerance of intolerance. And that was inseparable from the humanity of Harry Evans and from so many of you. And do not tell me that we all journalists, I'm one of those too, we constitute some sort of remote elite. Sir Harold Evans was one of nature's democrats, the real thing in press and publishing. When I was lucky enough in 1968, courtesy of a friend who had a job at the Sunday Times, to get a part-time job in the warren of offices at Gray's Inn Road, everybody working there looked up to him as a working-class hero, son of a railway cleaner and driver who'd risen through the ranks the proper hard way in the world of hot metal print. The ethical drive, the unapologetic passion for the investigative crusade that posh boys, and it was at that time mostly boys or pub-soaked veterans, rolled their eyes at, was always the turbocharged drive of Harry's sense of vocation. Grappling with cervical cancer in towns blooded by pollution, the fobbing off of thalidomide victims, taking sides, the sides of the powerless, was the point of it, and it made him, and there's no doubt about this, the greatest of all British citizen editors. Harry's job, as he saw it, was to rattle indifference into concern, but not by some sort of high-minded bloviation, but through the inescapable presentation of evidence. Harry's battles were fought with fistfuls of facts, but he never let those facts coagulate into a dense mass of impenetrable micro-detail. It was, as it always was for great editors and great journalists like Carl and Bob, accumulated truth shaped into dramatic conversionary story. It was and is the difference between popular and populist, between writing which shaped deep research into something that could light up public attention or indignation. In the RAF and the Air Force, his nose often stuck in books, not least Thucydides' History of the Peloponnesian War, that original primer of policy debate and unsparing self-criticism. Harry was known as Educated Evans. And whether as reporter, editor, or non-fiction writer, Harry never weakened in his conviction that profound knowledge and gripping journalism were not mutually exclusive, but mutually sustaining. He himself, as all of those who knew him know, was always learning, always curious, always excited by some new discovery, exhilarated by the possibilities of how knowledge could change the world, even as he was dismayed by the rise of sovereign stupidity or the cynical cultivation of malleable ignorance. All this made Harry both throwback and prophet, the enemy of the meretricious headline. He was, above all things, an incorrigible enthusiast, the sender of late night or early morning emails with news of discoveries that had amazed him and he knew you had to hear about. The zeal for spreading that kind of news was infectious, even missionary, a refusal to ever close the doors of possibility. For who knew what ingenuity, possibly even AI, lay just around the corner to save us from our appetite for obtuse self-destruction. You put all this together and the word that comes to mind is inimitable. And that's right, of course, as he was indeed, our Harry, journalist, editor, publisher, one of a kind. But if he were here, and of course in some way he is, he would say, what's the good of being one-off when what we need right now is much, much more of the right stuff? And one of the most moving things about today is the riches of the right stuff that we know is around and living and alive at well. Harry would say, multiply me and what I stood for. And another reason why I wish he really was here, because he would have seen from today that not just his spirit, but his practice is alive and bloody-minded for the good cause. But you all here are mighty generals in your several ways. And so you know what we now need is a great rank and file, a whole regiment of Harrys, uncompromising the passion for truth, a thorn in the side of corporate convenience, citizen writers whose moral and intellectual battery charge never fades or dies. We can't have Harry back, but we can make sure that what he gave us, colored by his burning love of humanity and his inextinguishable hope in prospects of a just democracy, embodied in words that blow away the idiot wind, lives on for all our sakes.
Oh my God. Unbelievable. It is so incredible. Simon. I mean, Simon is, we've all got liftoff. We just want to rush and catch the phrases. We're trying to, pocket them, bottle them. This man is unbelievable. I cannot thank you enough, my darling Simon. You are one of the world's most phenomenal people I've ever met. I want to thank everybody here for coming to this remarkable event, which is leaving us quivering. I want to thank my wonderful partners from Durham and from Reuters. Thank you all so incredibly much. If you do want to see a Truth Tellers conference ever happen again, this year we paid with it from our foundation, which we also hope very much you might consider thinking about when you're thinking about giving anything to a foundation. And of course, if you want to see more Harrys, as you said, multiplying, then it's all about Harry Evans Fellowship. So just think about it. And I want to thank you all hugely. Now, as Harry would have said, undoubtedly by this time, let's all fuck off and have dinner.